the roll.
Supervisors Cerna, Kennedy, Frost, Natoli, and Peters.
Here.
You have a quorum. The meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, April 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may sign up at the kiosk or fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence all of your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. And we're honored today to have the Sheriff's Honor Guard with us to honor our volunteer appreciation event. So I would ask you to please rise, remove your hats for the posting of the colors by the Sacramento County Sheriff's Color Guard, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Color Guard, please post the colors.
Detail. Attend. Hup. Port. Ha. Forward. Ha. Detail. Halt. Oh. Post colors. Present arms. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Ha. Ready. Base. Forward. Ha.
Thank you very much to the Sheriff's Honor Guard. Okay. I think we're ready to begin our agenda.
For your consent matters, items 1 through 49, I do not have any clerk notes.
Does anyone on my right have anything they'd like to comment on the agenda? On the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I just turned to the county executive if I could on item 37, if we could, so, yeah.
We would like to ask continuation on item 37 until April 24th. We do have a speaker, I believe, too. That wants.
I don't know if the speaker's in here or not. We had a request to address.
I don't have anyone signed up for this item.
And I just would note that we've had a meeting regarding the groundwater basin, and I want to thank certainly our staff for their efforts thus far. We were going to be awarded a grant, but there's a couple questions here I think that probably should at least be somewhat addressed in the staff report before we actually take this action. So if we can have a couple of weeks to do this, I think it'll give us some time to work with the county executive and water resources staff on this. So, all right, thanks.
Anything else? No? Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. Item 33.
Item 33, approve the cooperative agreement with California State Department of Transportation for the design and construction of Metro Parkway Interstate 5 interchange.
So I just had a question. Don't want to pull it for a separate vote, but I noticed that the amount that's cited in the board letter for the interchange, first phase of the interchange, is approximately $20.1 million. And then I look in the TIP-G, which we're going to be considering later today, and there's an amount cited on page A3-2 of $26.8 million. I just wanted to understand the difference.
The amount shown, I'm Dan Schuman with Department of Transportation. The amount shown in the TIP-G is the total project. So the construction cost depicted in the board letter is the contract plus the construction support. So it's only that construction phase part.
So it's a difference in phases?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, and then, Madam Clerk, I would like to point out that I'm going to recuse myself on items 2, 3, and 5 due to potential conflict of interest.
So we'll need someone to make the motion.
So we need a motion on the consent.
Do we have a speaker on 25?
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
Yeah.
Now that we all have this, it's easier to see.
Sorry.
Sorry, well, would you read item 25, please?
Sure.
Item 25, approve resolutions authorizing the execution of contracts with Bureau Veritas North America Incorporated and Four Leaf Incorporated for on-call consultant services for building permits and inspection and the Construction Management and Inspection Division.
Call Donovan Doyen. Donovan?
He's coming.
Good morning, I'm Donovan Doyen. I'm the Building Inspection Representative with ETTI Bargaining Unit. We met with a few of her earlier this week. In addition, we also met with NavGil and Eric Stearns from SCRS about this issue, and we thank you for your time. ETTI's position on this contract proposal is that it displaces county employees and it's not cost effective and undermines the funding of our pension. Based on the employee loaded rates, 71J contractors cost more an hour than a county employee. There are also costs that need to be considered here. When an outside contractor is hired, they require training in county policies and procedures. The cost of training these contractors should be included in the proposal. Then there's also the cost of managing and administering these contractors. When the work is done and the contract is complete, the training and experience that the county has paid for is lost. We feel that if limited term positions were created and used, this institutional knowledge would go to the people who intend to work for the county and contribute to the county, and also have an opportunity for a permanent position. Not only do we feel our bargaining unit's work is being given away at a higher cost, we feel our pension fund is also being undermined from the use of 71J contractors. But we are not just giving away the principle of our contribution, but also the opportunity earning compounding interest from it being invested. When this contract was first proposed to us at a joint labor management meeting, it was for a total of $3 million. We, ETTI, balked at this because we thought it was an excessive and unjustified amount. After doing so, management revised the contract ceiling amount to $2.5 million. The reduction in the contract alone from $3 million to $2.5 million is 17%. This is well above a 10.88 employee pension contribution. If county employees were to do the $2.5 million worth of work in this contract, employees would make a contribution of roughly $250,000 into the pension fund. At 7% compounding interest for 4 years, the total opportunity cost is $327,000 in this one contract. We see this as a great loss to all county employees. That's why we are asking that when 71J contractors are used, a contribution to the pension fund be made. We feel that if this contribution requirement was made, either by the 71J contractors or the county, our pension would be protected for whatever ups and downs the economy has in the future. Thank you for this time to let me share our position, and we look forward to having more dialogue on this issue.
Thank you. Mr. County Executive, did you make any comments?
Yes, we did meet with ATTI folks, and their request, we understand what they're asking. We're going to continue, as he mentioned, working with them on 71J contracts. What you have in front of you today is a need from both CMID and building inspection for some relief that we need on when more workload comes in, and our reps are here if you want to hear about what the business case is behind this request.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Could we, Nav and Robin, have you weigh in with something, report back on the question that's been posed, because I think I mentioned to you in my briefing yesterday that when I met with some of the reps the other day about whether or not with the contracting as proposed, obviously to supplement some of the workload, this whole question about contribution to the retirement system, what that means, because obviously the county as an employer pays that in for all of its employees, and employees also pay a proportionate share as well. And so, but the question was rather new to me as to whether or not that actually, there were some references to this may be done elsewhere as a part of your overall contractual framework for doing work in particular areas. But I'm not familiar with the details, whether the law even provides for that, but I think certainly it's a fair question, and one that I think at least we should have some feedback on, and I think it would be helpful for ETT and I to
Absolutely.
have that as well, and all of our representative units as well. So.
Yep, we'll do a report back on that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item? Comments? Okay. I think we had a motion. Did we have a second? Okay. All those in favor, please vote. Oh, we need a screen over here for Mr. Kennedy. Oh. I'll vote twice for you. I do that all day? No. I'll pause for a moment here. Well, maybe while they're working on that, could we take a voice vote on this?
The old-fashioned way, huh?
Yeah, the old-fashioned way. So while waiting for Mr. Kennedy's screen to get filled, we'll take a voice vote on this. All in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Noes? Abstentions? And repeating my recusal on.
Items 2, 3, and 5.
Okay.
This is also with the exception of item 33.
And item 37 is continued to 24th. And item 37 is continued. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Item number 50 is the presentation of resolution honoring Dr. Donna Yee upon the occasion of her retirement.
I'm sorry, we're going to drop that from the agenda for the moment.
Okay.
Could you clear our screens, please?
Are we up now? Are we voting to drop this item?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I thought, well, I was,
I'm going to clear
I
it
guess
and
we'll
try
have a
it one
voice
more
vote on
time.
that
Okay.
also.
I think we're good to go. I see everyone.
Okay, so all those in favor of dropping this item, please say aye.
Aye.
Noes, abstentions, recusals? Okay.
Okay.
Item is dropped.
For item 51, presentation of resolution honoring John Wheat on the occasion of his retirement.
I didn't see him. Is he here, or did he
Yeah.
scamper out of here? Okay.
Up there.
How are you?
Good. I know how much you love public appearances, so we made sure to do a really long resolution.
Appreciate that.
Okay. John Wheat's been at the airport as director of the Department of Airports since 2013, and he's responsible for the operations and improvements to the county's airport system that includes SAC International, SAC Executive, Franklin Field, and Mather airports. And during his time here as director, he has added new nonstop service to numerous locations, such as San Diego, Newark, Los Cabos, Spokane, Long Beach, and my favorite, Vancouver, BC. He led initiatives to improve customer satisfaction while controlling costs at the airport, such as a variety of parking, as well as a 15-acre solar project that's expected to save $850,000 a year in $850,000 a year in electricity costs over 25 years. And importantly, Sacramento International Airport was ranked as a #1 medium hub airport in J.D. Power's 2017 satisfaction study. In addition to that, I think I could say for the board that we have all really enjoyed working with you. We built this new airport, opened it in the middle of a horrible recession, and you pulled us out of the fire on that, and the power of that really can't be understated. So we thank you so much, and we wish you a fun retirement, and I hope that NAB has you on kind of consulting agreement, a direct dial. So on behalf of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, we want to wish you many years of a happy retirement, and wish you well, and thank you very much.
Very much. I just want to say it's been an absolutely fantastic 5 years. While I can't take all the credit for this, we have an incredible staff, but more importantly, the support I've received from this board, from NAV, from the administration, has really made this a pretty simple process. I think I leave the airport system in a really good position, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's been a gas.
Thanks, John.
Hey, John. Just take these others down here.
Okay, item 52 is the presentation of resolution proclaiming the week of April 6th through the 14th, 2018 as Creek Week in Sacramento County.
Okay, could Altitura come to the...
I'm here. There she is. Are you going to speak first?
Do you want to just go ahead and introduce her then?
Just do it.
I'd be happy to introduce her. I thought she needs no introduction.
That is true. Go ahead, Alma. No, just, that's fine.
Okay, all right, okay. Good morning. Again, thank you for the bag of fun things. On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, we want to express our thanks and appreciation to Altitura and the Sacramento Area Creeks Council for celebrating the 28th Annual Creek Week. We want to thank all the present and past volunteers who donated their time and efforts to enhance and improve our local waterways, and your efforts are making a positive difference. And we'd like to also thank county staff involved with the coordination, cleanup, and promotion of Creek Week. As we've discovered with various social problems over the last few years, having clean creeks is really, really important to the health and aesthetic interests of everyone in the county. So thank you so much for all you do. Thank you. Yeah, right here. You can come down if you want to say something. I'll Did you want to say something?
You want to say something?
No, I was just going to introduce her, and you covered it, so.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
I'll just say a few things about
Please do.
Thank you very much for the resolution. And Creek Week started Friday with the splash off. I just want to remind anybody that's interested in participating, we have activities this week. There's a nature tour going on right now at McClellan Business Park of their West Nature area. And we have 2 evening outings for tomorrow. One is at Steelhead Creek, and the other is at the Bufferlands, and evening time right before it gets dark, there's more wildlife out, so those are both great. And if you're interested, go to creekweek.net and click on our activities page to get details about those. Our cleanup starts 9 o'clock Saturday morning, and if you want to volunteer, we have a few spaces left at some of the sites. Again, creekweek.net volunteer page. After the cleanup at noon, we will be celebrating at Carmichael Park, and that's where our volunteers get a t-shirt, hot dog, lunch. But anybody that's interested is invited to the celebration. We've got lots of exhibits. They're interactive. We have entertainment. And so we want everybody to come that is interested in learning more about how to keep our urban creek systems healthy. At our splash off this year, we recognized Mira Loma High School with the Creek Steward Award for their ongoing work preserving and studying Arcade Creek. So a lot of these activities take place in Supervisors Peters District, and we really appreciate all the creek systems and the support we get within the district and throughout the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Item 53 is the presentation of resolution Mosquito Awareness Week.
I don't know who's here for the mosquitoes.
Right here.
Okay.
Mr. Goodman.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. Well, I'll just make a brief comment here. We have a resolution for you noting the Mosquito and Vector Control Association of California designating April 15th to 21st as Mosquito and West Nile Virus Awareness Week. I know my family's already complaining about mosquitoes, so we know they're out there. And California recognizes that the mosquito-borne diseases are a grave threat to the health and safety of all Californians. And the Control District coordinates their efforts to protect humans and other animals at risk from mosquito and vector-borne diseases and nuisances. And the resolution goes further to state the district has worked diligently to provide the public with health benefits associated with the control methods, as well as motivate the public to eliminate mosquito and vector breeding sites. I think one of the things you have to do is explain to everybody, as every year, what's a vector, okay? It's my honor on behalf of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to proclaim April 15th, 21st as Mosquito and West Nile Virus Awareness Week. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Here, Sheriff.
And
Okay.
I think I have a presentation right now, right here. Perfect. Well, that was very well executed. Definitely appreciate the Board of Supervisors' recognition of what it is that we, oh, you're raising it. Okay, that makes sense. For West Nile Virus Awareness Week, I'm actually here with the Sacramento County Board appointee on our district board. Susan Maggie is your representative on our board, and we are coming into a very busy mosquito season, so I appreciate the opportunity just to talk and address the board and the public on what issues that we're facing with mosquitoes and disease disease on an annual basis. And so our district covers both Sacramento and Yolo County. Very diverse from the perspective that we have a lot of wetlands and areas down in the southern part of Sacramento County with the Delta, then leading up into a significant amount of urban population, and then even rice fields that we have in the Natomas area. And then just on the other side of the river, we also encompass Yolo County. So we have a tremendous amount of agricultural and rural sources that are there. And so mosquitoes, fortunately or unfortunately, don't necessarily stay where they're born. They fly. And so we have a lot of mosquitoes that coming from these agricultural areas that can have an impact on our urban populations. And so we're very diverse from our general perspective. In terms of mosquito habitat, of what it is that we're looking for, it's very easy for us to see some of these agricultural sources. So you look at wetlands, you look at rice fields, you look at irrigation ditches, those types of things. Very simple for us to see that standing water where mosquitoes might be most active. Our bigger challenge, though, are actually some of the backyard sources, of some of the sources that are in people's backyards, in our residential neighborhoods, and especially after we've had these recent rains and very heavy rains, anything in your backyard that can hold water right now is. And mosquitoes don't need very much water to breed. And so anything, what we ask our residents to do is to go around their yard once a week and make sure that you're dumping out any standing water. Mosquitoes are looking for this type of standing water in buckets and green swimming pools and bird baths that they will then proliferate, and we want to make sure that people are making sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes on their own property. And so our district uses what we call integrated mosquito management measures. The first one is public information. We have a very active advertising program with radio, television, print. Also do a tremendous amount of social media, trying to get the messages out on a daily basis as to what issues that people can try to make sure that they're not preventing mosquito bites and preventing mosquito breeding and protecting themselves. We go to a lot of neighborhood associations and events to try to educate the residents on the issues associated with public health and mosquito control. The next component is our surveillance. We set traps out throughout the district and make sure that we're monitoring those traps for abundance of mosquitoes. Are the populations going up? Are they going down? And what do we do to be able to react to that specifically? And then, of course, as part of our surveillance program, we bring those mosquitoes back to our lab down in the Elk Grove facility, and we count and sort every single species of mosquitoes that we have, and then we test for virus. So we're testing to see if any of these mosquitoes are carrying diseases, specifically viruses like West Nile. Then we have a biological control program. These are small mosquito fish that we plant in places like rice fields or wetlands or even backyard swimming pools that will eat the mosquito larvae in their aquatic stage. A very effective tool. We offer those free of charge. And our facility down in Elk Grove, we have 23 ponds dedicated towards breeding these fish. We're probably the largest mosquito fish breeding facility in the country. And we plant about 4,000 pounds of fish per year just in Sacramento and Yolo County. Then we get into our physical control program. This is a program where we work actively with wetland owners or landowners in general. We work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We work with Cosumnes River Preserve. We work with the Nature Conservancy on making sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes on their own property and trying to give them what we call best management practices to be able to mitigate where their standing water is. And we actually have some heavy equipment. We have a backhoe and dump truck, and we offer those services to be able to try to help manipulate the land so they're not breeding mosquitoes on their property. And then we get into what our control efforts are, which is larvicide and adulticide. And so our technicians go out on a daily basis looking for those backyard swimming pools, looking for those wetlands, looking for wherever mosquitoes may be breeding, and then treating accordingly. And then when we start to get adult mosquito control numbers or adult mosquitoes that are flying and have virus activity is when we institute our adult mosquito control measures. And that's anywhere from a backpack to ATVs to trucks, and then in recent years we've actually implemented airplanes over either urban or rural areas to try to control the adult mosquito population and protect public health. So in general, what are we concerned about? Well, for the most part, we're concerned about diseases. And as Chair Peters mentioned, a mosquito is a vector. And so essentially it transfers a disease, it vectors it from the host, and in the situation of West Nile virus is a bird disease. So the birds are the reservoirs that are carrying West Nile. The mosquito is the vector that picks it up from the bird and then transmits it to something else, to either to another bird or to a human or to a horse. source. And right now, West Nile virus is the most prevalent mosquito-borne disease that we have in the United States, but there are other ones that we have a significant concern about. Dengue fever, malaria, chikungunya, Zika virus has been in the news over the last couple of years and has had an impact on residents in the United States. And then at this time of the year, after these recent rains, dog heartworm is also transmitted by mosquitoes, and so you want to make sure that you're protecting your pets by giving the appropriate medication to prevent dog heartworm. So in general, West Nile virus activity in California, here's a snapshot of the last few years. Last year we had about 536 cases. It's interesting, those cases have started to drop off the last couple of years, and essentially that's because the drought has started to go away. So what happens when we have a drought is that we actually get an amplification of the virus, and we actually end up having more human cases affected by that. It's a little counterintuitive. You would think that when in the drought you'd have less water, therefore you'd have less mosquitoes. But because West Nile is a bird disease, wherever you do have water in those drought years, you have the congregation of both birds and mosquitoes in the same place, and it tends to amplify the virus. But one thing I do want to try to highlight here is that these are the reported number of cases, and about 70% of these reported cases in California are what we call the more serious neuroinvasive form of the disease, and that is requires hospitalization, can lead to blindness, paralysis, and even death. And CDC, Centers for Disease Control, estimate that for every neuroinvasive form of the disease, there are another 30 to 70 cases that go unreported, because you may go to the doctor, you may have flu-like symptoms and you're feeling ill, you may never get tested for West Nile, even though that may be what you're suffering from. So really you're talking about tens of thousands of cases of having an impact here in California alone of people that are being stricken with West Nile. So we want to make sure that people are aware of that, and that there's some very simple precautions that they can take to try to help prevent that in the future. So here's just a snapshot of Sacramento County as a whole of what we saw last year. The red circles are mosquito samples that tested positive for West Nile virus. We had 153 last year, which was a significant drop over the last couple of years. And then we also test dead birds. So if a bird dies, we'll test it to see if it's carrying the virus, and we had 86 of those. And so you can see how it's scattered around the county. So it really has an impact, or has a potential to have an impact of almost anybody that lives within Sacramento County. And of course, West Nile virus is a disease that we're going to have forever. It's not something that's going to go away, so we want to make sure that people are aware of that. So what are we expecting for 2018? It's very difficult for us to try to predict. Obviously, with the amount of water, if the trend continues and the fact that we're not in a drought, we may still continue to see a drop in cases, which would be a good thing. But we want to make sure that people at least are aware of what the concerns are. We are also doing ongoing surveillance for what we're calling invasive species of mosquitoes. So within our district, or within worldwide, there's about 3,500 different species of mosquitoes. Within our district, Sacramento and Yolo County in the Valley, we have about 24 of those species. Some of them transmit disease, some of them don't. But these invasive mosquitoes are coming in from Mexico and South America and Central America, and are starting to get it more established in California. So there are already significant populations established in Southern California and LA, but even as close to us as Fresno and Madera. And the concern with these invasive species of mosquitoes is that they're very efficient vectors of more exotic diseases like Zika, dengue, and chikungunya. And so we want to make sure that we are picking those up as quickly as we can, and seeing how we might be able to eradicate this particular species that are not supposed to be in our area. So what do we ask the general public to do? We have what we call 7 Ds of mosquito prevention. 1, drain standing water, go around your yard, make sure you're not producing mosquitoes in your own property. Dawn and dusk, I know there was a call for Creek Week to go out in the evening time. Make sure that you have a good repellent. That's when mosquitoes are most active, or at dawn and dusk. That's when they're looking to bite. So we want to make sure that people are aware of that. If you do have to go out, dress in long sleeves and pants when you're outside during those times. Defend yourself with a good repellent. So I would offer up repellent to all those folks that are going to go to Creek Week in the evening time. We buy these packets, we buy them by the pallet. So if you have public events, especially something in the evening time like movies in the park or those types of things that we're going to start seeing in the summertime, give the district a call. We'll be more than happy to provide these free of charge. We want people to use them. It's important. And then doors and screens should be in good working order. In the summertime within Sacramento, we want to open up our windows and get the Delta breeze to cool the house off. Mosquitoes are very small, and they'll find their way inside your house, so make sure your screens and doors are in good working condition. And then, of course, the last D is district personnel. This is what we're here for. So if you're being bothered by mosquitoes, if you're seeing mosquitoes, if you see standing water, if you know a neighbor who has a bad green pool, call us. Go to our website. We usually come out within 24 hours. We want to make sure that we take care of of the problem as quickly as we possibly can. And so with that, you can get more information by calling our phone number, 1-800-429-1022, or visit our website at fightthebite.net. And with that, just want to say again to the board, thank you very much for the resolution, the recognition of Mosquito Awareness Week. We have a lot of activities scheduled for next week, a media day, handing out repellent to the homeless shelters. We also have our Fight the Bite contest. We'll be announcing our winners from our grade school and high school winners next week. So thank you very much.
Item 54, presentation of resolution recognizing Fair Housing Month in Sacramento County, April 2018.
There you are. It's nice to see you. Welcome. Thank you. April is Fair Housing Month throughout the United States. 2018 marks the 50th anniversary of the enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 that was passed by Congress on April 11th, 1968. The goal of Sacramento County is to address and eliminate discrimination and assure the rights of all people. At the dissolution of the Regional Human Rights Fair Housing Commission 2014, the county took the lead in restoring fair housing services by contracting with Sacramento Self-Help Housing, Inc. Since that time, several incorporated cities have joined Sacramento County and contracted with Sacramento Self-Help Housing, Inc. to provide the Renters Helpline, a number that residents can call for landlord-tenant dispute and fair housing services. It's my pleasure, on behalf of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, to proclaim April 2018 as Fair Housing Month, and I have a resolution for your board, your boardroom for 50 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right there. Resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to say a few words.
Just a couple of words,
Sure.
yeah. I'm John Foley, Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. I thank you for this award, but I particularly thank you for your leadership in the fair housing work that we've been able to do. When the commission was dissolved, you recognized immediately a need to provide that service, particularly as the housing crisis has worsened and rents have increased and availability has diminished. A huge amount of pressure on tenants to deal with situations that might come up. Difficult to find units to rent. Landlords sometimes hire people that aren't totally on top of things to manage their property, and a lot of unfortunate things happen. We often encounter prejudice against families with children because children do make noise, and some people aren't prepared to deal with that. We have situations where people who are not native to this country, who are living here, are discriminated against. Sometimes specifically people will say we don't rent to illegals, even though these are perfectly legal people, but aren't native to this country. Our work involves using attorneys. We contract with Project Sentinel, as you know, and Nubian Scott is here. Another Nubian might say a couple of words about what she's experienced.
So Project Sentinel is a fair housing agency that contracts with self-help housing, and with the support of the county and in collaboration with self-help housing, we've been able over the last few years to address the most prevalent issues we've seen in the county, which are housing discrimination issues against people with disabilities, against residents with families, and also against people of varying national origins, which I think we know is becoming a consistent issue because of Sacramento County being a space for a lot of recent immigrants. So we look forward with you all's support to continue to address those efforts. So thank you.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item.
Item 55, annual volunteer recognition event.
Okay, looking for Dave Comanchero, who's going to be our Master of Ceremonies to begin the proceedings. I'd like to welcome honored volunteers, families, and guests to the board's recognition of outstanding volunteers for 2017. You all give your time, energy, and talents and make this county a better place to live. So it's amazing that we have over 5,000 people who volunteered in 2018, and their help is greatly appreciated by each of the departments and citizens of Sacramento County. Thank you for all your volunteering and unselfish giving of your time. Mr. Comanchero?
Thank you, Chair Peters. Fellow supervisors, we're here today to celebrate the labor, the time, and the love efforts of the volunteers over the last year in Sacramento County. And now, if you don't mind, I'm going to pivot and address the crowd. For those of you in the audience, I realize the room is small, just a couple of housekeeping details before we begin. We will have a professional photographer here to take photographs of the recognition departments and volunteers here in the building. So please be considerate about taking photographs while he's working the camera. Second, for those of you that parked or attempted to park in our parking garage, please leave out of the H Street exit, which is the exit that points to the county admin building, and please address the attendant there. Tell them you're part of the volunteer recognition event. Okay? Thank you and welcome. So let's begin. For everybody in the audience and for those watching at home, we'd like to extend our thanks and appreciation for all your time and efforts in the last year. In 2017, we had over 5,000 volunteers donating time and labor. 350,000 plus hours were given to the county, unpaid, selfless generosity by the volunteers. And if we were to make a dollar value of that donated time, it would come out to over $10 million. And so in recognition of that donated dollar value, we have a ceremonial check to present to the Board of Supervisors. If the board would like to come down and take a photograph of that generous donated check. Tanya, the check, please.
Dave, do you want us to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, everybody go down. We can split up the $10 million.
10.
Still in front of your face, isn't it? Sorry. Short person here.
All right, here we go. One more on. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, everyone. And obviously, we have volunteers working Creek Week already this weekend, so this work continues well into this year and beyond. And so we are now going to recognize individual departments for their work in the prior year. So I'd like to start off with animal care and regulation. If I could have Department Director Dave Dickinson and Volunteer Coordinator Celeste Ingrid come down to the podium, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Peters and board members. Thank you for providing this day of recognition each year to give us thanks, allow us to give thanks and appreciation to the volunteers that help our department throughout the year. Today, animal care and regulation.
You can stand with your back to us. This is the only time we allow that.
Today, I'm pleased to announce our individual volunteer of the year, Pauline Kawamoto. Please, Pauline, come on down. Welcome. Pauline is a volunteer with superhero energy. She doesn't know the meaning of the statement, "It's time to go home."
She's scared of the camera, I think.
It's not unusual to see Pauline after hours at the shelter, after we've closed to the public, and she stays late into the evening helping out the feline population. Cats are her specialty. She does a wonderful job there. She spends time there, like I said, in the evening after working a full-time job as a senior marketing coordinator for an engineering firm. She also comes down on her days off and spends 8 to 12 hours on those particular days helping the feline population. She had several weeks of vacation time last year that she needed to use or lose. And where did she go? She went to the Bradshaw Animal Shelter to help the feline population. She's a very dedicated volunteer. She contributed more than 1,400 hours of her own time in the shelter last year. And that doesn't include a lot of the work that she does at home, writing up bios and other things for the cats. She's been the backbone and the driving force behind the shelter's very successful barn cat adoption program, where feral cats or behavioral cats that can't be adopted out as family pets go to homes with land or outbuildings where they can live their lives peacefully without being harmed by predators and other things. She also helps with the facilitates the regular adoptions of the friendly cats from the shelter to good homes too. She has a lot of help there with one of our other volunteers, Gina Enzi. They kind of pair up together and get a lot done on a yearly basis. Last year they did 248 adoptions of barn cats alone, which is a huge help to the shelter. That helps the shelter reach some of the goals that it sets forth on a daily and a yearly basis, finding cats homes. Through superb professional customer service and personal attention, she provides each and every prospective adopter. She makes appropriate matches and ensures safe and humane living environments for the barn cats. She does the same for our friendly kitties as our skilled go-to cat adoption counselor. She also assists with shelter's equally successful Return to Field program, where cats are brought into the shelter, they're altered, and they're returned to their original locations where they've been able to survive and prosper throughout their lives. Pauline's talents also include being the shelter's primary cat photographer, doing glamour shots for the cats that then go up on our website to promote their adoptability. Pauline is simply one of the shelter's most driven volunteers and gives her time with an unwavering commitment and always cheerful demeanor. So congratulations, Pauline, as volunteer of the year.
I want to say that our Barn Cat program, I'm so proud to be a volunteer of this program. It gives the cats a second chance in life. I think we have the best shelter in Sacramento County, and I'm proud to be a volunteer there. Thank you for the award.
Do the dance.
Two shot, one more. Here we go.
And then can we have Chair Peters also take a picture? Would you mind?
Sure.
She's coming. Can I ask you to do that?
You're in the middle. Quit hiding.
You do Photoshop it, right?
Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Celeste Ingrid. I'm the Volunteer Program Coordinator for the Bradshaw Shelter. And I was going to start my remarks with saying you have no idea how difficult it was to get Pauline here today. But I think you can see how difficult it was.
We kind of get the idea, though.
Pauline is... I've tried to take so many photos of her over the years, and every picture is this, or ducking down. I think I have one good photo of Pauline, but she is simply amazing, and she's truly deserving of the honor of being our Volunteer of the Year. So thank you, Pauline. Before I get started with presenting our group volunteer nominee or honorees, I want to thank all of the shelter volunteers. We have an incredible volunteer force who do so much throughout the shelter. They truly give so much of themselves, give up so much of their personal time, and a lot of them make really deep sacrifices to be at the shelter and volunteer outside of the shelter as well. Last year we had our volunteer team as a whole contributed about 40,000 hours of volunteer time. So an incredible group. So I do want to say thank you to all of them. Now I'd like to present our group honorees. So I'm going to call down, this is from our Bradshaw Animal Assistance Team known as the BAT Clinic or BAT Program. I'm going to call down the volunteers who are able to make it today. Many of them work in veterinary hospitals or are in veterinary school, in school to become veterinary technicians or work, the regular 9-to-5 jobs in offices. But we are pleased to have a number of them here. So Adam Roachford Gold, Amanda Phillips, Anna Martinez, Brianna Fritz, Dave McClanahan, who surprised us by showing up today. Dave was also our 2016 Individual Volunteer of the Year. Diana Lelis, Jill Hoon, Jill Sprague, Joe Whitty, Kim Brandt, Liliana Moran, Louise De La Cruz, Mary Lockley, Melissa Araneta, Michelle Finnerty, Nicole Olson, Rachel Young, Shelley Susenka, and Tui Vo. I don't know that everyone that I called was able to make it. I know there were some parking difficulties, but we are very pleased to have the members here that have been able to make it. The folks here represent a part of the 80-plus volunteers who made the 2017 BAT. Oh, I'm sorry, Becky Jewell. Becky Jewell, come on down. If I missed anyone else, please head on down. These folks make up part of the 80-plus volunteers who made the 2017 BAT clinics possible. The Bradshaw Animal Assistance Team, known as the BAT Program, is a rotating team comprised of more than 120 dedicated veterinary professionals, students, and non-veterinary volunteers. Each clinic enjoys the contributions of 40 to 60 volunteers. The clinics are available to low-income county residents and take place once a month. They operate in some of our most underserved county communities where there's a large population of financially challenged and homeless pet owners. Each high-volume clinic serves an average of 250 pets in a single 3-hour period, oftentimes many more than that. The program offers free vaccines, microchipping, treatment of minor medical issues, and professional advice from veterinarians on more serious conditions. Also flea control, deworming, engraved ID tags, collars, and at times pet food, in addition to $15 spay-neuter vouchers. Despite the fast pace and volume, team members still provide compassionate care and personalized service to each and every client. People from all walks of life and varied life experiences rely on the program's services because they truly love their pets, and in many cases their pets are all they have and all they live for. The income of the program's clients or shortage thereof does not always equate to the amount of love they have for their pets. The program is a non-judgmental team effort with a driving mission to keep pets healthy, treat those suffering from painful and untreated medical conditions, and to prevent many from the risks of being surrendered to shelters, given away online, or simply let loose on the street as strays for lack of owner resources. The 2017 BAT program served 2,622 pets, the vast majority of which were dogs. The ongoing availability of these services has a direct impact on the pets, but as well as on their humans who have the access to the care and are so grateful for the services. The program not only provides services when needed, but gentle yet constructive counseling on the importance of spaying and neutering and working with behavior issues in a positive manner versus harsh training methods and physical handling some may use. With that, I'd like to thank, from the bottom of my heart, the more than 120 volunteers who make up the BAT program and the more than 80 who made up the 2017 BAT program. So thank you very much. I think I'm supposed to hand these out. Amanda is reminding me that we have a clinic on Sunday, this Sunday at Carmichael Park, 10 to 1.
You can be in Carmichael Park for the Creek Week on Saturday, and you can come back for the vaccination clinic on Sunday. So, or stay overnight if you want, I guess.
It's a busy place. What did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm the short one.
I guess we've gotten into there, so we might as well go.
Come on in.
If you're taller, please go to the back. If you're shorter, come to the front. There should be about 10 of you in the back, about 10 in the front. If you're in the middle or the back, make sure there's a head to the left, to the right, not directly for you. Right, Peter, you're fine. Ma'am, move over, please. Please move over. Thank you. Just like that. Thank you.
He's good. Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, okay, I'm going to take 2 images here. The 2 in the back. Can you just slightly move this way, please? Thank you. Ma'am, thank you. Looks great. My camera right here. 1, 2. One more. 1, 2. Thank you.
Thank you all. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much, volunteers, for the animal shelter. Next up, we hope, come now, the University of California Cooperative Extension. I'd like to ask Director Morgan Duran and Master Gardener Program Coordinator Judy McClure to please come up to the dais.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Please pardon my back side. So our volunteers, our 4-H Master Gardener and Master Food Preserver programs are highly dependent on our volunteers to be extenders in our communities throughout the county. And we are grateful for all of them and for the time that they give and their dedication to the programs and the communities in which they serve. One individual volunteer we are honoring today is Carolyn Ricudo, who can please come down, please. And Carolyn has been a volunteer for our 4-H program for over 15 years now. Yay. Carolyn is truly a model volunteer for 4-H. She is the go-to person when we need someone to train other 4-H volunteers, to show them the ropes, show them how things get done. She knows how to motivate volunteers, and she embraces the concept of youth leadership and partnership, which is truly needed in our 4-H youth development programs. Carolyn does everything you would want a volunteer to do. And what makes Carolyn's contributions really special is that her work comes from her heart, and that's seen in the care and the spirit she brings to the 4-H program and to the community club in which she is a leader of. So we really, truly appreciate Carolyn for all the contributions to the 4-H program, and we thank the board for this opportunity to recognize Carolyn. Thank you very much. I believe this is yours. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Carolyn. Your picture. Here.
Great. Thanks, Carolyn.
On behalf of the Cooperative Extension, thank you very much for letting me brag about the wonderful Master Gardener program today and how we contribute to the community. How many of you are tired of paying your high water bills since meters went in? How many of you each week when you roll that green waste can down to the curb think there's got to be a better way? You must learn how to compost that stuff. And all of you probably have a nice big shade tree that you planted to reduce your air conditioning bill, and now it's dripping gooey stuff on your car in your driveway. I see some head shaking. So, well, I have the volunteers for you that can help you solve those problems. I'd like to introduce you to the large group of Master Gardener volunteers we have in the audience today and also scattered around. They are the ones that have the beautiful white badges on today. They listened to those concerns you have in the community, and they work hard to find ways to educate you on how to solve your problems. We have 200 Master Gardeners here in Sacramento. Many of them are here today. And we have approximately 70 of them that work tirelessly out at the Fair Oaks Horticulture Center. And way back in 1997, under the guidance of our horticulture advisor, Chuck Ingalls, who is sitting up here, they created the Fair Oaks Horticulture Center. It's an amazing, absolutely amazing outdoor living classroom. And this year we are celebrating our 20-year anniversary out there. And if you hear a Master Gardener give a lecture out at the Horticulture Center or at someplace else, you'll remember a bit of what they said to you. But if you come out to our Horticulture Center and you see what we are doing and you touch the plants and you smell the plants and you engage in a one-on-one conversation with our volunteers, you'll remember more of what you've learned, and you will go home and put it into your landscape and into your gardens, and you'll practice those activities. All of these volunteers are directly connected with the University of California. They're highly educated, and they take the research that is created by the advisors in the university system, and they put it into practice out at the Fair Oaks Horticulture Center. So when you go out there, you are getting good, sound advice, and you're seeing good, solid information. We have 7 project areas on our 1 acre out there. We have 19 leadership positions, and on a regular basis, probably in a week, over 70 Master Gardener volunteers are in and out of that horticulture center. And tomorrow we have an event out there in the morning for those of you that like to share your Saturdays on the soccer field. We have Wednesday activities where you can come, and tomorrow morning you'll probably see about 100 Master Gardeners out there on site to help get you educated. We feature edible crops and water-efficient plants. So our Master Gardeners were ready before the drought was a common word in everybody's language. We were ready to educate you on how to take care of drought issues. In 2017, we had over 5,000 visitors at the Fair Oaks Horticulture Center. They learned how to reduce the use of pesticides, how to reduce use of fertilizers unnecessarily, which kept them out of the creeks and the rivers, which fits right into the creek week issues we talked about earlier. And we have a wonderful composting program, so you don't have to wheel that bin out to the curb every week. And our native plant area will help you attract endless amounts of beneficial insects into your landscape. So we call it the Fair Oaks Horticulture Center, but our evaluations show that we get residents from all over Sacramento County, as far down as Galt. Galt comes to visit us. And we also get people visiting from outside the Sacramento region. Our average age of visitors, we have no average. We get people in their early 20s who have just bought their first house, and all the way up into the 80s. People will come with their grandchildren and show them best practices of gardening. All of our workshops and open gardens are free to the public. They're amazing, vibrant, educated volunteers that lead all of our workshops, and I highly recommend, if you have not been there, that you come and visit us. And again, I want to thank the Master Gardeners for being energetic, educated, and vibrant out there in the community. So I would like them all to stand, please, so you could give them a big round of applause. And again, I thank the board for your support at the Cooperative Extension, and please come down for your photograph. Now, I know you like to volunteer quickly, so quickly come on down. I think we'll do one in the middle.
Move all the way to the back.
Oh, Chuck. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you.
Tall people in back.
Can I hold it for you? Can we hold it? Hold it for you? Oh, it's not. She's got it. She's got it.
You're in the middle and the back. Make sure your heads are to the left and to the right, not directly over you. Ma'am, you're being covered.
How are you? Good to see you. These guys, these folks can tell you.
Ma'am, right between those two. Keep going. There you go. Can't see you, ma'am. There you go. Okay, here we go. Everybody, I can see everybody's heads. Everybody looking at my camera on YouTube, right behind Supervisors. Just touch up. Yeah, touch up. All right, here we go. Count of 3. 1, 2. One more. 1, 2. Thank you.
Great. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, I will. Good you. Thanks for keeping the good work. Still, yeah. It's a little worse for wear. Oh, sure. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you to all the volunteers of the University of California Cooperative Extension. Next up, we'll have Dr. Sherry Heller, Director of Health Services, acknowledging her volunteers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm very pleased to introduce you to Irene Berger. Irene and I are determined to have the most colorful of the photographs taken today. Oh, especially if the chair can join us. Ms. Berger, I'm pleased to tell you, has donated over 135 hours in 2017. I don't know what they mean by over 135. So I don't know what that means. It was an extra 15 minutes, or we just stopped counting after 135. Her volunteer work is with the Senior Volunteer Services Program and the Gifts from the Heart units of the Sacramento County Department of Health and Human Services. She actively serves on advisory councils for the Foster Grandparent Program and the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. As a council member, she provides input on program operations, assists with fundraising, yay, event planning, and provides direct services to seniors at these events. I also want to tell you, you'll like this part. She also single-handedly designs and constructs the centerpieces for over 35 tables at the annual banquet for the Retired Senior Volunteers Program. They are magnificent. She's volunteered with the Gifts from the Heart program since 2015, working tirelessly as a delivery driver and in the warehouse to ensure that the children, disabled adults, and seniors receive a holiday gift. She was telling me stories. I hope you'll share one or two about the reaction of the seniors and the children at the door when she shows up with the Santa Claus, you know, the presents and everything. It's great. So she's responsible for bringing joy to others during the holiday season. We're very pleased to honor her as Outstanding Volunteer of the Year And I know that the volunteer program coordinator for senior and adult services, Irene tells me Mary had a dental emergency this morning. So on behalf of the entire health department, we're glad she's getting treatment, even though she's not here this morning. But as we invite you to make a few remarks and tell about your experiences, I will ask Tanya Edelman, who's the volunteer program coordinator for the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services, to come forward and be part of the photos. And we'd love to hear a few words from you if you don't mind.
Well, it's been a wonderful experience for me. It's very rewarding, especially gifts from the heart. They really appreciate their gifts, and they're surprised when we come to the door. It's very rewarding, and it's amazing how many gifts that come through from all the local businesses and communities around Sacramento. They donate thousands and thousands of dollars of gifts and things for these people, and it's just a wonderful experience. I feel very privileged. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm the non-colorful one. I apologize.
There we go. Perfect. Thanks, Irene.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, volunteers recognition from the Probation Department, Chief Lee Seal. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you to Chair Peters and the Board of Supervisors for taking the moment today to recognize so many people in all aspects of county government that really bring so much vital work to this region. Today, on behalf of the Probation Department, we want to recognize people who make an investment into what I think is really the best thing you can invest into, and that is the youth of Sacramento County. We are very proud of the work that happens inside our juvenile hall. We have thousands of kids, unfortunately, who come to us, but the work we do to try to help turn around lives inside juvenile hall is so important. We want to provide some guidance and structure and mentoring and support and send them on their way, and hopefully they don't return, and that's our goal. The people who we're going to honor today have donated so many hours. In fact, the volunteers for our department have volunteered over 12,400 hours, which is incredible. So with that, I'd like to call up our first honoree, Grandpa Jeffrey Cooper. You know, we say all the time that rehabilitation occurs in the context of a relationship. It occurs in the context of a human being, often a trusted adult in the life of a young person who helps turn that life around. And Grandpa Jeffrey Cooper is exactly that person. You know, we have a lot of titles in law enforcement, but I'd say Grandpa is about the most important title anyone can have. The OG, thank you. He began with us in November 2015. He has donated, now take a second and let the math sink in. He's donated 2,300 hours since 2015 and over 900 hours just in 2017. How about that? That's incredible. I mean, you're really spending a lot of time inside with our young people. What does that look like? It's talking to kids. It's accompanying them. You know, they have court dates. Often he will be at their side. Perhaps it's a graduation event. Let's not forget we have a school inside and we graduate a lot of kids. We're really proud of that, and you're someone who is there to see them through that important accomplishment as well. Really, probably among all things most important is just that he's an active listener. And so often that's exactly what these kids need. So on behalf of the Sacramento County Probation Department, I'd like to honor Grandpa Jeffrey Cooper with all of his volunteer hours inside our juvenile hall. Thank you.
Good morning. About 2.5 years ago, I got involved with the foster grandparent program, and we're in many facilities, schools, Ronald McDonald's, things of that nature. And I asked for probation because I really enjoy being around young people. They kind of pick me up in my old age. But I must say that when I first started, I was nervous because I was going into an unknown. I did not know what I was going into. And it took a while for these young kids to get used to me and for me to get used to them. But after we did, and they started calling me OG, which I thought was old guy. Well, it didn't turn out to be that. But nevertheless, we started making connections. And I believe I've made a difference in a lot of these young people. And I'm very humbled by this award. I have been to court appearances when asked to be there. Case in point, a young man asked me to be there. I said, "Oh, your parents going to be there, your grandparents?" "Yeah, they're going to be there." I said, "Oh, good, I'll meet them." I got there, I was paged, I was the only one there. They never showed up. And afterward, I went to see him in his unit, and he gave me the biggest hug. And that has a good feeling that the foster grandparent program was there on his behalf when his family didn't show up, and he really appreciated it. So in closing, I just want to thank each and every one of you. This has been very humbling, something I did not expect, but glad I got it. Anyway, thank you.
All right, now I'd like to invite down Vice President of the Positive Impact Program, Ronnie Heaton, and let's get the whole Positive Impact team. You guys, you're in your t-shirts, come on down. Let's recognize all of you. So many of you are familiar with this program. It's incredible. This group donated over 650 hours to kids inside juvenile hall last year. It is probably our most popular program. It involves working with hard to place shelter dogs. And what this group does is it pairs these dogs who really need to be humanized so that they can be adopted and placed into a loving home and thereby really have their lives spared. They bring these dogs in to our juvenile hall so that the youth inside juvenile hall can be a part of that process and make those dogs adoptable. And of course, in the process, those kids are getting so much out of it because they're learning trust and relationships and consistency and communication. They're working with the dogs, but they're also working with the volunteers. They're working with our staff. It's really hard to exaggerate the impact of a program like this, what it has on the culture of our department, the staff, the team, many of whom are here today to support this important volunteer program. And we're so happy for the impact it has on the life of young people. So specifically what happens. It's a 5-week program. Kids work with these dogs several times every week, but then the group also brings in volunteer speakers, so vets will come in and talk to the young people about careers, working with animals, dog groomers, people from shelter programs, some of whom were honored today. All kinds of people will come in and they'll talk to the kids and get a little bit about what it means to work with animals, if that might be something that they continue to do once released to the outside, and maybe even as a career. So on behalf of the County of Sacramento and the Probation Department, I want to thank and acknowledge the incredible contributions of Positive Impact. So thank you all very much.
On behalf of all the volunteers at Positive Impact, we would like to thank the Youth Detention Facilities Manager for forwarding the Positive Impact nomination, and also thank the county executives for recognizing Positive Impact's contributions. We would like to take a moment to recognize our program director, Amanda Banks, whose chance encounter with a lost husky mix inspired this amazing program. Talia had been wandering the streets of Sacramento and one day managed to walk into Amanda's classroom where she was teaching a room full of 6th graders. The dog was underfed and had some medical issues as a result of fending for herself. Despite these issues, the beautiful dog immediately warmed up to Amanda's students and walked around the classroom showing everyone affection. The students, even the toughest around the classroom, showing everyone affection. The students, even the toughest around the classroom, showing everyone affection. What the? Do you mind if I just start over at some spot right here? Despite these issues, this beautiful dog immediately warmed up to Amanda's students and walked around the classroom showing everyone affection. The students, even the toughest kids in the class, were extremely compassionate and showing true concern for the dog's well-being. Amanda noticed the connection between her students and the dog. She had never seen some of the students exhibit such empathy before. After many unsuccessful attempts to find the owner of the dog, Amanda decided to make the husky a permanent member of her family and named her Talia. The students were thrilled to learn the dog had a permanent home and was happy. Uplifting the lives of animals, children, and adults through animal and human interaction, our mission statement. It's being transformed into reality every time once unwanted animals is shown compassion and direction. A troubled youth learns emotional life skills, and an adult is a witness to these special milestones. The success of this program is truly a result of individual contributions of time, effort, and talent to meet a need. We would like to extend an additional thank you to the staff, to the Youth Detention Center staff, and the Front Street Animal Shelter. It's through their support we volunteers are allowed to pursue our passion to meet such an important need. If you're interested in learning more about our nonprofit organization, seeking a volunteer position, or just want to show your support by placing a donation, please check us out on Facebook, or you can visit us at positiveimpact.org. Thank you.
You get the word for me. So
They are on social media, right?
Thank you.
Thank you to the volunteers assisting the probation department in helping guide those youths to a better life. Next up, Regional Parks. I'd like to invite Deputy Director Liz Bellis to the front.
Good morning. I'm going to switch it up a little bit and do our group first. First, I'd like to say that Regional Parks is just so blessed to have hundreds of volunteers volunteering thousands of hours every year. And we're extremely grateful that we can honor our mountain lion study volunteers this year. If you guys want to come on down, I'll read your names off. I'm not sure everyone was able to make it, but I'll read everyone's name. We have Christina Brunsvold, Elizabeth Contreras, Maria Culhane, Pam Douglas, Mary Dubois, Dwayne Gainsberg, Emma Green, Jim Grimes, Kristen Harrisberger, Aaron Hogg, Rick Hicks, Richard Larson, Christine Llewellyn, Sarah O'Gara, Tom Palmer, and Patrick Vanek McGillivray. Sorry if I totally butchered anyone's name. So our volunteers have been working over the last 4 years. They've been monitoring 20 cameras over the 50,000 acres of the Cosumnes River Preserve. And the goal was to find a picture of a mountain lion. So I can tell you that because of their efforts, we have thousands of pictures of over 20 different wildlife species, but not a mountain lion. However, they did a weekly blog and interacted with the public to teach them about the importance of mountain lions in our in the Cosumnes River Preserve. We do know that they did visit. We just never got that elusive photograph. So thank you so much for all your time and effort. We really appreciate it. Kyle, if you can handle.
Already handed them out.
Oh, you did? Okay. I'll take the rest of them then. Okay. Wonderful. So do we need to picture time?
Maybe open your folder so they can see the.
Very nice. All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2. One more. 1, 2.
Very good. Thanks again. Hi.
Want me to take these for everybody else?
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite down my friends, the Ashleman family, Randy Ashleman and Sharon King. They are amazing volunteers on our Dry Creek Parkway. They have done over 400 hours in 2017, and they do amazing, amazing things. Randy takes care of removing red Suspania, which is an invasive plant from our creeks and waterways, as well as taking care of trash out of the creek. Sharon redid our sign for our Dry Creek Ranch House, historic ranch house, beautifully repainted this gorgeous logo. And then in 2014, Sharon came to us with an idea of a wildflower area on the Dry Creek Parkway. And it has grown, and it is beautiful. They prepared for us this gorgeous book of all the wildflowers on the Dry Creek Parkway. They teach people by handing out these beautiful cards that identify all the different wildflowers that can be found. We are so immensely, immensely grateful for all their support on the Dry Creek Parkway, and I'm so grateful you could come down today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, how are you? Thanks.
We're grateful for Regional Parks for supporting us. I want to personally thank Phil Cerna because he appointed me to a Dry Creek Parkway Advisory Committee in 2010, and through all that process, we ended up with this wildflower area, so I want to thank Phil Cerna very much. Thank you.
Thanks for your work.
I think it's kind of ironic that the person who does all the work is my husband. Okay, he made a joke the other day to me. He goes, you know, you say, oh, I think I have an idea about something. Wouldn't it be neat if we did a wildflower area? Or, you know, if they had one there? And then my husband goes, I'll get right to it. Yeah. You know, and so he's doing all the work, and I really appreciate it.
I know Jeff Leatherman, our Parks Director, is in the audience. Maybe we can look into doing something similar in some stretches of the American River Parkway. It's a great idea.
Point noted, right, Jeff? Yeah. Thanks to all the volunteers for the Regional Park System, one of the gems of the County of Sacramento. And finally, we have the Sheriff's Department. I'd like to invite Under Sheriff Eric Menace to the podium, please. Thanks.
Chair Peters and members of the board, I want to thank you for this opportunity to recognize our special volunteers. Before I get to the group and individual recognitions, I just want to point out that in 2017 we had 161 volunteers who volunteered a total of 27,505 hours in service to our community. So we couldn't be more proud and grateful for the work that they do for us. So our outstanding group of volunteers for 2017 is the North Division Rio Linda Service Center Volunteers in Partnership with the Sheriff, or VIPS. And I believe only one of the members from that team is here today. Artists, if you want to come down. The others are out volunteering still, so they couldn't make it. Our Rio Linda Service Center volunteers help citizens with neighborhood and law enforcement related issues and questions. Our VIPS patrol, fingerprinting, and general office assistance. Collectively, the Rio Linda Service Center volunteers enthusiastically donated over 1,400 hours of their time to the citizens of Sacramento County. Each member has personally dedicated themselves to making their community a more prosperous place to live, work, and play. And again, we have Artist Cry here with us. Artist has been with our department volunteering for 12 years and has volunteered 10,320 hours. The other members who couldn't make it with Artists today are James Fletcher, who's been with our department for 10 years. He's volunteered 3,300 hours. And Evangelina Schaefer, who's been with our department for 10 years also, and has volunteered 4,299 hours. Artists. She doesn't have anything to say right now.
More. Here we go.
One more. Okay. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Artis.
Our individual volunteer of the year for 2017 goes to Robert McCulley, our volunteer Bob. Over the past 11 years, Bob has dedicated himself to passing on his knowledge by leading and training other volunteers and student interns. He has volunteered at the Marconi and Rancho Cordova Service Centers, as well as with the Sheriff's Work Project and Alternative Sentencing Program. His efforts have made him an invaluable component in the Sheriff's Department's goal of providing service with concern. Bob's been volunteering for 11 years and has volunteered a total of 3,770 hours.
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone that voted for me and nominated me. It's really an honor. I'm sure all the other nominees deserve it too, but I'm going to keep it. So thank you.
You guys supposed to come on down? Was everybody coming? Come on down.
One more.
Gonna miss you, Bob.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to all the volunteers supporting the Sheriff's Department in their mission. In closing, if you would like to volunteer based on all the great stories that you've heard about the contributions that have been made to the citizens of the County of Sacramento, please get involved. You can get to the website, saccounty.net volunteer, or you can call 875-4311 and volunteer of your choosing. And that's it. I want to thank everybody here. I would also like to extend our thanks to Chair Peters and her staff, the rest of the board, General Services for their parking support for the volunteers, the Sheriff's Department for photography and posting of the colors, Chris Baker for the creation of the ceremonial check, and Personal Services for their event support. We do have refreshments outside in hearing number 1. If you'd like to join us, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Comachero, for working so hard on this. Board's going to take about an 8-minute break. Be back here at 11:15. We're behind. Recess. Order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting of April 10th, 2018. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll again?
Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli? Here. Peters?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Item 54 is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, hearing and approval of documents for Series 2018 Airport System Revenue Bonds, Sacramento International Airport.
Good morning. Kristen Yates with the County Executive's
Morning,
Office.
Kristen.
Good morning. So today's item is a request of the board to authorize the issuance and sale of the Series 2018 bonds to refund the remaining portions of the Series 2008 and 2009 County of Sacramento Airport System Revenue Bonds, and to conduct a TEFRA hearing as required by Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for the private activity portion of the Series 2018 bond issuance. In 2007, the county began the $1 billion terminal modernization program.
To fund this program, the county utilized the Airport Capital Improvement Fund and conducted 3 bond issuances. The first issuance was in April of 2008 when the county sold $586 million in bonds. The issue consisted of $337 million in new money and $249 million that refunded all of the then outstanding airport's debt. The county returned to the market a second time in July of 2009 and sold $480 million in new money bonds. A third issuance was done in July of 2010 when the county sold $128 million in new money bonds. And in 2016, the county advanced refunded a portion of the Series 2008 and 2009 bond issuances. The sale of $181.8 million of fixed-rate bonds successfully closed in December of 2016 and provided an estimated average annual debt service savings of $3.3 million. Current interest rate conditions provide an opportunity for the county to lock in debt service savings by refunding the remaining components of the 2008 and 2009 series. The board letter includes an estimated aggregate average annual cash flow savings of $6.8 million as of March 16th, but as of April 6th, that savings is now $7.1 million. We are asking for authorization to issue no more than $735 million in fixed-rate debt with an expected final maturity of July 2039. The County Debt Utilization Committee met on April 5th and unanimously approved this item and accompanying documents. Ratings for the 2018 bond issuance were received from Standard & Poor's on April 6th. The senior bonds were rated A+. The subordinate bonds were rated A-. These ratings are 1 notch higher than the airport system revenue bonds were previously. As part of this ratings assignment, all Series 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2016 refunding bonds were also increased 1 notch. Ratings from Moody's were received on April 5th. The senior bonds were rated A2. The subordinate bonds were rated A3. These ratings affirm the 1 notch increase that was received from Moody's in October of 2017. No new money will be issued as part of this refunding, and if authorized by the board, the 2018 refunding bonds will be priced during the week of April 16th and will close during the week of April 30th. Financing team is here to answer any questions you might have.
I don't see any board members that have any questions, although I feel like we should because it's John's last item. Can we drag up something to just thank you for your help in increasing the bond ratings. You know how much we appreciate that.
Yeah, the airports team has done a great job.
If there are no questions, I would.
Do you have to open a hearing or not?
TEFRA hearing, please.
Oh, it's a public hearing, so I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Open the public hearing. No speakers? Close the public hearing.
Move the item.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 57 is the approval of the draft 5-year transportation improvement guide for 2018 through 2023.
Okay, I have there we go. Good morning, I'm Dan Schuman with the Department of Transportation. This is our annual update to the 5-year Transportation Improvement and Program Guide, this one for fiscal years, or for years 2018 through 2023. And today we're asking your board to hear a presentation on the draft Tip G, take any public testimony, and then to approve the draft tip along with any revisions that we might discuss today. And then following that, we will proceed with publishing and distributing the final Tip G document. We have a second part to today's hearing, which is to request your board's approval of a resolution and a proposed project list for the expenditure of Senate Bill 1, Local Streets and Roads funding during fiscal year 2018-19. So I'm going to start with a quick overview of the Tip G itself, pause for any questions on that part of it, and then we'll move into the SB1 matter. Am I hitting the right one? Oh, sorry. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So the Transportation Improvement Program Guide details the capital improvement projects, roadway maintenance programs, and traffic operations programs that are recommended for the upcoming 2018-19 fiscal year and also future years. The document also describes the revenue sources that are used to fund projects and maintenance programs, as well as the processes that SACDOT uses in consultation with your board to select and prioritize capital improvement projects and maintenance programs. Your board's approval of the TIP conceptually approves funding allocations to specific projects, authorizes SACDOT to pursue available funding opportunities for projects that might not have full funding, approve the priorities and funding allocations for pavement maintenance or for pavement rehabilitation and overlay projects. And then it also adopts multi-year capital improvement plans for Measure A sales tax and for the countywide transportation development fee. I'm going to put up a couple of pie charts that describe the sources of funding that are represented in the TIP. This first one is a 5-year outlook of funding for the capital improvement projects. And from this, you can see that the larger sources of funding come from state and federal grants, from development fees, both from the countywide fee and from financing plan areas, and from Measure A. And then I also want to point out there's a notable slice up there called Other, and this is a accumulation of funds from one-time or project-specific sources, such as the CDBG funds from the Housing and Redevelopment Agency, contributions from utilities or developer fair shares for specific projects, or funding from other county departments or for cooperative work. And this, of course, also includes currently unidentified funding needs that are represented in some of the projects. This slide is looks at the funding sources for maintenance and operations, and this is just the 2018-19 fiscal year, so this is just a one-year look. And again, the primary sources come from the road fund, which is primarily the state gas tax. Also, we're including in the budget new funding from Senate Bill 1, and then of course Measure A for Measure A maintenance allocations, and then we do get a significant share from federal sources for our overlay projects. This is just a list of some projects that were recently completed within the last year, or are about to be completed, because I include Fulton Avenue overlay on that, which is actually still under construction, but it's expected to be completed sometime next month. So these are just some of the projects we completed countywide. A couple of projects doing sidewalk infills and intersection upgrades. The new Class 1 bike path along Excelsior Road in the Independence neighborhood. The second phase of streetscape and complete street improvements on Fair Oaks Boulevard through Carmichael Main Street, and the Highway 99 Soundwall project, the completion of safe routes to school improvements on Howe Avenue between El Camino and Marconi, and then ADA improvements at Madison Avenue. These have all been completed. So now I'm going to give a brief overview of some of we've kind of, for the presentation here, lumped our projects in the TIP into a few categories of similar types of improvements. This first group we're calling major corridor improvements, and this generally involves work in the county's arterial and thoroughfare street corridors, and includes widening for congestion relief and capacity improvement, intersection upgrades, bicycle, pedestrian, ADA enhancements, landscape and streetscape improvements, and also interchange projects. And the TIP represents about a $207 million expenditure over a 5-year period. And I have a list of some of the projects that are in the TIP under this category, including the Hazel Avenue improvements between American River and Madison. The Phase 2 portion between the river and Sunset will be completed by this June, and then the last phase from there to Madison will be completed, or will go under construction next year. We also have the widening improvements on Elk Grove, Florin, and South Watt, running all the way from Gerber Road up to Jackson Highway, widening from 2 to 4 lanes. And then future improvements on Madison Avenue and Power Inn Road, as well as the interchange upgrade at US 50 and Hazel Avenue, and a new interchange up at Interstate 5 and Metro Air Parkway. Bicycle, pedestrian, ADA improvements include new sidewalks and bike lanes, signal upgrades, disability access upgrades, and safe routes to school projects. And the TIP represents a total expenditure of about $36 million on these types of projects. And there's a list of some of the active projects that are in design or going to construction this year. The corridor enhancement projects involve the county's arterials that are already built out to their ultimate street configuration. So many of them are some of the more aging corridors in the county. And the projects here are focused more on improving safety and access for all modes of travel, as opposed to increasing capacity for motor vehicles. So the improvements in these projects are typically based on a streetscape master plan that's been done in conjunction with a more broader corridor plan or a special planning area activity. The improvements include new sidewalks and bike lanes, upgrades to the intersections, disability access upgrades, landscape and streetscape improvements, transit access improvements, and then rehabbing existing sidewalk and pavement. The TIP's expenditure is about $35 million, and these are some highlights. The third phase of improvements on Fair Oaks Boulevard. This will complete the segment from about Marconi up to Landis and finish that Main Street project that has been underway. We have a new project to do complete streets and streetscape on Folsom Boulevard from Bradshaw Road west to La Riviera. That's thanks to a new active transportation program grant that we received as a result of the SB1 passing. Some future projects on Greenback Lane and Watt Avenue up in the North Highlands area. And then the second phase of streetscape on Old Florin Town, on Florin Road, so the Old Florin Town portion between Power Inn and Florin Perkins. The highway bridge replacements involves replacement of bridges that are either structurally deficient or, as they say, functionally obsolete. And these bridges are all funded by the Federal Highway Bridge Program. There are currently 10 active projects that are in design or will be going under construction in the coming year. There's a total expenditure in the TIP of about $86 million on bridge replacements. And then this last category is road rehabilitation and safety, includes pavement overlays, repair of curb gutter and sidewalk, disability access upgrades, speed control programs, and streetlight upgrades. The TIP includes about $60 million of expenditure on these. There's about 6 different overlay projects that will be done by contract that are going under construction this year and next year that are represented in the document. We also have 3 projects that are now out to bid, ready to go to construction this spring to install new streetlights in the Rosemont neighborhood, as well as in 2 South Sacramento neighborhoods. The county's ongoing neighborhood traffic management program is in this category where speed control measures are implemented in consultation with the neighborhoods, and curb gutter and sidewalk replacement is an ongoing program. So that's my overview of the TIPG part, and I can take any questions on that before I move into the SB1 request, or I can move on.
Well, see, I don't have anyone signed up to speak, except for Mr. Cerna.
Sorry, should have been quicker on the draw there. Real quick, I had a question, Dan, about the table that's on B1-9. It's labeled roadway candidate locations for future overlay. And there's I'm looking at I guess it would be the fourth and fifth rows where it's indicated there are some candidate locations for overlay from Fruit Ridge Road to Stockton Boulevard. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not these are nested, because it seems to me that if you're going from Highway 99 to Stockton Boulevard, if you're going from Franklin to Stockton Boulevard, you're necessarily going to include Highway 99 to Stockton Boulevard. So how do I account for the 1.7 million against the 3.3 million?
I'm going to ask Reza Mogisi to come up and give you a more expert answer.
Northern part.
Good morning, Reza Mogisi, Department of Transportation. I'm sorry, I was trying to find the location you were referring to, and I'm not sure whether I got the question correctly.
Okay, so it's B1-9.
Yes.
Okay, so if you go to the top of that table, it's labeled roadway candidate locations for future overlay.
Yes.
So it'd be the fourth and the fifth row from the top. The question is, both are labeled split between districts 1 and 2, and the length is along Fruit Ridge Road, and then one is beginning at Highway 99 to Stockton Boulevard, the other is Franklin Boulevard, and they're two separate estimated costs, and I'm wondering why, are they nested or not?
Right. Perhaps it's because a portion of the road might be in the city of Sacramento, and that's why it's different in the estimated cost.
Okay, good. And then another quick question. Generally, how are the overlays going to be scheduled? In other words, if you're looking again at this table and you see look at the first row, you got a PCI of 18 out of 100. So that against, I don't know, pick one, Powerline Road, Bayou to West Elkhorn at 65. How are we going to prioritize these overlay projects based on the PCI, but also taking into account traffic volume, so use and the urgency with which you need to do an overlay based on how much a roadway length is being used?
I think a number of factors we take into consideration, availability of funds and the type of funds that we have to work with. Some funds would restrict certain roads in, for example, residential areas. We cannot use federal funds for improvements on those roads. PCI is a prominent factor in deciding what roads should be considered for funding, but sometimes roadways have segments of it have already been worked on in previous years, and we try to complete that road. We come up with several alternatives, and I think we coordinate that with your office in kind of finalizing the decision as to which road should be considered.
But I guess what I'm asking is, before you come to our offices to have that discussion, are you gauging how bad a road is versus how much use it gets? So in other words, if it has a terrible PCI ranking or rating, but we know it doesn't have, it's rural or
Yes.
there's just not a lot of use. Do we put that off so that you can take care of another roadway that has a higher PCI but has a lot of use?
Yes, we do take that into consideration, the traffic volumes on the road, how much it's being used, and that factors in as well. But at some point, even roads with very light traffic need to be, funded. So it is a matter of really looking at all these candidate projects and looking at the use, looking at the type of fund we have and the PCI and the segments or phases that we have completed previously related to the roadway. Those all come together and kind of goes into the decision of the recommended roadways.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Reza, while you're up there, if I could, just again, appreciate the coordination on the various lists. I know that in the last couple of months, we've had some outreach by a couple of the rural fire departments in the Delta area, in particular, as it relates to condition of some of the roads. Some of it attributable to traffic that's been diverted from Highway 12 construction and the activities, not just diversion of traffic, but haul routes that were utilized that, again, I don't know that we have any ability to claim against anyone for those activities. Major reconstruction of Highway 12 from basically the Sacramento River to the to I-5. But my question being is that you have some Delta roads in there, but some of those, again, may require some rebuilding of those roads because my understanding is that the fire trucks and emergency response vehicles are having a difficult time navigating and negotiating some of those roads in proximity, particularly north of Highway 12 there. Is that contemplated just in, because I know there's other maintenance activities you're able to do, but it could result in a significant expenditure. Again, you and I haven't had a chance to talk about evaluation of those. I know you've been out personally, I think, and seen them in recent months. So I guess I'm trying to get some sense about within this plan, and again, you have the ability to come back, obviously, as you determine in the field and what needs to be done. But I'm curious, so Terminus Road, Jackson Slough Road, particularly north of the Highway 12 area there.
We have really a major challenge when it comes to levee roads in the Delta area because of the poor soil conditions under the best, circumstances. But when you add to that traffic diverted from the construction zone, that makes it increasingly difficult to deal with. But we are doing our best to keep the roadways together so it would be safe for traveling public. I don't think in the case of Highway 12 we have, we have a recourse to ask for some sort of compensation as a result of that project, although we can approach Caltrans to see whether they would be willing to assist with the impacts associated
like
with
sneezing
that.
in the wind, but I just, again, but the damage has been done, I guess. That's the point. So, again, I don't see some of those showing up on the list, and the PCI is, I think in some cases, probably deteriorated even more so over the last last year or so. So again, I know you go over the list pretty frequently and are responsive when we get a major blowout or potholes and so forth. But I got to imagine some of those cases, particularly between the city of Isleta and down to Highway 12, it's going to require, I think, us to take a look at how we can accomplish that work and get those in more passable conditions if we can. So
sure, we will do that.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Frost?
Reza, I was wondering, I'm looking at B1, page 31 through 33, and I just wanted to ask, there's a bridge on Scott Road, and I know that you and your staff have been working with my staff and Supervisor Natoli's staff over time because this bridge every year floods, and we're trying to figure out what can we do to help this situation, and the cost of building a new bridge is not feasible at this time. And I know recently you did some research based on some input that we got for adding a culvert under that bridge that would allow the water to transfer more easily and hopefully help the flooding situation. It's not in here, which is, I understand, but I guess my question is, since that is such a much less expensive to fix a problem that's a huge inconvenience to that community out there, and that at times just completely floods, is there a way that we can have that in our mind to maybe add this to future, maybe to next year's plan?
Certainly. I think that location is one of the priorities for our department. We were pursuing some grants, grant funding for
We're so
improving
excited.
in that, but that didn't go through due to environmental permits that we need to have before we can do any work. I think our design section is right now looking at a cost estimate, and I expect that will be targeted for some in the near future to be implemented in some level, because that road, that bridge or creek gets flooded frequently, and that causes a lot of inconvenience on the part of commuters. So we're very much aware of it and doing our best to come up with a solution for that.
Thank you so much for all the work you've done on that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I would move to approve the Transportation Improvement Guide with the exception of project number 39, the Douglas Road Extension. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Then I need another motion on 39. I'm going to recuse myself to a potential conflict of interest on item 39.
Is there a motion?
I'd move the item 39 with the Douglas Road extension in there, so.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Oh, excuse me. The motion passed with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Okay.
SB 1 portion.
So now we have the second part of this hearing. If I can get the PowerPoint back.
Come in just 1 second. We're setting it up.
Okay, so the other request before you today concerns the approval of a project list for the county's allocation of local streets and roads funding from Senate Bill 1 for 2018-19. And as you know, about a year ago, the legislature and the governor approved Senate Bill 1, which created new funding sources that were focused on improving the state and local transportation systems. SB 1 created several new funding programs, but the most significant, at least for cities and counties, is known as the Local Streets and Roads Program, which provides up to $1.5 billion a year for local road maintenance and rehabilitation, safety, and complete street improvements. And these funds are allocated to counties and cities by formula, not competitively. So similar to how we have the basic gas taxes allocated to us. Senate Bill 1 includes public accountability and transparency provisions that are intended to ensure that the funding from the new gas tax and the vehicle fees are spent officially, and also to allow the public the opportunity to review how the funds are being expended. So one of these requirements is that counties and cities before they can have an allocation approved for a fiscal year, need to adopt a list of projects that are proposed to be funded using these funds during that fiscal year, and that list be part of a resolution that's adopted by the board or city council at a public meeting. Your board previously approved a list for the current fiscal year for 17-18, and that was done last September as part of the budget hearings, the final budget hearings. This year and for future years, we're allowed to bring the list before you as part of a regular public meeting and a resolution, so we don't have to make it as part of the budget action. In 17-18, or the current year, our allocation from the local streets and roads program is estimated about $7.3 million. This is somewhat below what is expected to come to the county on the average, and this is just because the actual funding sources didn't get implemented until into the year, so we're really seeing a partial source. But with this year's allocation, we're either directly funding or leveraging state and federal funds for 9 arterial overlay projects, some additional pavement rehab work on 24 county streets, and most of that work has actually been completed. We had some projects where we're doing ADA upgrades, sidewalk repairs, traffic signal system upgrade. That's a federal safety funded project that we're matching with the SB1 funds, and then street light projects. Looking now to 2018-19, which is what the list before you today involves, our estimated allocation for 18-19 is $21 million, and this will fund, or will either fully fund or leverage state and federal funds for projects that are, again, focused on maintenance and rehabilitation, complete streets and safety. So the list that we have before you, which is actually called Exhibit A in your package, includes 17 projects. And within that are 12 12 arterial street overlays and overlays within 5 neighborhoods, as well as some force account work. And these are the locations that over the past couple of weeks we have been meeting with each of you on to define the locations within your district. So those are now included on the project list. And just to tie this all back to the tip, the arterial overlays and the neighborhood overlays are represented in projects on pages A2-7 and A2-17. We weren't able to put the actual locations because of the time, but we will include all of those locations on the final version of the tip. The list also includes matching funds for federal safety project to upgrade signals at 39 intersections, for some complete street improvements, such as 44th Street and 47th Avenue, Florin Road, and then also matching funds, providing matching funds for our ongoing bridge replacement program. So with your board's adoption of today's resolution and the project list, we will submit this list to the California Transportation Commission. That list needs to be turned into them by May 1st. And they, in turn, approve the list and pass that over to the state controller, who then will begin to allocate the funds to the counties and cities as of July 1st of this year. So that's it on my presentation, and I can answer any more questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dan, a couple of questions, or actually a comment on, I know it was noted in part of your report earlier, but just want to be sure we give due credit for the partnership with the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency on the Community Development Block Grant funding that has funded certainly a good portion of this streetlight work that's anticipated in Rosemont. I know it's helped with a couple of phases in South Sacramento and was a large contributor to the sound wall improvement, again in District 2, but along Highway 99 between Florin and Mack Roads. And so that has been a source that has helped, at least in those 3 projects, maybe in others, and I just want to give due credit because that relationship with the Department of Transportation and recognizing neighborhoods where we're reinvesting in areas where older improvement standards and/or a need to upgrade in some cases where improvements weren't fully completed. I just wanted to make sure that was noted. Sure. And the other question I wanted to ask about was on the SB1 list, and again, appreciate the work done again with my office and with the others as well. In the event that obviously be a determination later this year if it reaches the ballot on SB1 and it, what its future is, but in the event that that decision is sustained and that funding stays in place, I'm going to ask specifically about the Rosemont area where we identified some neighborhoods and the work actually won't occur until the 19 construction year. But we would know by November, I assume, the outcome of any ballot determination. And we identified other neighborhoods that for future years. And I guess my question is, if we were going to mobilize in that particular area with the ability then in the 19 construction year, assuming everything else were to fall in place, we would do the repavement and overlays and so forth, could we bundle what's anticipated, one was what we're going to approve here today, but then what's anticipated for the following fiscal year, because we're not going to do that anyway until 19. So I guess maybe you don't have an answer for me today, but I would like to see us to pull that together so we could do and get the economy of scale, but also then do basically contemplate 2 years worth of work, assuming the funding's in place. And so I guess my question is that feasible, and what has to happen beyond knowing that the funding is certain to accomplish that?
Well, with respect to the SB1 funds themselves, they are essentially under the same kind of guidelines that our gas tax is. So there is a lot of flexibility in terms of how you implement the work, and if it makes sense to bundle projects, absolutely we could. There's no restrictions that would prevent us from doing that with these funds. The other thing is that we have the ability during the year, if for some reason we determine that priorities change and maybe we would not proceed with certain projects that are already on this list and want to do others, we can do that, and we can do that without going back and formally amending this list. We just simply have to report that at the end of the year that we did this location and not this location. It's really the whole intent of the list and this process is transparency and really just letting the public know what we're doing. And so
I guess my question is, Dan, though, that, again, this is a process we do by board resolution, that in November, if we know the fate of SB1, and we know then we can contemplate what the dollars are going to be, at least generally for the following fiscal year, for the 1920 fiscal year. But the work's not going to occur until late spring, early summer of 19. Could we do a package that could take the 18-19 projects and what would be the 19, I guess, 20 projects and accomplish that in that construction year in the summer of 19, so we could do a much a fuller portion. I'm looking at Rosemont, but there are other neighborhoods you're doing this where you kind of have a phased approach. And because we only know what money we have this year, but in the event that SB1, again, as I said, is sustained, that we know we're going to be getting X amount. And I guess I'd like to see us be able to package that so that in the summer of 19 we could actually do 2 years of what would be on the project list, at least in those neighborhood programs, recognizing that we go out to contract on those. You got to have the contract documents and so forth. And so I guess I'd like to see us either visit that towards the end of the calendar year or shortly thereafter in November, so we could have some idea, because again, it seems to me, and maybe Ron or Mike can weigh in too, that the opportunity to do that, then we could do versus what's going to be $2 million worth of work, it might be $4 million worth of work, recognizing that was going to be the next phase we're going to attack anyway. So I guess I'd like to know thoughts on that.
Yeah, Ron Beccari, Transportation Director. We would definitely look to try to capitalize on the economy of scale by packaging the projects together. The funding stream will come in on a monthly basis, so we'd have to look to make sure that in order to accumulate enough money to deliver the entire project, we wouldn't push the entire project to a following summer, and we would lose then, maybe the pavement would deteriorate to a point that needing a more costly construction project. So we'd look to try to save all costs we possibly can, and we'll revisit that as we see when the money in November when we go to deliver the project, we'll look at that.
I guess it's my last comment would be that maybe we could see this sooner. Obviously, the project list has to come in a certain order to us. But again, if there's the ability, looking at what would accumulate through the course of this year, but then, assuming from November coming forward to the spring or summer, what we might be able to do. And again, there are other, for the districts, obviously, other project considerations. But again, to try to advance that work, I think that's the whole idea on the delivery. That's why obviously you're here before us today, and I think there's been a real push to get this accomplished. But the fact is that what we're approving here today, in large part, at least in good part, is not going to be done until next summer. So we won't see it. Correct. We won't see it in summer of 18. So what I'd like to see is maybe get the 18, 19, 20, and do a lot of work in the summer of 19. So.
Any other questions? Okay. Did you want us to vote on this? I don't have
there's a resolution that needs to be approved. So
move the resolution.
Yep,
Second.
please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 58 is the fiscal year 2018-19 five-year capital improvement plan and technology improvement plan review and referral to the County Planning Commission for project consistency with the general plan.
Good morning, Kristen Yates. Good afternoon, Kristen Yates, County Executive's Office. So before you today is the five-year capital improvement plan, technology improvement plan for fiscal years 18-19 through fiscal years 22-23. This year's five-year CIP includes 375 projects with proposed funding of approximately $1.1 billion. Overseen by 7 departments: airports, general services, DTEC, regional parks, transportation, waste management and recycling, and water resources. The CIP also includes needed projects that are currently unfunded for the departments of general services, DTEC, libraries, and regional parks. There are a total of 111 projects that would require funding in order to move forward. Many of the unfunded projects are not currently scoped, and a cost estimate has not been determined. For those projects that have been reviewed for cost estimates, approximately $160.2 million would be needed. So upon your approval, the County Executive's Office will move forward the CIP to the Planning Commission for review of the projects for consistency with the general plan. And the CIP will then be brought back to the board for approval as part of the fiscal year 2018-2019 recommended budget. So there are representatives here from each of our departments if there are any questions that you would like answered.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
So shall we start with the Department of Airports, possibly?
Well, I was going to say, are you going to do presentations by all the departments and then go through them?
I don't have any notes on that.
We weren't planning on a presentation. If you have a departmental question, we have them ready to answer.
Okay, I do have some questions.
So Mr. Natoli has some questions?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. A couple different program areas. First, I want to ask on libraries, if I could, and then I want regional parks, and then lastly, water resources. So, and as Jeff's coming down on libraries, we have the 11A funding, and we basically have a number of projects. A lot of them have zeros in there, so they aren't to the point they haven't even been scoped out. But when it comes to, I'm going to ask about a specific one. Actually, I had a meeting yesterday with the city manager and the mayor of Galt about the Galt Library addition, and it shows all City of Galt funding. I know that I utilized some discretionary funding that was directed to help them with that first phase, and City of Galt put some of that in there, but it's now grown to $1.5 million for the addition. So how is it that with 11A monies that it's only maintenance and that either with construction, and I know there are other members of the board want to ask probably about libraries too, as it relates to maybe new construction. So where is it that we get a chance to talk about that besides just replacing windows and fixing roofs? About libraries and, either facility expansions, new libraries. And we share, obviously, this responsibility with the library JPA, but I guess I want to bring it back to this board either today or some other early date to have some discussion about libraries and facilities. Otherwise, we just kind of nibble around the edges here, and we do a little bit of paint. We do the things that are important to keep the functioning and ADA accessibility, but we really don't have a very robust discussion about either 11A or any other funding sources. It just all falls back. And so again, I don't know, Jeff. I've got.
Let me take a shot at it.
Yeah.
Those are the concerns I've heard from a couple of board members, and part of what I want to have a discussion with the board with my work plan, my review, is to look at the library master plan 11A. There's a fund balance that we've been researching, and then bring it back to the board to have a workshop, because we have not, from what we can determine so far, there might be a little bit of history we're not seeing. Our board's not had an opportunity to look in a comprehensive manner what is the library and what is your all's wishes. It does go to the JPA. There's work that gets done there, but as you know, that JPA has different members, but our board as this body has not had that opportunity, at least for the 10 years I've been here, to have a conversation where we need to take libraries. And also, to your point, we also are stewards for the unincorporated, but in there is the cities that have incorporated. That funding comes through us, so we have a dual responsibility for our unincorporated and some of the suburban cities outside Folsom and city of Sacramento.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that background, and that goes to kind of at least part of the basis for our future discussion. But because, again, if all we look at is in this list is the things that, Jeff and General Services working with libraries are responsible for to keep, the libraries accessible and comfortable and so forth, then we never really get to have a conversation about, whether it's 11A or it's general fund or whatever, because it just falls in the CIP, and and it just stays the way it is. And so, in fact, the last new library I think is the North Highlands Antelope North Highlands library that we constructed. And so I think
part of that review with the JPA is that the JPA set up very basically they're supposed to be our operators. And the construction and what the future needs to be, it's with our board.
Right.
And that's what we need to have a conversation. How do we do that? And then if there's construction need, and I know that Supervisor Frost, in her district, there's a need for Orangeville, other districts might have. We've not had that conversation, even prioritizing where do we want our libraries. I know Supervisor Peters has some renovations in her district, and we're always behind the 8 ball looking for funding, because when we do our funding, all the other departments line up first, and then library is put to the side. So that's what I would like to have the conversation is, what's our vision, get a library master plan going, of course working with RIFCA, not outside that, and then bring you back something and have a conversation about it.
Okay, so when would you think you would get that back to us? Is it pre-budget?
It won't be pre-budget. It's going to take, the library master plan does take some time. I've just started internally talking about it. I've not even talked to RIFCA about it. So I need to get a timeline from her and bring it back and have a conversation about it.
Because there are developer fees as well in some of the areas that maybe, again, it's fairly minimal, and it's going to take us probably 100 years in some cases to get enough developer fee to, keep up with the construction costs. And so, again,
it's developer fee.
This summer,
I would like to get it done by fall. Okay. I want to make sure it's a comprehensive look at it.
Will it include an examination of the budget that's within the library system? And what monies are available to the county for their own libraries?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if anybody else has anything in libraries. I didn't have any specific projects. That was kind of my question. Again, I've got some other in parks and such, but anybody else? Did you have something on libraries, Sue?
Oh, it was basically what you said, and there was some question as to what money was counties and where the money belonged to that we were working on. So that workshop will include all that.
Correct. And that work is undergoing at this point. We are working through where the money was accumulated, where's the JPA, and where the money is allocated.
Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, your next item, Don.
Okay, yes. Just regional parks, if I could. Jeff, one area that I think needs to get some discussion, and it's not just parks, but I think obviously with the county exec's office, and this is as it relates to the Mather Wetland Preserve. The fencing was in there, and there's and economic development's had a role in this, but we really haven't identified that. And I know that there's been over time discussion about we're going to do some work up to that and so forth, but there is a significant unfunded number there that may be contemplated with either future projects to come through for development on Mather Complex or elsewhere in the area. And so I don't know how that gets bundled up, but it's not reflected in any way that I'm familiar with the document. And so again, it's not all on parks. It relates to some other things. But I think that needs to be in some document somewhere. Otherwise, again, to my point on the libraries earlier, it's not identified anywhere. So I don't know if you have any idea. We fund some activities out there, and you provide ranger services and so forth, but there's a bigger number for restoration and enhancements and so forth that doesn't even have a solid number to it at this point in time, maybe an estimate, I guess, of 7-10 million, whatever. But
correct. So we have not articulated in this document what would be the overall operating requirements for the Mather Preserve as it relates to the wetland manager, and we can work with the county exec's office on a strategy to identify those. We have identified the capital improvements related to the preserve here.
Well, some of them, just
some of them. That is
only
true.
just the fencing. There's other things that will come behind that aren't even included here. And again,
the overall broader project, as Jeff is mentioning, we've not costed that.
Okay.
And as this document progresses, and we look at CIP on a very frequent basis, once we have some certainty what that number might look like, at this point, it's going to be a guess for us.
Right.
And that's what Jeff's alluding to. Is as this progresses, we have an idea what the dollar amount is. It'll come into the CIP either as funded or unfunded.
Well, and there may be some incremental improvements. This board has put some dollars in, again, from a couple different sources, and we are doing, operationally, we certainly have a preserve manager, and we've done some fencing and posting cable, and again, good work for the folks who are involved in that. But there may be other things that need to be done, and even identify them incrementally, I think is important. So I guess that was my point. It's not so much, a question about including it right now immediately, but I think it needs to be included. I'd like to see it
in the future.
Next year's plan. Okay. All right, that's all I had for parks. I don't know if anybody else has anything on parks, but...
You had one more?
Yeah, just one more. Yeah, water resources, if I could. Good afternoon, Michael. Question on water resources is that this has a lot of new construction and certainly some rehab in it. And I guess my question is that we know we got an item, a few weeks out that's going to relate to certainly to rates that, stand behind some of the debt, but also operating costs and funding for improvements. So by approving this CIP, are we somehow backing ourselves into what we're going to see as a board in a few weeks as relates to potential rate increases, considerations, and so forth that you're going to be seeking some direction on? The only reason I started backing it, but there's a relationship there, obviously. And so well, I guess
sure. I mean, this gives us a look ahead on what on the water supply side, the large rehab projects that we have coming down. The Arden Service Area project is really the big one. It doesn't lock us in. Approving this doesn't lock us into any rate scenario. I mean, they definitely are connected. There's funding issues, but then there's also timing of projects. So sometimes you have to move projects. We do have an imperative from a state standpoint to get the Arden Service project done by 2025. So there's limited time to slide that project. But we'll have that discussion in terms of how things will be funded. Because it's not entirely, it's not anticipated that rates would be the entire funding source for that Arden project in particular.
Okay.
Supervisor Tully, this is more of a planning document to give you an idea of what we're thinking when we get to rates and funding. As Michael said, that's absolutely a discretion at the board on what we need to go forward.
Okay.
And if there's not, for whatever reason, if there's not a rate increase, it doesn't mean that this project is going to go ahead and get funded. The only deadline, as Michael said, is 2025 on one of those projects.
I'm aware of that. And I know there's some flexibility, but it does show years and projected expenditures. And again, I know there's enough flexibility, but I just, for anybody that looks at this and says, well, this is what they're going to do in any given year, it's projected, and you have to have the funds behind it to accomplish that. So, okay.
The key will be when we bring it back in June, and when you make the funding decision, what goes in at that point for the first year is the locked-in number at that point.
Okay.
This is just a plan at this point.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, you're back. Flo, could I speak to you for a minute? Yep. Go ahead, Kristen.
So at this point, we just need approval of the recommendations to direct us to send this to the Planning Commission for review, and then to report back the end result of that.
So we're looking for a motion, is that what you said?
That's what I'm looking for, yes,
Okay.
please.
So I'm going to move approval of the CIP program, except for 4 items that I'm recusing on, which are on the white screen. You'll probably have to enlarge it quite a bit. It was second on that?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
So no further questions, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
I would move the balance.
Okay, so pointing out that
The motion is for the balance of the rest of the items.
Yeah.
It's been made and second. Please vote.
Peters? Thank you. And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters voting, recusing.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think that it concludes our business for this morning. I don't have any speaker sheets to cover any additional items, so we're going to adjourn, and we do have a closed session. See you back at 2 o'clock. I'd like to call the County Board of Supervisors back to order the afternoon of April 10th, 2018. Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Yes. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters? And you have a quorum. Item 59 is the Greenback Lane zoning ordinance amendment. Request for a zoning ordinance amendment at 8695 Greenback Lane in the Orangeville community. The environmental determination is a negative declaration.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters, board members. Chris Bahuli with Planning and Environmental Review. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I will go through with you. It's my pleasure this afternoon to present this item, which is an amendment to the Greenback Lane Special Planning Area to amend use restrictions on a specific site identified in the SPA. The location of the subject property, which the amendment seeks to address, is 8695 Greenback Lane. In 1993, the board approved an amendment to the Greenback Lane SPA and a conditional use permit to allow for an athletic club to be developed on the project site. The project did not move forward, and the conditional use permit expired in 1996. The request for consideration today would allow most of the permitted and conditionally permitted uses of the LC zone district on this particular site. The amendment would prohibit certain uses on the site which were vetted with the surrounding residents and the CPAC, and include such uses as auto repair, bars, smoke shops, and other like uses. This slide shows some a context map and photos of the site. The subject property is vacant, and to the north there are single-family residential uses. To the south there's various retail uses, including a gas station. To the east is the Winco Shopping Center, and to the west is a senior living facility. Want to review a couple of the key points of this request. The site is highly constrained with a substantial grade change on the property and 29 oak trees. Should note that there are standard mitigation measures included in the ordinance and the MMRP to address the anticipated tree impacts when a future project comes forward. There is none proposed at this time, just the SPA amendment. As mentioned, the current SPA restricts the site to an athletic club and all business and profession uses currently. The proposed amendment to the SPA would allow the owner to market the site to a variety of other retail and office users and would allow most LC permitted and conditionally permitted uses. I should also note that future development on the site would be subject to a non-discretionary design review. This project was reviewed by the Orangevale CPAC on February 7th and was recommended for approval. The CPAC did have quite a bit of discussion, as I mentioned, about prohibiting certain uses, and that's how staff developed the prohibited uses that are included in the ordinance. The item was heard in February by the Planning Commission, and they recommended unanimous approval to the board. Staff's recommendation is that the board determine the environmental analysis adequate and complete and adopt the negative declaration and the MMRP, and also adopt the ordinance amending the Greenback Lane SPA. That concludes my presentation. I should note that the applicant is here and is available for any questions, as well as I am. Thank you.
Okay, did the applicant wish to make any presentation or just answer questions?
I think they want to say a couple of comments.
Good evening, good afternoon, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board.
Been a long time, Paul.
Years, as actually, long time. I guess we had a recession since last time I was here. I just briefly, because I see this is item 59 on your long agenda today, that I would say hello. And the project's pretty much been out of use due to its limited zoning for 25 years, and I'd like to put it into production, create some jobs and some sales tax revenue, and clean it up. It's been a pretty bad homeless garbage dump for a long time. Take advantage of the synergy with Winco across the street and build something new for that long-established Greenback corridor. With that, I think staff has covered it. Staff report covered it. We had a good time at CPAC. Everybody was on board 5-0. Planning Commission took about 7 minutes. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, Ms. Frost.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I'm pleased that you're bringing this. The community of Orangevale has been asking for economic development and more businesses, and so this is exciting. It's exactly what they want, and it looks like the CPAC felt the same way, so thank you, Paul. And if there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and move approval.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous
Shortest meeting
vote.
you ever had, Paul.
Head spinning?
Don't go there.
You're not used to that.
Better than Fair Oaks Promenade, 16 public hearings. How about that for one?
But it
Try
got
to make
done.
up for it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Item number 60 is the accessory dwelling unit zoning code amendments. Request to amend chapters 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code relating to accessory dwelling units due to recent changes in state law. The environmental document is exempt.
Does the podium go down anymore? Well, does this go down anymore, or is it down? That's better. Okay. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Jessica Brandt with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. Today, I'm presenting proposed code amendments related to accessory dwelling units. Some background just to get us all on the same page. Why are we recommending changes to our zoning code? Revisions to state law that took effect in January of 2017 required modification to our zoning code provisions related to accessory dwelling units, which I will refer to as ADUs through this presentation. The new state regulations required that local jurisdictions permit what they call reasonably sized, attached or detached accessory dwelling units by right in most zones, and limited replacement parking requirements. The goal of the revised state regulations is to encourage additional rental housing to address continuing affordable housing shortages in California. Local jurisdictions did retain the ability to regulate development and design standards for accessory dwelling units and a ministerial review process. On a broad policy level, local jurisdictions have been required to move from regulating the use of ADUs, or can we have one, to the development of them. Where can I put it? This shift is reflected throughout the proposed code amendments that I'll be presenting today. For example, the longtime use of the conditional use permit to allow accessory dwelling units above a certain size is being replaced with the application of what's called a special development permit for deviations from all development standards, including size limits. Again, moving the focus away from use and towards development components. You'll see that there's a administrative permit that is listed on this slide. I'll talk about that more later on in the presentation. So how were these recommended proposals developed? The board passed an urgency ordinance amendment in May of 2017 that made targeted revisions to the zoning code. And just to recap, it was to adopt the state definition of accessory dwelling unit, allow conversion of existing permitted square footage to an ADU by right, and replaced our parking replacement requirements with what the state allows us to require. After this urgency ordinance was passed, PER staff was then able to undertake a more comprehensive review and update of all of the related zoning code sections. First, we reviewed updates that have been completed by jurisdictions across the state. This provided some parameters around what is considered a reasonably sized ADU and examples of some administrative permitting. Next, we worked with internal stakeholders, notably management from the Building Inspection Division, to coordinate zoning code amendments with other related development codes to keep us all on the same page as we move forward. Finally, a set of outstanding policy items were brought to all of the CPACs for additional direction on how to ultimately shape the proposed amendments. On March 12, 2018, the Planning Commission heard the item and voted 3-2 to recommend approval of the amendments, with removal of a proposed requirement that the primary dwelling be owner-occupied in order to rent an ADU, and a reduction in the size allowance for ADUs on lots of 20,000 square feet and greater. And I'll talk about both of these points in more detail soon. The ordinance amendments before the board include these recommended changes. And again, as mentioned, we did hold workshops with every CPAC except for the Natomas CPAC, who received the materials by email. And we did outreach to housing and real estate entities for comments, and then general public outreach and response as people asked questions about the updates.
Okay, Madam Chair.
What were the questions generally?
Oh, I just wanted to ask real quick. You mentioned, except for the Natomas CPAC, for my constituents that may be watching that live in the Natomas area, can you elaborate a little bit? Because it just sounds like, hey, we
just blow them off.
Yeah, we're just not going to go to that CPAC.
No, we did attempt to go to that CPAC. This was a workshop item, and usually for CPACs, we don't have them convene unless they have an item for a recommendation vote.
Okay.
So we did request that the chair let us know if they would still like to meet on this item. The response was no. Go ahead and send the materials by email.
Great.
So that's what we did.
Thank you.
Sure.
When you went out to the community you described on this slide, what kind of comments did you get back?
If you look at attachment 3 of your board report, what we ended up doing with this workshop was try to do a guided discussion through a number of policy items. And attachment 3 includes a summary of the feedback that we received on these various policy issues that we talked to the CPAC about. We specifically asked for their review and comment on owner occupancy of the primary dwelling, development standards such as height, size, additional development standards, which again I'll talk about in a little more detail later, that kind of give a more context and design review and what the CPACs thought about those. And then looking at splitting accessory structures and accessory dwelling units more clearly in our code, and whether restricting occupancy of an accessory structure is a reasonable thing to do. And so we had these items that we walked through with each CPAC, and then we took down all of their responses in here. And as you can see, it was certainly not a situation where all of the CPAC members agreed on any particular item, nor did we ask them to agree. We were trying to get a more general feedback review of these items before we finalize the draft for the Planning Commission and the board. So I don't know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a question, Jessica. So in the chart, and you maybe going to, I don't know if you were going to walk through this in any particular order, or if you just, for information, allow us to ask questions, but as it relates to, and I know it's covered in your staff report and you haven't got to it yet on the primary dwelling owner occupancy, but some of the council comments reflected they thought that was not in keeping with state law. My understanding is state law does allow us to, again, it'll be up to this board to determine how we want to approach that, but does allow us to have a restriction where one of the units must be owner occupied. Is that correct, Krista?
Yes, that is correct. It's
okay,
allowed, but not required.
Yeah, and it seemed to be some confusion because a couple of councils said, well, they didn't know if, they thought maybe it was okay or maybe not, but they thought it conflicted with state law. But state law is clear about local jurisdictions having that authority. Okay. Now, you can restrict one unit or both units? Only one of the two. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just saw Don. Go
Did
ahead.
you say
I'm sorry.
Did you say you did remove the restriction of owner occupied on either unit, or you're restricting it on
Correct.
one unit?
Yeah,
So it's completely removed.
It's completely removed. That was the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board, was to completely remove it.
That was not the staff recommendation.
That was not the staff recommendation, no.
And CPACs were split on it.
Yes.
And there were some questions. So Planning Commission comes to us with a 3-2 vote on that, or at least on the full package. And
yeah, on the full package, it was a 3-2 vote.
But staff recommended for it initially.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe you can elaborate on that. I don't know if you intend to a little later, but that would be helpful to know. So.
Of course. In fact, I will elaborate on that right now. So here are the 5 major areas where we are recommending changes to the zoning code related to accessory dwelling units and accessory structures. The first area are the use standards for accessory dwelling units. And this was the area where we had that requirement for owner occupancy of the primary dwelling in order to rent out the accessory dwelling unit. And what staff brought to the CPACs and the Planning Commission was that it would be a restriction that would be placed on new accessory dwelling units. So this wouldn't be something that existing units would be required to somehow, backdate and put into their deed. But further on, I talk about an administrative permit process. During that process, we would have an owner put in a deed restriction that says that they will not rent out that accessory dwelling unit if they don't live on the site. So that was the recommendation to the Planning Commission. The CPACs reviewed it. Like Supervisor Natoli said, they were very split. The majority of CPAC members did support this. They liked the idea of having the owner on site, trying to avoid the concern of, kind of rentals run rampant, if you will. But there were a strong minority that expressed concerns about the impact to private property rights and enforcement difficulties on this one. Review of other jurisdictions indicates a split in the use of this provision as well. So there's definitely not a clear path as far as what other folks are doing.
Jessica, excuse me, we got some talking in the audience, and it's very difficult to hear you. Ladies? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the CPACs, like I said, were split. When we brought this to the Planning Commission, they were actually 5-0 in support of removing this owner occupancy requirement. The members of the Planning Commission stated that they found the requirement overly burdensome, antithetical to the state's mandate for the provision of additional rental housing, and potentially discriminatory. And so those were their reasoning for removing this from the recommendation that's going to the board today. It is...
Go ahead. Hold on, just Jessica.
Nope, that's fine.
Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. Just wanted to note, too, have you heard from the Sacramento Association of Realtors on this subject as well?
Yes. A representative from the Sacramento Association of Realtors did come to the Planning Commission, speak on this topic. They are opposed to owner occupancy requirements. I don't know if a representative was able to make it today.
He's in chambers.
I don't have a speaker sheet from anyone.
Yeah, but he's in
realtors.
chambers.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that I see him, but I do not have a speaker sheet from him.
So
yeah, we're not doing electronic.
Again, the Planning Commission voted 5-0, basically in agreement.
So unfortunately, the transmittal is incorrect from the Planning Commission. The actual vote from the Planning Commission was 3-2. However, their initial motion was to move the amendments forward with just striking the owner occupancy requirement. That there was discussion amongst the members about the size limits that we were recommending, and there was a friendly amendment basically to add a size restriction to the motion. And with that amendment, it ended up being a 3-2 vote.
I am thoroughly confused.
Sorry.
So did the Planning Commission basically issue a de facto indication that they agree with the realtors or not?
Yes, so the Planning Commission did not want, on a 5-0 basis, the owner occupancy in there. The split vote was around the size of the units, which was a different issue.
Different issue, right?
Yes,
okay.
Separate issue.
Understood.
So 5-0 against the owner occupied?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. So that's what I have on the owner occupancy. There is language that continues the owner occupancy that was included in attachment 2, which is the Planning Commission staff report, if you wanted to review what we did have prior. And then I will move on to the other areas, unless there's more.
No?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Jessica, if you could pause for a minute.
Yeah,
we're going to try and keep these to a minimum because she's losing her place here. Go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly on that point, though. We have, with the current requirements we've had in place for a number of years on accessory dwellings, from time to time put that requirement on as a condition. Mm-hmm. What we would lose here in this process, as I understand it, is that I guess administratively you might have some authority to do that, but if it's an administrative permit, then I'm not even so sure, and council may weigh in on this, whether you could impose that. If there was a question about it, and then I think the question of equity then looms much larger. Mm-hmm. And we may hear some testimony again today. I know I've received some written comments, maybe colleagues have, concern to your point about, not just rentals. I think you're using your point, rentals run rampant, but it was where you don't have owner occupied, and this is going to basically apply throughout the county. And we've had a couple situations in the rural areas where it's become more problematic, where they come in, they split the property, they put modular units on, and then they come and get 2 more modular units, and they're all rentals. And it's creating a situation where we're getting neighbors that are becoming pretty strongly convinced that it's beginning to unravel some of the neighborhood fabric. And so again, owner-occupied doesn't guarantee that, but I think it certainly shows an interest by that owner. And that's traditionally, in this county, kind of just going back over time, as this has evolved at the state level, and it's great that they can tell us how to do everything, but they don't have to sit here and then figure that out at the local level with the neighbors, with community councils, and obviously with the other parties involved. But I would just say that as it's evolved, we've had a pretty good process where very few have ever been turned down. Obviously there's a process to go through, but we've been able to work through those issues. And now just to kind of blanket open that up in neighborhoods, big and small, large lots or small lots with some requirements on size, I think becomes problematic, and we'll maybe hear some more about that. But I just want to ask you the question. So at the community council, some of those conversations, did they get into neighborhood impacts and about the ownership versus 2 rentals and then 2 more rentals and 2 more rentals, basically doubling the density of neighborhoods, whatever that zoning is? So I just like a little more flavor of that. I mean, obviously you get the chart here, but I assume you were at most of those meetings, so.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of the main topics of discussion at all of the CPACs that I attended. I know at Orangevale there was a very vocal group that was concerned about just what you're talking about with the sort of de facto doubling of density and how this would end up playing into that. I think that actually was part of the discussion around the size of the units as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's...
So what authorities would rest with the plan? The last question on this. So administratively, you would have the ability to consider this, but I mean, what authority, if they came over the counter and got some over-the-counter administrative permit, basically we say there's no requirement.
Yeah, the times we have applied it have been in the context of a conditional use permit,
right.
Where we are looking at the use. I would think it would be much more problematic in the context of an administrative permit where we're just looking at where it is and how it's built and that it's not being a nuisance to the neighbors to then apply owner occupancy. I would suspect that that would be a challenge to apply that sort of discretion on an administrative permit.
So you either do it or you don't, basically, you're saying, Leanne. I mean, again, your recommendation was that we do it.
Yeah, especially if you're requiring a deed restriction and all that. I don't know if county council has any opinion on that, but in an administrative permit, we haven't really set it up. And maybe we would need to phrase the ordinance different if in the context of an administrative permit, there were some parameters around how staff should judge that. But I would think we would need some guidance in the ordinance that is not in there right now to frame staff's discretion.
And that's why I said either you do it or you don't, basically, because otherwise I think it makes it really tough at the staff level, even to gauge that with some parameters. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other areas. So we have revised and expanded the development standards for accessory dwelling units. We have a new accessory dwelling unit administrative permit, revised use and development standards for general and agricultural accessory structures, and then, of course, all of the related general code terminology and definition updates. And I'll talk about each of these briefly. The revised development standards for ADUs, this was another hot topic at the CPACs. We had actually brought out some items on changing the size and the height of accessory dwelling units that were roundly panned at the CPACs, and so we did remove those. But what we're doing here again is we're consolidating all of the ADU development standards into their own section. So we're trying to move them away as much as possible from general accessory structures. There are changes in the size, height, and attachment standards. And unfortunately, this slide is hard to read up here, and I apologize. But I just wanted to walk through this a little bit. I know this is getting into the weeds a bit. But the number of accessory dwelling units per lot remains at 1. The minimum size of an ADU is 150 square feet. That's a state standard. What we're bringing to you as far as size for detached accessory dwelling units is a special development permit would be required for any lot less than 5,200 square feet. For lots of 5,200 square feet to about a little less than 20,000 square feet, it would be 600 square feet for the ADU. And lots above 20,000 square feet or greater would be 800 square feet. And again, this is for detached units. I do think that the board report was a bit unclear as far as the fact that this is just for detached. And then we have another layer of regulation on attached units, which is that those units are only allowed to be 50% of the primary dwelling square footage. And I'll get into the size again here. I'll just walk through the rest of this really quickly. We did put a maximum amount of space for the non-habitable portion of an accessory dwelling unit. You don't want a 3,000 square foot garage attached to an 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit, so that's restricted. Let's see what else. We're allowing them to go up to 20 feet in height, and that I talk about a little later is related to trying to get the aesthetics more in tune with the primary dwelling. We are allowing both attached and detached. The attachment needs to be at least 30% of the wall. They do need to be on a permanent foundation. I know sometimes we've had people come in and actually regularly talking about tiny homes. Tiny homes for us in the planning department are they're effectively a recreational vehicle in our code, and as far as the ones that are on a chassis. So for this, they would have to move that sort of tiny home onto a permanent foundation in order to be considered an ADU under our guidelines. So the size options, other than the owner occupancy, this was the hottest topic. Our current standard is on the left. That's the 400, 500, and 600 square feet are currently allowed by right on these lot sizes. After going to the CPACs, it's been interesting to try to thread the needle on what's reasonable for the incredible variety of communities and lot sizes that we have. What we came up with after the CPAC was basically a sliding scale for lots that are above 12,000 square feet. It was about 3.5% of the lot area. And that would have gotten you to about a 1,200 square foot ADU, a little under on a lot, a little under 3/4 of an acre. The Planning Commission reviewed that. They reviewed another sliding scale potential, which spread that out a little bit more. It would have been an acre before you got a 1,200 square foot ADU. Ultimately, they weren't as comfortable going high up to a 1,200 square foot size, and so their recommended standard was moving from a 400 to a 600 square foot maximum for the 5,200 to 20,000 square foot lots, and then an 800 square foot maximum for 20,000 and above square foot lots. And then, of course, you can deviate from those lot sizes or the ADU sizes with a special development permit. That's a hearing process. It's similar to a use permit, and so that would be something where neighbors would have some more say in the matter. I do want to note that we did report back to the CPACs after the Planning Commission meeting on the size restrictions that they ended up recommending. Some CPAC members were unhappy with the recommendation, especially CPAC members in more rural areas. We heard that members thought that the larger lots, 2-acre, 5-acre lots, should be allowed to have a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit. They didn't see them as overcrowding or causing excess density. So I did want to mention that. I do believe we have some public speakers on that point as well.
Okay. Could you pause for a moment, please, Jessica?
Sure.
Mr. Cerna?
Another point of clarity on the size limitations. Again, I was the one that raised the issue about there being some ambiguity in the board letter about which limitations apply to which type of ADU, attached or detached. And I really think it could have just been solved by adding a word to the title of a table. But again, here on this table, is there any reason why there is not a reference to the the 50% habitable space limitation if you're talking about all accessory dwelling units, not just detached here? In other words, the title to the table is accessory dwelling unit size options, which I take to mean both detached and attached, correct? So why is there not a reference to the 50% limitation here?
No, I think it's more a conservation of space. The table that's in the code amendment, the actual code table, is this one here, and it does break it, maximum ADU size detached, maximum ADU size attached. So I apologize because this is ambiguous, like you say.
It is.
Yeah.
Ms. Frost?
I've seen people go in and build a tiny home that was a HUD qualified on a permanent foundation, and then after build their home. So how does that work with the size limitations? And would that just be, that would be the second unit on that property?
Correct.
So how would you look at that?
Yeah, so it would be considered the primary unit if they brought that in first.
So they'd only be able to have half the size of that?
Only if they attached it. So my hope is that they wouldn't. So I think that unit can become the second unit. And we do see that quite a bit. People will come in, they'll build, the little starter home, and then a few years down the line, they'll be able to get the money in order to build their dream home. And they'll come in and they'll want to reclassify the first home as their second dwelling. And as long as it meets our standards, they're fine.
Okay, it would just still have to meet the size standards to the new home.
Correct.
Based on the size of the smaller home. So if they built 1,000 square foot home, they would have to be building a main house big enough to accommodate that size.
Only if they attached it. But yes, if they wanted to attach the larger home to the smaller home, the larger home would need to be 2,000 square feet. We don't usually see that. Usually if someone's coming in with a larger second home, it's detached, and then that 50% rule doesn't apply. It just goes by the lot size.
And they might need a special development permit, but they could get that special development permit if it was like 1,200 square feet and only, say, 600 was allowed with the administrative permit, then they would get the special development permit and then they could build the dream home.
Does that help?
I also have a question relating to we have fairly loose requirements relating to, they don't have to have a bathroom. We can approach this as a communal living, so they can build an accessory dwelling unit as small as 150 even, without a bathroom or a sink, assuming they're going to come in and use the main house as communal living.
Almost. To qualify as an accessory dwelling unit in livable space under the code, you do need to be an efficiency unit, and the California Building Code does require that it's both sleeping, eating, and a bathroom. So you can have a kitchenette. You don't necessarily have to have a full kitchen.
Like a microwave or
But you do have to have
sink.
a microwave and a sink. You do have to have a bathroom, I believe. So they still would have that very minimal living arrangement.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we get on to the additional development standards that we are proposing. These are standards that go beyond height, size, and setback. We're trying to get towards a review of the context and the design of accessory dwelling units. This is usually what would come up when we brought accessory dwelling units through the CPACs during use permit processes. Neighbors are interested in how it's going to visually impact the neighborhood, if there's going to be privacy impacts, and the like. And so we have this new set of development standards that would be looked at as part of the administrative permit, which again I'll talk about in the next slide. Basically, the new ADU would need to be found architecturally compatible with and subordinate to the primary dwelling, and there's some factors that we look at to determine that. The new ADU would need to be sited and designed to pose minimal visual impact to and maintain the privacy of surrounding properties. Again, there's some indicators on that one. This is similar to language that has been adopted by a number of jurisdictions and seems to be a successful way to bring ADUs in with the least amount of impact to the neighbors. And all of this was supported by the CPACs and the Planning Commission.
Can I just ask you, so how do you define subordinate? What's that mean?
So subordinate, what we're looking for is it needs to look secondary to the main home. So,
well, I got two side-by-side modulars.
Yeah, that would.
At 800 square feet.
Right. Right, so that wouldn't be considered subordinate.
So you have to have one smaller in order to issue the administrative permit?
Potentially, yeah, smaller, set back further, perhaps even, we have, if you go to the strike-through ordinance, page 20, these are the findings that staff would need to make. And so, for example, oh, I'm sorry, 22. And so we're looking for, the primary entrance to the accessory dwelling should be kind of around the corner from the main home as opposed to at the front. The roof pitch, if it's detached, it can vary, but flat roof structures are discouraged. The idea is that you're trying to make this as unassuming as possible.
So you say flat roofs are discouraged now. Again, my recollection of with the accessory units, particularly for the modulars, put on a permanent foundation, they required the roof pitch and certainly skirting. You think it's to make it look.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and so it's not only discouraged, you wouldn't be permitted if you had a modular that was a flat top modular.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially have a very modern looking home, and you're doing a stick built accessory dwelling, and you want a flat roof accessory dwelling, and that's okay.
One other question, and it goes to the development standards. So what about proximity? Because one of the concerns that's been expressed to me, certainly even over time, has been, again, using some of the rural examples, is that for the most part, the homes are proximate, but you take a 5-acre parcel or 10-acre parcel, and we've had a couple of examples over time where I got the primary home facing on Road X, and I'm going to put that modular all the way back at the rear of the property, because we use the same well, so you don't have to drill a new well. You got to put a separate septic in, and so it's in somebody else's backyard or side by side. What governs that, or what controls that, and how much discretion are people going to be willing to exercise at the counter? I come in there and I show this map and I show here's this and this is the primary dwelling. It meets certain criteria for the structural context, but I'm going to put it in the rear of the property.
Right. We did look at that. I believe there was a public comment letter that came before the Planning Commission. The only thing that we have that addresses that sort of issue is that we, as part of these additional development standards, we're requiring them to show that they're using greater setbacks than the minimum required to lessen the visual impact of the accessory dwelling unit on surrounding lots. It doesn't necessarily require that they move the accessory dwelling close to the primary dwelling, but it is a way for us to push back a little bit on ones where they put them way at the back of the property when there's clearly other areas that would be less detrimental to their neighbors. But that's as close as we get.
And part of the distinction here is now we have a public hearing process. It may be at administrative level for the except for those that are permitted in our code, the much smaller units. But that basically goes away. You get a ministerial review and administrative permit, what we're talking about here, and it's far different because then there's, in actuality, the neighbors don't even have a clue until building permit's issued and something goes in. There's no notice to neighbors. There's no discussion regarding proximity or any other factors, and that may be what the state's designed. But again, we're the ones having to at least hear this out and think it through, and so. That's an important distinction. Not that you or Leanne or somebody wouldn't exercise some discretion when it came to that, but I can imagine we're going to see many more of these. And again, each application will be a bit different, and yet it may be similar, and it's different. Now there's least notice, and you have that conversation. You have it, and it gets worked out. I said there's been very few of these over the years, maybe 2 or 3 that have ever been turned down. So it's like probably got hundreds of these in the county.
Well, it is certainly something that we could add potentially as another development standard.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I've talked about this throughout the presentation. This is our administrative permit. As Supervisor Natoli says, this is a ministerial review. Again, this is us trying to bridge the gap between going through our old use permit process, but not necessarily going directly to just go get your building permit and go on your way. Let's try to get something here to allow for a more contextual review of these before we send them on their way. So the administrative permit, we're proposing something similar to our non-discretionary design review program. There would be a short form. Applicants would need to submit the form and materials showing the proposed ADU. Staff would take that in, assign it a number, roughly 2-week turnaround, and a fee amount that would be similar to the incidental design review, which is currently $449.35. This was supported by the CPACs and the Planning Commission. We had thought about bringing this through as a design review proper. A lot of the CPAC members thought that that was overkill, and so this seemed like a better way to go about this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frost has a question.
My mind keeps going back to this. In my experience in lending, there's minimum HUD requirements for financing on these types of properties. And so these parameters that we're talking about writing into the ordinance, in some cases, don't meet those HUD standards for financing. But they could be financed by a line of credit. But my thought process goes to people who are adding an accessory dwelling unit thinking they're adding value to their home, but then when they go to sell it, that second unit potentially may not be able to even be included in the appraisal, depending on what kind of financing they're getting. If they're getting a low down payment government loan and that ADU in the backyard is under 400 square feet, that ADU will be completely taken out of the consideration for the appraisal for financing, is my thought. Okay, so I wonder if we're, I mean, that could impact property values in the unincorporated area, and it could create some misunderstandings where, like, if people would have known they needed to build an extra 100, all they had to do is add another 100 square feet, and then when they went to sell their house in 5 years, it would be able to be compared to the guy 5 houses down the street who has an ADU that's not as nice as theirs, but theirs isn't that much square footage and doesn't qualify. So is there a way that we can give some kind of a disclosure up front so that people are building ADUs are cognizant that there may be financing restrictions based on the kind of ADU they build?
I think that's fair. We can do that as part of the administrative permit.
I guess we could maybe. I don't know that that's planning's area of expertise, so I think my concern would be, does planning really know enough about that to be providing appropriate advice? That's not something we normally get into. It's usually...
Maybe it's micromanaging, but it is it is a consideration, because when you're going out comparing property values,
right,
there will come a time when someone maybe needs to sell their home to maximize the funding they can get from it, and it turns out that's worth nothing, and they put $50,000 into it.
I think we would have to rely on someone else other than planning who's more of an expert to provide that advice.
I don't think it's our responsibility. It's just, I'm just thinking, just a little quick disclosure. You know, if you're building an ADU, do your homework.
Would that be something like a special disclosure that a title company might be more appropriate to
I mean,
engage?
maybe it's not our job to do that, right, but, you know, it's something that bothers me, you know, because I see a potential for down the road impacting property values when if they'd have known, you know, they might have done it different.
Right, but the concern is, as Leanne said, it's not our area of expertise, and I would hate to see a planner give wrong advice to a homeowner and then have a financing deal fall through, and then they come back to the county and try to pin it on the county. So, you know, I think that there are a lot of potential issues with that. I could see that going bad in a hurry.
Okay. Okay. Anything more on the administrative permit before I move on? Okay, so I don't want to belabor this because I've been up here for a little while. We did do a lot of changes related to accessory structures. We've done revised use standards, again coordinating with the Building Inspection Division to try to make our categorization of different structures consistent and to address safety issues with people sleeping in accessory structures. And so our proposal would actually prohibit habitation or sleeping in accessory structures. If you want to build an accessory structure that allows for sleeping, it would be classified as an accessory dwelling unit, and you would have to provide at least like a kitchenette, like an efficiency unit type of thing. So this does take out some of that sort of gray area, guest room, outdoor guest room, pool house. But what building was finding is that people were bringing something in, calling it a shed, or calling it anything other than what it was really going to be utilized for, which is for sleeping purposes. And so some of the things that we did with the development standards for accessory structures is we did tighten up what we allow as an accessory structure. It would be a single room. We would limit the plumbing fixtures. And again, there would be stamps all over the place saying non-habitable. So the hope is that this reduces the number of illegal conversions into accessory dwelling units. We feel comfortable with this too because now we are just going through this accessory dwelling unit administrative permit as opposed to requiring people to go through a use permit. So the hope is that people feel more comfortable going down that path than they would have prior. And then we did receive, I did want to note that there was a request by a representative of the Elk Grove Unified School District to include language clarifying that the revised categorization does not impact their ability to assess impact fees. It does not. I don't know if we necessarily need the ordinance language, but I did want to bring that forward and acknowledge their concern. And last but not least, code terminology and definition updates. We are very sadly losing RADs. I really liked RADs, but the state does not like RADs, so to keep us all consistent, we're going with accessory dwelling unit, so that is throughout the code. We have split general accessory structures into incidental agricultural accessory structures and accessory structures. Again, trying to clarify what you're allowed to do as an ag structure versus a regular structure. Habitable area has been updated, the definition, to match the California Building Code. We actually didn't define attached, and so now we do. And we also now define barn. So anything on accessory structures? I did blow through that really quick.
I have a question.
Yeah.
There's a letter from Elk Grove School District that was addressed to you. Do you want to discuss that? They're saying that a non-habitable accessory structure doesn't automatically exempt it from the agency's development fees, including school impact fees?
Correct. They were concerned with our new way of categorizing accessory structures and accessory dwelling units, that with some state legislation that's coming through that's looking to restrict the fee, their ability to charge fees on ADUs, that our categorization might cause them problems. It shouldn't. They have their own categorization as far as what they can provide or require fees for. Yeah, so I mean, we definitely wanted to get that in the public record. Specifically this ordinance amendment doesn't affect what they do.
Okay, so your answer to the question is nothing's different?
Correct. For them.
For them?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then Mr. Natoli?
Yeah. Jessica, just while you're on that slide, so on your accessory structures, in the strikeout version on page 14, previously you had under accessory structures, you'd listed a whole a number of different structures, including storage shed, detached covered patio and deck, workshop, greenhouse. Where are those now?
So those are now in the use standards section. So if you go to page 7,
Okay.
the idea was that the list of types really should not have been part of our development standards. That's not where they belong. They belong in the use standards section. So we did take the opportunity to move these over to their own new use standard section. It's accessory structures, 393CC. And then we also tried to clean up that list as well, make it a little more general, so that we didn't have people fighting over what's a shed and what's not a shed.
But okay, so under that then, if it continues over to page 8, and it says structures related to incidental agricultural uses, then you go back to another section. So you got to chase it down some more to find chicken coops, barns, stables, hog pens. So why that? Then you consolidated it, you moved them around, and you moved that one to page 10, I guess.
So incidental agricultural accessory structures,
yes,
they're allowed in the agricultural residential zones, and they're also allowed in residential zones with a large enough lot. And so we have 2 separate development standard tables, one for the ag and ag-res and one for residential. And so we ended up having to split between the 2. So that's part of that kind of cross-referencing issue that I think you're looking at.
Okay, and it talks about the definition of a barn. You adjusted that. So what was the barn described as previously, and now how are you describing the barn?
Well, so we actually didn't have a definition for barn. I don't know why, but we didn't, yeah.
So when you came to get a permit for a barn, you said you can't build one? Is that what you said?
No, usually
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so I did take this description from, I believe it's the California Building Code as well. So again, trying to bring us into compliance as much as possible with other codes. So reduce the confusion where we can for people.
And with it, again, I didn't see any comments or get any letters or calls, but from those areas in the county where, again, it crosses over, obviously, but we have predominantly rural uses. There was no questions about the definition as outlined?
No, we really don't have an issue with folks in the rural areas stretching the definition of barn. It's more in the suburban areas with the ride-a-mower where they're trying to say it's a barn. So.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And just one other question then. So what about, and again, this isn't just in the rural areas, but where you've got private roads or streets, and again, familiar with some situations where over time, either agreements were put in place or there's been, early subdivisions and then more recent ones, and there were conditions put on for road maintenance that applied to certain parcels or properties and others weren't required to. But now we come in and basically potential to double density in areas. And what obligation, again, administratively would you have if in fact there was an obligation that ran with the property or a consideration that now you're adding more traffic to that private street by virtue of having another occupied residence of whatever size, shape, and sort? Is there any ability then to weigh in on that? Because we do that when we either have a use permit, if that comes up, or obviously in a title that requires some sort of subdivision. But from the standpoint of it doesn't require you have public street access. In fact, it eliminates some of the parking requirements that have heretofore been requirement.
Right.
Actually, really does liberalize any parking requirements, if any. So what's it do on a private street though? So how do we get a handle on that, because you no longer have, and your staff person at the counter is not necessarily going to know that, but I can tell you that's going to be a point of, it already is a point of contention and one you're well familiar with. But it's a use permit, so we're getting a chance to talk about that.
So I would say the current ordinance right now certainly doesn't preclude putting accessory dwelling units on private drives.
Right.
You had mentioned that you were going to ask this question yesterday, so I put out an email to the other counties, and no one had address this directly. The best that a number of other counties had done was to look at some of the real high fire severity areas where they have real fire danger, and to map those out and to potentially preclude accessory dwelling units in areas where there is a long access to a public road and a fire problem. But not directly just around the issue of private drives, where we have them both in suburban areas and rural areas and all kinds of things. Certainly, we restrict the number of lots on private drives. But I think our take right now is, absent some specific analysis of a narrow problem with a criteria around how to judge that in the administrative permit, under the state law, I think it would be difficult just to not allow them on private drives. We'd have to have some analysis of what the problem is we're trying to solve, would be my take.
Right, and I can add to that. So the government code provision or section on ADUs says that an ordinance shall designate areas within our jurisdiction where ADUs may be permitted and may be based on criteria that may include adequacy of water and sewer and the impact of ADUs on traffic flow and public safety. So you would have to have some sort of factual analysis that private drives on their own somehow impact traffic flow or public safety, but I don't think we could do it on an individual basis, and I don't think that we have that factual basis before us now.
Did you say water and sewer both?
Adequacy of water and sewer services and the impact of ADUs on traffic flow and public safety.
Just one other comment into that is that under our zoning ordinance, we have some pretty strict limitations when it comes to minimum parcel size in the ag residential, particularly in areas where there were concerns about septic. We actually did a study in this county, a couple of them over time, that had some minimum requirements in certain areas with certain soil types in the unincorporated area. Some of that's now in the incorporated city of Elk Grove. And so most ADUs require, if they have a separate unit, if they're not attached, require, if I recall correctly, require a separate septic system. And the whole idea was density of septics for some of the minimum lot sizes this county adopted through its zoning ordinance. And I guess I'm curious about that particular piece. Is that going to get scrutinized? Is EMD going to have any guidance on that? Because that, again, it's just a building permit. But we've actually limited the density for primary structures to a certain lot size as relates to that. And that's come up many times in staff reports. And I don't know if that's been analyzed either, because it certainly goes to, and it's not just in a rural setting. You can have that in suburban, estate residential, and some areas elsewhere in the county as well.
So yeah, I mean, certainly we do limit lot size. You're right, absolutely, in the general plan based on septic availability. We have not, I don't think, when use permits have been going through for accessory dwelling units, I'm not aware that we've ever denied one on that basis or had any factual basis to do so, maybe because there just isn't so many accessory dwelling units as to create a problem. Again, that is something maybe we could study, but I would think we would have to have some factual basis about what that range is in order to do that. That's not in here right now.
So let me just give you one example then. So if you have a 2-acre minimum zoning, and it calls for either public water or sewer, if you go down below that, in some cases with the 2-acre, anything less than the minimum, because we say we have to have one of those public utilities. If not, it required a variance, and they need to show some evidence as to why. So now you have the ability to actually come forward. I mean, there's been some ability to come through the use permit process, but now more by right to double the density in areas where you might have a 1-acre zoning or 2-acre zoning, and a lot of that had to do with not just community compatibility, but certainly in more recent times with regards to septic and sewer and or water. And so now basically we're going to say it's okay because the states told us we had to do it, that you can double the density, you can put in 2 separate septic systems, probably served by 1 well in most cases, and that no longer is a driving criteria, maybe from the zoning standpoint when it was initially adopted, but then it basically can be eroded pretty significantly by doubling up, again, I'm using the exaggerative, but doubling up on a number of units that have septic systems. So basically you've divided in half, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is an out in the state law for us to do an analysis around that. Admittedly, we did not go look for areas where there's a predominant 1 acre lot size that are all on septics.
Or two.
We have seen, or two, yeah. We have seen other jurisdictions do specific geographic analyses where they have a particular problem. The case we saw was a very urban area where there was an absolute lack of parking, and they carved out a narrow geographic area and said, you know, here's our analysis to the state as to why we can't let accessory dwelling units in this area. So if we went and did that kind of study, it might pass legal muster, and we might be able to indicate why there is a problem. We haven't done that analysis right now. But it is something, if you directed us to look at, we could go back and do.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes. So staff recommended approval to the Planning Commission. The actions recommended by the Planning Commission to the board recognize the exempt status of these amendments pursuant to the sections listed of the California Environmental Quality Act, and approve the proposed ordinance amending the zoning code of Sacramento County as they are recommending. And with that, my presentation is at an end. I'll leave you with the discussion topics if you would like, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Don't see any. Great, thank you. I do have two speakers, Neil Hawker and Eric Rasmussen.
Hello, thank you for your time, board. I'm a manufactured home builder. I've been operating here in Sacramento County for over 20 years now. I hear the mention of modular homes being a concern, and I kind of take offense to it, to be honest with you, but that's what I do. So a couple key points that we see not only in other counties, but as part of the ordinance that they're suggesting. Affordable housing, as you well know, is a big need here in the state of California, certainly in our county. Also, part of the state's push is to help expedite and reduce the fees of these ADUs. Currently, the property owner has to go through the use permit process, which they spend approximately $9,000 for to go through that process to earn the right to put a second dwelling or ADU on their property. It's not only the fees, but it's the time that it takes to do it. It now is exceeded over 7 months to get that right. They could currently go up to 1,200 square feet, and I usually work on the larger parcels from 1 acre to over 200 acres sometimes, from Rio Linda all the way down to Wilton. To me, the 800 square foot limitation is quite small. They would then, in order to get 1,200 square feet, would have to again go through this long drawn-out process that I've mentioned before of the 7 months and pay the fees in order to earn the right of the 1,200 square feet. So those are key points that I wanted to address to the board and for your consideration. And that's pretty much it.
Any comments? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hawker.
Thank you.
Eric Rasmussen.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Eric Rasmussen. I'm representing the Sacramento Association of Realtors here today. We want to thank staff for their hard work in trying to find a balance between these new state requirements and the concerns of the neighborhood and the markets. We'd like to respectfully request that you support the Planning Commission's recommendation to remove the occupancy requirement and the resultant deed restriction that goes along with it. You know, for two reasons. One, obviously, we're in a crisis level housing shortage, and every unit every rental unit, frankly, becomes more and more important. And we hear every day, you know, as we were dealing with a lot of these housing issues that are starting to become more and more visible to us, we hear every day about people who want to be in certain areas or certain neighborhoods, but maybe were priced out after this last recession or something. And renting in some of those neighborhoods is really their only option, to stay in some of those places that they've grown up in many cases. So we think it's important to remove those occupancy restrictions. And any problems that we're assuming might happen because of any increase in these rental units in certain neighborhoods, we think can be dealt with existing programs. You've got a rental registration ordinance, you've got what we think is a pretty aggressive rental inspection program, and then you've got various nuisance abatement programs that we think is, if any of these problems come forward, you can deal with. And I think, you know, we have to say it, we have to be really careful, because we have to be really careful with some of the preconceived notions that some of us have, because I think we all agree the vast majority of people who rent are great neighbors. They're great neighbors. They're no different than any homeowners, and no different than you and I. And so suggesting that having an extra rental unit or 2 or 3 is necessarily going to somehow change things, I think is a little bit dangerous. So, you know, we would just respectfully request, we understand that there's still some tweaking to do with some of the size, and we're really comfortable with that, and we would leave that probably to the experts. But again, we think that we need to encourage the development of every single unit we can, rather than restrict or otherwise discourage. So we would respectfully request your support of the Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Eric, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In my district, I get a lot of complaints about too many cars in front of a house, uncontrolled, we'll call them activities in the house, things that we can't really regulate or are very difficult to regulate. And that really is my basis for supporting there be an owner-occupied unit, because then they have we have someone to discuss with, you know, how they're affecting the property values of their house and their neighbors. So I'm uncomfortable with having the main house not be an owner-occupied unit on the lot.
That certainly isn't an argument that is foreign to us in this discussion. We've had a lot of those discussions, and even our own people brought that up. And what we quickly realized is that there are almost as many, maybe anecdotally, owner-occupied problems in many cases, as well as rental. Although
then I suggest you come into my office and sit and answer the phone for a while.
I'll do that. Understood. I understand that the area, certain areas react differently to certain things, but I think
it's a balance to have one rental and one owner occupied. I think it's a good balance.
But again, I mean, we're at a crisis level where I think restricting any kind of occupancy probably impedes our ability to try and meet some of these crisis level housing needs that we have. Thank you very much.
That is the last speaker I have signed up. Any further discussion from staff or from supervisors? Mr. Cerna and then Ms. Frost.
Thank you. So,
I have one more question. There was a slide up on the screen about things to be discussed, and it disappeared. Jessica? Okay, Ms. Cerna, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So, on this subject of the owner occupancy deed restriction, I can kind of see the validity of both concerns. Certainly, I don't have nearly as much unincorporated, urbanized, or suburbanized area, for that matter, as Supervisor Peters in the district I represent. So, but I can still understand and sympathize with the concerns she's just expressed. But certainly, there's no denying that the state of California is in an affordable housing crisis, and that's what's inspired the legislation that we're now, as Supervisor Natoli said, responding to. And you know, the state has left that squarely in our laps to deal with. I'm wondering, was there any discussion, especially at the Planning Commission, on the subject of the owner occupancy requirement? Is there a balance to be struck somewhere in terms of somehow regulating that or limiting it on a larger geographic basis? I don't know how you do it. In concept, it would be like, something per square mile or something larger than just the lot. So you'd somehow limit it, but not totally restrict it. And I'm just kind of throwing it out there as a concept to inspire discussion, if nothing else. But it seems like there ought to be some place for us to land here that doesn't necessarily completely restrict one for the other.
I mean, there has been a ton of discussion internally within planning, on the California County Planning Director group. This has been a huge topic as people redo their ADU ordinances. Obviously, the Planning Commission on a 5-0 vote articulated their opinions. The Community Planning Advisory Councils are all over the place. I have not seen anybody do a geographic-based one. What I've seen so far from other jurisdictions mostly have been that they either have it or they don't have it. So I guess I don't know that planning staff has really explored the legalities of applying it on a geographic basis. We might need to look into that some more, and around what parameters we would do that, urban versus rural or...
I have to admit, I did not watch the video feed of the Planning Commission, so I don't know all the nuance to the discussion that was had then and there. But what was some of the rationale that planning commissioners were stating to support the position expressed by the Association of Realtors?
I mean, they felt that it was they expressed, some of them, that it was a private property rights. They were uncomfortable having a deed restriction, and that the point was to have more rental units. And what they did instead was they ratcheted down the size a little bit, as they were sort of moving the levers of being permissive versus more permissive versus less permissive. So they went down on size and took out the owner occupancy. So that was just sort of where they landed.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean? They were leveraging.
Well, they basically
they needed to be against something, so they chose that one.
No, they were pretty clear about owner occupancy, that they didn't want it in. But we had allowed a slightly larger size in the sliding scale version of a regulatory scheme that we took to them, and instead they said, let's do it more simple and just have a smaller maximum size. And then that would force the larger units into the special development permit discretionary process.
So they didn't talk about on a 2-acre parcel, it would be allowed to have an owner-occupant, non-owner occupant, or a 5-acre or anything.
But that might be something we want to look at, is maybe somehow governing this based on lot size.
I mean, most of what we call urban areas don't have the huge, the large lots like that. I mean, I don't know if people who have large lots in
I can say
Freeland and Alberta want that or not.
Yeah, I can tell you, at least in the limited unincorporated area in District 1 in South Oak Park, which is a post-World War II suburb of Sacramento, there are some very awkward large lots that happen to be deep, narrow, multi-acre lots that are residential lots. So it really depends on how far you want to scrutinize this.
Yeah, and I guess in my experience over the years in staffing various community planning advisory councils is it can actually vary from community to community, not necessarily based on lot size. At times, some rural areas have been extremely concerned about any accessory dwelling units, let alone whether they're owner-occupied or not. Other rural areas have been extremely permissive. Some urban areas have been extremely concerned, and others very permissive. So it is more of a sub-neighborhood. I guess maybe that's why to the planner's mind, we didn't think about it based on lot size, because sometimes it depends on sort of neighborhood vibe and tolerance and philosophy, and less on lot size. But, I mean, we're willing to explore things.
Ms. Frost?
Not much help.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that I did receive one or two comments relating to the owner occupancy requirement, and I'm planning to support the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission's recommendation to not have the owner occupancy requirement. I think given the need for affordable housing and the important role that this could play in just making for some opportunities for those who are taking care of parents, or who are looking for an affordable solution, putting those kind of limitations on it puts them in a box, and it limits their opportunity. And I think leaving the owner occupancy requirement off is the best way to go, even though I sympathize with the idea that people are worried about too many rental properties and density. I'm not sure it's going to be that big mass move-in of accessory dwelling units, because it still has to be something those people can afford in a neighborhood. So I think I want to thank you for your hard work in putting this together. I know, and working with our communities, I really didn't get a whole lot of pushback on the owner occupancy requirement. I just got some, and appreciate all the work that you guys did on it, and I'm going to go ahead and support it.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just on a couple of points, as it relates to questions I asked earlier on the septic densities. I know we're going to give a CEQA approval here today, and I raised that issue that I think we might want to take a look at that as it relates to some of the historical aspects of how we got to zoning in some of these communities that are ag residential, and the backdrop for why in some cases the land use policy as it relates to 2 and 1 acre parcels. And again, they're scattered throughout the county, but I think we got to at least examine that more closely. It's not a reason not to go ahead today, but I do think it warrants taking a look at. One issue as it relates to proximity, I do think that criteria somehow needs to get written in there, so there's some guidance to staff in looking at that. Obviously we have setback requirements, and you got plenty of definition regarding the units themselves, but I do think that that ought to be at least a consideration to Jesse's response to my question earlier. That ought to be at least something they can take a look at. Take a look at the site map. Take a look at with Google Maps now you can see where adjacent homes are and other uses, whatever they might be. And so I think that's an important aspect to add. On the owner occupancy, I think that in light of what we're being asked to do here, basically go to an administrative permitting process with just a ministerial review. I think the owner occupancy requirement is an important one. I think I would just speak from experience, not so much necessarily judging each and every case. And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with Mr. Rasmussen that that they're not always problematic by any means. But I do think right now we have the ability to have that conversation to a public hearing process. We are giving that up by virtue of the state law mandate that comes to us and by what we're being asked to approve here today. And so I think in order to retain some semblance of addressing that concern, I would be supportive of going back to what the planning staff recommended, and that is, and I think the community councils, albeit split, I think I read the comments from throughout the county, a good deal of concern. Again, some of it probably based in experience, and others just by maybe some unpredictable outcomes, and so I think that's a really important requirement to keep you in there. And lastly, I would support certainly the current size limitations that are brought forward by the Planning Commission.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Madam Chair, so I understand the concerns with the getting rid of the owner occupancy requirement. I think that's somewhat overblown in my opinion. First of all, I don't think that, I think this is a niche. I think that I don't see, if we were to go forward with this, that there's going to be a tremendous, run on putting these things in everybody's backyards. But I do think that while they may not solve the housing crisis, there is no one solution to the housing crisis. And we have to consider and look at doing everything we can, because it is exactly that. We talk about it all the time, it being a crisis. And we talk about, and let's face it, this isn't just about homelessness. I mean, that's just one aspect to this. This is also about keeping families together. This is about economics. This is about a lot of things. I want to be as flexible as possible to address what has become a housing shortage in Sacramento County, as well as the rest of the state, but in Sacramento County specifically. I will move staff recommendation, which does not include the owner occupancy requirement and the deed restriction, among other things, but that seems to be the one that we talk about the most.
So the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Planning Commission recommendation.
Second.
Well, I'd like to make a comment after that. I guess I don't understand the comments about it discouraging people from having parents or children in an accessory dwelling, because that means the other family is owning the building in front. You're not going to have a rental person in, I'm just using front and back, I don't know, it's sideways and whatever, but you have to have an owner in order to build an accessory dwelling. So if your kids are taking care of your parents and you're building an accessory dwelling for them, that's an owner issue. So I just think it's really important to keep that in there, and that's where I am.
Could I give you an example?
Please do.
Just for, I guess this is very personal, because I have a daughter with developmental disabilities who will live with us indefinitely, and it's my wife's and my intention is to have our other daughter, when we're no longer able to live in the other house, and my daughter will live in one of these types of units. That's just one example of where, but we would still maintain ownership. So that's just one of many, many examples. I see your point, though, but we live in a world where living conditions and living situations are so varied that I think that you're going to see opportunities.
Yeah. So. Ms. Frost.
I just wanted to make one more comment relating to resale of these properties. If we have an owner occupancy requirement, and currently if you have a home and you want to sell it, you're either selling it to someone who's buying it as an owner occupied or as an investment property. But if you have an owner occupancy requirement that's tied to the home, then on resale, I'm not sure how if that shifts over to the new buyer, but that could impact if an investor wanted to purchase a property and there's an owner occupancy requirement. That's a house he's not going to want. So I'm not, I could see limitations that pop up over time on how you're going to use that. I think it's better just to leave it open so that people have an option to decide.
So
it impacts property value.
So if you purchased a home that had 2 units with a deed restriction, you could rent it out. You could rent it out as under one rental agreement, but you couldn't rent both units independently.
Yeah, and that's a limiting factor for future resale. I mean, to me, that's property value. That brings down property values.
Madam Chair, I guess there are limitations in everything we do. I mean, zoning entitlements have limitations. There are limits to the size of the units, and I'm not having serious disagreement with Supervisor Frost, but we're not the only jurisdiction. Not going to be on some island where we're doing this and nobody else is doing this. I mean, you basically looked at the landscape. There are other jurisdictions doing. We have to decide for just your jurisdiction. But I think for some of the same reasons that Supervisor Peters raised, and ones that I'm familiar with, I've addressed, at least in some of my comments here. Again, people buy a property, again, with full knowledge of what it is. And if they're looking at that, then they make a choice. Yeah, it may have a limitation, but they're still making choices. You make choices about what you want to buy, where you want to live, and who wants to live there. This is, a further entitlement. And if you look at some of the neighborhoods and some of the communities as they've grown over time, maybe we're evolving. I guess we are to some degree. But you have the ability to double the density in neighborhoods and communities throughout the county. And that may not be altogether a bad thing by any means, but I think it begins to impact potentially then parking, traffic, and some of the things I mentioned earlier that in some of the rural areas. And I just, I think having that as a limitation it may have some market limitations, but it certainly doesn't prohibit you from selling the property. You just got to go with your eyes open, like you do with anything else and all the other disclosures that come with buying a piece of properties.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't intend to support the motion as it's currently constructed.
So, yeah. Do you want to separate out the Planning Commission recommendation on owner occupancy or take the whole thing?
As the motion said, I support the Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay. Was there a second? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Second. Thank you. Please vote.
And just in summary, we will report back on the septic density issue, and we will also look more at the criteria, particularly in the rural areas, on the review. We do have routine code amendment packages that come through, so we will look at that additional criteria in that context, check in with the supervisors. And we may bring some additional criteria back around the issue that Supervisor Natoli spoke on in a future package.
Okay, that cover it?
That covers it.
Okay, next.
Madam Chair, for the record, the motion passed with Supervisors Natoli and Peters voting no.
Well, why do you have to be so negative?
Okay, so for item 61, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is the public hearing for the adoption of 2005 Zone 50 Water Supply Master Plan, Chapter 8 update, and introduce ordinance amending the Sacramento County Water Agency Code, Title 4, Schedule A, Appendix Number 1. You're waiving full reading and continuing to May 22, 2018 for adoption.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate your time today. My name is Mike Grinstead with the Sacramento County Water Agency. I'm a senior civil engineer, and I'm here today to discuss the board item in front of you, which is the Zone 50 Water Development Fee Update. And just for clarification, Zone 50 is the Metro Air Park area. That's the area that's just east of the Sacramento International Airport. So today, first, we'll talk a little bit about the master plan that is part of Zone 50. We'll talk about the capital costs associated with the development fees. I'll tell you the components of the development fee, and I'll give you a development fee comparison with the fee today versus the proposed upcoming fee. So the Zone 50 Master Plan, one of the primary objectives of the Zone 50 Master Plan is to create and implement the Zone 50 fee program. Any update to the development fee that affects Metro Air Park will require an update to the Zone 50 Master Plan Chapter 8. So in your board item today, where we request an update to the development fee in Zone 50, the Metro Air Park area, we also have to attach an update to the Zone 50 Master Plan Chapter 8 because that's where the fee is defined. Now, the capital costs that the development fees pay for are really City of Sacramento water connection costs. Development fees collected by SCWA in this area pay for costs to connect to the City of Sacramento's water supply system. And there's a little bit in there for master plan and other document updates. So city net replacement costs have remained within expected inflation, although the city has to account for Hodgeville capacity restrictions. The effect of this is that the city capacity charge has increased more than the capacity the development fee takes in today. So it's increased more than anticipated. So when we reviewed the fee, we have to recommend a fee update, which is also a fee increase. So the development fee as it is today, and also the development fee as it's proposed, is a one-time charge levied against new developments that's based upon the acreage fee and an EDU fee. There's two components of the fee. The sum of those is the actual development fee that's charged in the area. And again, all development fee revenue pays directly for capacity in the city system. And then there's the small amount also for these required document updates to the master plan. So here's the comparison of the development fee as it is today, the current fee, along with the proposed fee that's proposed in the action in front of you today. So the current fee for the acreage fee is $4,020 per acre, whereas our proposed fee, as you can see, is $4,983 per acre. And per EDU, the fee, we also recommend an increase from $278 per EDU up to $354 per EDU. And I'd like to also mention that we've done public outreach as regards to this fee. So we've sent this fee comparison in a letter to each one of the landowners in the Metro Air Park area. In that letter, we also advertised our public outreach meeting. We had our public meeting, and some of the Metro Air Park development community, along with County Economic Development, came to that meeting. So we discussed things with them and then emailed back and forth after. And we've also done the required fee update newspaper postings. So with that, I'd like to ask the board if you all have any questions.
Any questions? Questions? Is there a motion?
So move.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Item 63, approval of the Mental Health Services Act fiscal year 2017-18, 18-19, and 19-23 year program and expenditure plan and authority to expand contracts.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Uma Zajkowski, and I'm the Deputy Director in Behavioral Health Services in the Department of Health Services. And I'm here today to present the Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan. Okay, we're already further along than I thought. Okay, thank you. An overview, the Mental Health Services Act is Prop 63, and this was passed in November 2004. And its focus is very much to provide mental health services in the community from prevention to treatment in all different aspects with the listed program components. We have done a lot in our community, and the 3-year plan that we have before you is fiscal year 2017-18, 18-19, and 19-20. It is required by the law for us to have a 3-year plan, and it includes all the programs that are part of the existing mental health treatment and prevention programming. It includes the expansions we'll talk about in a moment, which is the homeless mental health service expansion, as well as the AB 114 new programming. And it also includes the proposed new innovation project. I want to take a moment here to say that while this is a 3-year expansion, 3-year plan, every year we look at the plan and bring it back to you. So there are adjustments and changes that happen throughout each year based on new opportunities that come up, based on comments that people bring to our attention, based on community need and other ways that we see that we can expand our services. So while this is a 3-year plan, the intention is to always come back every year to give you a full update. Highlights, I think it's helpful for you to just have a few highlights of the program that are currently in the plan before you. The data is fiscal year 15-16, but that is the most complete data that we have for this program, for this plan. We have 8 implemented full-service partnerships under the CSS component. That is the most intensive, whatever it takes, outpatient programming that we have in our community. In our expansion that you'll see in a moment, we also are proposing another full-service partnership with a focus on homeless individuals who are homeless with serious mental illness. We have 11 other outpatient programs which are called general system development, but I think that also is going to be subject to the expansion to bring more services to adults with serious mental illness who are either at risk for homelessness or homeless, as well as a program for consultation, support, and engagement for youth who are commercial and sexually exploited youth. So I think this there's a lot of data we can talk about in your proposals, but in the plan. But I just wanted to give you a few ideas of the scope, the size of the effort that goes on right now in prevention and in treatment in the community. Outside of the treatment programs, we also have workforce education and training work that goes on. And I really want to say that you hear very often that staff need training to do a good job. Staff also, there's a lot of focus around trauma-informed care and trauma-focused care across different communities. We do a lot of work around training with law enforcement partners, funding mental health first aid in the community, and also doing as many certifications for wellness recovery action plans. So I want to give you a sense that this WET component has brought a lot of training to our community. And lastly, I want to say that we do have in this plan the second innovation project, our mental health urgent care clinic, which has opened in November 2017. We're very proud of that effort, and it's going really well. The stakeholder process, we've had a very robust stakeholder process for the last 6 months or so, especially. We completed the stakeholder process as directed in November, through these months, and the public posting took place and on March 7th, and we are now bringing this to you for your consideration for approval. I'd like to speak a little bit about the expansion programs, the work that has been done in the last five months since November. We received direction from this board on November 7th to work very aggressively on a timeline to expand the services for individuals with serious mental illness who are homeless or at risk for homelessness. We had, that was one of the areas. The second area was the AB 114 reversion funds, and I will speak about those a little bit separately. But we did do focus group work, stakeholder work in both areas. 210 participants, subject matter experts, our stakeholders in our community, individuals with lived experience, both from the mental health, the homeless side, as well as youth who are in foster care and providers participated. So this was a very aggressive effort, and we bring the recommendations here to you today after having taken it through all that consideration. This is a very specific action that you requested of us to consider, the Mental Health Steering Committee to consider, which is the $44 million expansion over a 3-year cycle for individuals who are homeless with serious mental illness. The work groups that looked at this, the stakeholders and all the voices we heard through those meetings, focused very much on 3 areas of importance. The front door, the access points. The second is the treatment capacity. Just you have to have treatment capacity if you're going to make a difference. And the third, which was the housing supports and subsidies. So the project that is before you that was developed to cover this $44 million investment starts in 17-18 in this fiscal year, and then goes through the following 2 fiscal years to reach that 44 million goal that we are expecting will happen over the entirety of those 3 years. Also in alignment with the November 7th action, we looked at what would be the best programming to utilize the AB 114 reversion funds. I will describe that in a moment, but the work group developed a recommendation, which is a $5.2 million focus on mental health services for foster care youth. This has to be spent over 2 years, and it utilizes all the AB 114 reversion funding. Lastly, for almost a year, or a little bit over perhaps, we have been working in work groups with stakeholders to develop our 3rd proposed innovation project, and that is the Behavioral Health Crisis Collaborative, Crisis Services Collaborative, and it's an $18.7 million 4-year project, and it also utilizes some of the AB 114 funds. This project we bring before you because the mental health, the Board of Supervisors approval precedes us being able to take it to the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission for consideration and approval, and it is to place a crisis stabilization services collaborative on the campus of the Mercy San Juan Dignity Health campus. It's Dignity as well as Sacramento County are putting resources into this project, and we hope that this critical component will help address in a different way, in a more innovative way, how we can break this circumstance of individuals going to an ER, but giving them the service at the ER that is appropriate for their need. Placer County is a neighboring county in that area, so they see a lot of Placer County clients there as well, so we worked with Placer County to make this a 2-county innovation project, though fundamentally the bulk of the innovation part is from Sacramento side. AB 114, this has been a hot topic. AB 114 was a bill that passed that clarified the rules around any MHSA funding that had not been spent prior to 2014-15, that counties did not have direction on spending guidelines. The legislature put guidelines around what the state had to do, and so, but it gave counties who had money in that area 2 years to spend them. So it's spend it or lose it, but you have to spend it in the next 2 years, and you have to do a couple of things before that. You have to have a plan, which is part of your MHSA 3-year plan, and you have to send that plan to the OAC before the end of this fiscal year, and then your clock starts ticking to spend those money. So the money does not revert. We use the old money, but starting after that period, every year we have to monitor very carefully that you are spending within the 3-year, the various different timelines that the MHSA funding is allocated. So we have a plan, and it's the ones that one is the AB 114 plan for foster youth, for youth in foster care, and that is the first plan. The second one is to use, that is from the prevention and early intervention the area. The second one is our mental health urgent care, as well as our new proposed Project 3, and that would cover us in terms of the AB 114 reversion question. One of the things you did see, there's been a lot of back and forth with DHCS and with the state around what is the right number for the AB 114. All counties are having this problem. We have landed, though, on agreement that the innovation number is very solid. We believe the PEI number is also solid, so we feel it's very important to put our plan in place and start and go forward, subject to any minor changes that might occur with the state around the revision of revenue and expenditure reports. That continues to happen. Okay, this is the big chart. It's just small, but it's big. It's the unspent funds is the closing balance at the end of the fiscal year after we have after estimated expenditures are applied to available revenues. This includes the AB 114 reversion funds, and the number we have here, the 127 million, is as a plan when the plan was developed and published in February 2018 with Sacramento County records. This number changes, it's dynamic, and unfortunately it changes because you have cost reports that happen outside the same timing cycle and cost settlements that also happen, which shift some of these numbers. I want to say openly that this information is more current. It does not reflect the most current Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission's fiscal reporting tool, because the MHOAC depends on the state sending numbers to them to post in their tool. So there's a delay. We have submitted things to the state then has to send it to the OAC, and the OAC then posts it into their tool. So there is some constant movement around these numbers. These numbers are on page 96 of the plan, the funding summary plan that you have. Unfortunately, the state template doesn't allow us to sum the numbers for you in the right-hand column. So if we did do that summing of it, and the 2017-18, the lines are very clearly in your documents, and I can go back over that if you want me to. But these are the numbers that we see where the total number is 127. We have a number of projects that are currently underway. For example, our TAE Full Service Partnership, our project with UC Davis around the commercial and sexually exploited youth, number of the other programs that are still projects that we operationalized late last year as part of the initial expansion of outpatient capacity on the adult side. So all of those are beginning to actually get on the ground and get moving. So we will see more expenditures hitting in 17-18 than we had before. And we have our expansions as well that we have brought to you. And so we see the unspent going down significantly over the next few years. So in summary, your consideration and approval today would result in continuation of previously approved mental health treatment and prevention programming, implementation of planned homeless mental health services expansion, both the new and the expanded programming, as well as the housing supports and subsidies. Contract amendment authority for 17-18 to expand housing subsidies and supports and subsidies. That's because we're really trying to get that off the ground in this fiscal year as much as is possible. And then contract authority for 18-19 to expand access and treatment capacity and further expand the housing supports and subsidies. As I mentioned before, the AB 114 plans are with you, also part of this request to you. And lastly, the implementation of the proposed Innovation Project 3. We are trying to get it calendared in May by the Mental Health OAC so that we're we're able to get moving on the work to spend down our AB 114 dollars, as well as get that very critical project in our community.
Okay, questions? We have Mr. Natoli is first.
Yes. Thank you, Uma. A couple of things, and one, I had the opportunity, as Mr. Kennedy's all to sit at the Mental Health Board in March, and appreciate the opportunity certainly to hear the thorough staff review. And again, I think a number of comments, they were captured obviously in the information that was submitted in the report that's before us today. I think it's important though, because, and again, maybe some of those folks are here again to speak to us, the discussion regarding any number of components that folks felt either were in underserved realms of the overall plan and or where there needed to be more focus. Some of those things are addressed. I know you touched them on a kind of very high level with your report today. I guess I would, and again, Mr. Kennedy sits there on a regular basis, but I think both our mental health board, but certainly the broader community that was there that evening, many of whom spoke in support of the plan as it was being presented and or certain elements of the plan. But there were significant concerns, and some of those were captured in some paragraphs here in the prelude to the plan that you've brought us today. I guess I just would like to hear maybe generally, Uma, because again, and whether it was testimony regarding Laura's Law, regarding cultural competency, regarding violence, trauma, any number of other aspects that were spoken to that evening. How is it that, one, it was captured here generally, but then there was some hesitancy amongst some of the mental health board members that evening because of the concerns they felt that, this got a one-year update to a 3-year plan, and I think that was explained. So what happens, I guess my question, what happens over the course of the next year in light of not only those comments, obviously there are funding limitations and contingencies to all of that, but so what happens? We took those comments, they got recorded, they got generalized in here, weren't unaddressed by staff, but basically a lot of them have no conclusion to them. So what happens from here? We bless this plan, those comments are in here. Where does the work go from here?
So, a couple of different things. I think we had some very thoughtful comment that evening at the public hearing. One of the areas related to the Laura's Law questions. I've had an opportunity to meet with all the individuals who did the public comment that day, and we are going to sit down and their questions related less to a very sort of rigid Laura's Law or nothing versus understanding where the adult mental health system can be more responsive to some of the questions they had. So we have agreed to have a very several meetings to really walk through the ways that I think it's possible to take some of our expansion and make it meet some of the needs of the criminal justice population, as well as some of the concerns and questions they were raising. So we did address those, albeit a little informally, because typically what happens is that at the public hearings, people bring up ideas, bring up thoughts they have for operationalizing, but you cannot really operationalize them without having that stakeholder discussion, the planning, the discussion, the figuring out where exactly where will it fit? Is there an opportunity we're missing or not? I want to talk a little bit about the other question that was also brought up, which was, do we do enough or do we do work for African American communities, especially in the area of gun violence? One of our projects that we have in this plan that's before you is our it's called EVIPE, and it's in our prevention and early intervention programs. It's Early Violence Intervention Begins with Education. That's what the program's called. And they are in 52 schools. They're in 37 elementary schools, and they serve, they have 3 different evidence-based curriculums that they provide. One of them is Too Good for Violence. The other one is Stop and Think. And the other one is Nurturing Parenting Program. So we have some work going on for example, there or in our bullying prevention programming. We also are very actively right now in the middle of a cycle of seeking SB 82 grants to intervene in to develop better partnerships with the schools and mental health, and we're looking to develop some possibilities in those areas. We have had one awarded and two that we're still working on. So I think some of the questions that came up were were really important ones for us to take back, re-examine the programs that we have on the ground, see if there's opportunities that we can re-look at something that maybe we were doing and redesign it a bit to fit the new needs and a focus in our community. And that's what that was what the public comment was trying to address, which is we intend to do that. We've already identified several of the programs that have a focus in that area. We are going after some non-MHSA grants. Well, SB 82 is a little bit MHSA in its own way, but the idea started there, but those were some of the ways we're pursuing. Lastly, there was another area that was also, there were two other areas. One was the data requests around more detailed data around demographics and so forth. As I mentioned, the data here is 2 years behind. We've already started collecting some of the newer data, and in the next fiscal year's information, we will be providing that. So lastly, the one area which was brought up is the issue that we have not implemented the Office of Consumer Affairs in Sacramento County as part of the WET initiatives. And I have to say that personally, I feel that we haven't done that, but we have very much supported peer support services through many of our different programs, embedding it in our providers through our various Stop Stigma campaign, through the efforts that we are doing currently with our grants, really being very intentional around including the peer component in the treatment and prevention area. So I do think that was a legitimate question that was raised, that we have not implemented it as it was originally designed, but a lot of things have happened to change the ground we're walking on since then. Sacramento County has also given many of our local providers support to apply for statewide grants that are also promoting some of these things. So we're behind this effort.
Okay, let me follow on, because another thing was addressed, and I noticed it got revised. I know I commented that evening, but relative to our mobile crisis support teams, and the original chart that I commented on was taken out of the plan that we got. The map is still included, but I want to have a clear understanding before I make a statement. So if I look at the map that's on page 58. You call out the coverage areas in the graphic there that's in color for where the mobile crisis support teams currently operate. And if I understand correctly, do Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, Galt, and Isleton not have MCSTs?
That is correct.
Okay, because we had Elk Grove there that evening, and I'm concerned that nearly 300,000 people in the district I represent don't have that level of support, and we have partnerships with Citrus Heights, with Folsom, with the city of Sacramento, obviously maybe funding there behind it, and I am deeply concerned that in communities where I got 175,000 people and 75,000 people and 25,000 people and 800 people, that we don't have that level of support. And I don't know what is missing here, maybe funding, but somehow we've managed to address the remaining portion of the county, and nearly the entirety of the population of the district I represent, which is 3/5 of the landmass of the county, has no access to that mobile crisis support team. What gives there?
Supervisor Natoli, I got your comment yesterday. I discussed with Bruce. I've not had an opportunity to talk to Uma about it, but we are going to look into this question and report back to you.
Well, absolutely. We have partnership with the sheriff, with police departments, with other mental health providers, and somebody would have to persuade me that we don't have the same need for services, maybe not in the same relative numbers or where people live and so forth, but not to have that available to the entirety of the population of this county. And with the amount of money we have, the amount of money we're devoting, and we have people from all walks of life, from all different ages and genders and so forth, and to have 300,000 people that aren't served out of, in District 5, I'm not doing my job if I'm not asking the question. So, I mean, again, I don't know, maybe there's more of an answer to this than not. Some of these teams are relatively new. But that to me is a big, big hole in our plan, so we better find some way to address that.
Okay. We'll do that.
I can let you know, it will make you feel a little bit better about what we're doing. We did roll these out in phases as the grant funding came.
Right.
In the latest expansion that you have, in the front door access, we have included 2 more mobile teams to be considered. The intention is after the decision around approval of the plan, that we sit down and look at the communities, the data as well as the geographic variables to be able to determine siting those mobile teams. So we have been working with, certainly Elk Grove has been talking about this with us, and it's not, the MCST funding came in pieces, and it wasn't as big as we wanted it to be at the time.
If I might, Supervisor, just to add on that.
Sure.
This goes back to your fundamental question I think you asked a minute ago. What happens over the course of the next year once this plan is approved? And you've just raised a very important issue for us to keep working at. As Uma just mentioned, we have some opportunities to look at this, as well as other issues that came up at the Mental Health Board that evening. So this is really an ongoing process, and the work continues throughout the course of the year to address these issues, including that one.
Okay. Again, maybe I missed the meeting where this all got approved, but, again, looking at the map, and I wanted to be clear, that's why I asked you the question initially, that those incorporated areas somehow get treated differently than the rest of the incorporated and most of the unincorporated area in the county. So.
And Supervisor Tully, we will absolutely give you a report on that.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Patrick Kennedy.
Thank you. Let me say that, we put a tall order before you back in November, and I know that it was a lot to do in a very quick period of time. And reading through the whole report, you stepped up, not just you, Uma, personally, but your staff did. And another area, Mr. Natoli, thank you for attending that meeting. It sounds like I missed the most exciting meeting of the Mental Health Board since I've been on the board.
It was well attended.
Yeah. But as follow-up, we did convene a meeting last week, which Uma was at and Dr. Heller was at and others. And with members of the public who were at that meeting and spoke that evening about the plight of their children and their mental health issues. And I saw a real openness and a real, that's why I'm backing up what Uma has said, to really take a look at our programs. Some of which are, like, for example, on AOT, I believe strongly in what we've developed with Care Plus. Now, does that mean that Care Plus is the end-all, be-all, and perfect? No. And staff was the first ones to admit that and say, then let's get the right people convened, including those people in that room that evening, including experts in the field, but also people who are experts by virtue of the fact that they're related to someone who suffers daily from mental health. So there has been follow-up to that meeting already on the part of staff, and I'm very proud of the work that they're doing. Also want to point out, I'm not going to go into every single point of where we diverted money and where we've created new programs and expanded programs, because it's all just really good work. I mean, the work we're doing with Dignity is going to change lives in that part of the county, including in the city and another county. But I also want to point out that critical to the plan, I saw again and again, not just growing our foster and TAY programs, but something that I think is vital, and that's continued emphasis on growing our drug and alcohol programs. It's clear in here that that's a priority, and I say that because we all talk about homelessness all the time. But there's no way we're going to get to homelessness without talking about behavioral health as a whole, mental health, but as well as drug and alcohol programs. And we've made it clear in this report that this is a concerted effort that we will continue to grow. And I say that as we go into budget time, and we talk about the need to participate in the drug and alcohol waiver. I think it's a critical component. If we don't do it, we're making a huge mistake. So thank you so much to Uma, you and your staff, and everything that you did here. We set the bar high, and I think you went clear over it. So thank you.
Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. So let me first start off a little bit of tongue-in-cheek and correct Mr. Natoli. He represents more than 3/5 of the landmass of the county, I believe. You represent a fifth of the population, just like the rest of us, but your district's pretty darn big. So that's the long way of saying I couldn't agree more. I'm glad you brought up the point about the geography involved with this, and I think regardless of whether we're representing the city of Sacramento principally or the rural South, I think this entire board's intent is clear that we want to make sure that whatever programming we are going to try and make as robust as possible needs to be carefully thought through in terms of its distribution. So I appreciated the comments by my colleague. I too want to lend my thanks to Uma and her staff for doing a tremendous amount of work in a short period of time. I know that's always not a welcome thing to do, but I think we all understood back in November that it was absolutely necessary. One of the things that I'd like a little clarity on, I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear from perhaps both the CEO and from Uma, is that you recall back in November, this board made it clear in its unanimous support of this complement to the City of Sacramento's whole person care grant that there was an intention to look beyond the 3 years. And that was one of the concerns that, quite frankly, this board or some members of this board had, was what happens when the grant life, should it not be extended, ceases after the 3rd year. Do we all just intend to kind of let things drop and we're going to cease to have that robust complement of mental health and behavioral health services for folks that are suffering chronic homelessness? And the answer was no. So I'd like to hear a little bit about what the intent is moving past the 3rd year. I know this is a 3-year plan, but maybe the answer is, we begin to consider that next year when we get an update on the rolling 3-year plan.
Should I go first? Okay. When we spent time developing the access, the homeless expansion component of this plan, we looked at access, the front door, the treatment, and the subsidies. Those were the 3 areas that participants, stakeholders, representatives of City of Sacramento who were on the work group, as well as our contract providers and others spoke to. So our thinking is that the biggest area where Sacramento really needs to grow is to be able to have the treatment capacity for the individuals who are being identified by the whole person care. We also realize that the front door, how we create the connections between whole person care and our front door, the navigators, the MCSTs, all these areas, is going to be what's going to really, in the end, develop the better service structure in our community. So we don't know what happens to whole person care after 3 years. What we do know is that the state is moving pieces around the health home initiative with the plans. They're shifting different components. So we believe the path we're on is sustainable around the treatment services that we're building with the funding that we're putting in. The whole person care may continue after 3 years, but we may be able to talk about that more next year, because the state has not said no, it's not continuing. It hasn't said yes, it's continuing either. So we're in that unknown zone. But knowing that, I know that myself, my colleague Sandy Damiano, Cindy Cavanaugh, homeless coordinator, we've been meeting with the city regularly to look at ways where we can coordinate and make the map less complex, more connected. So that is where we are at right now, and perhaps that is a conversation for a year from now to see. One of the things which is a consideration as we roll this out is capacity of providers to go to get there, because some of the problems with our unspent funding is that we build programs but it takes them a couple of years to get on the ground and really operational and draw down the expenditures that they have. So we've had a little bit of a lag time in our community, but I think we're going to see a big change next year because we have several things that are almost ready to go this year. The crisis residential programs, the TFSP, some other things. So, and I think that's going to happen with our partnership with the city around the whole person care work.
Surprise, sir. And the other way I'm looking at it is that when we came to you in November, we made a recommendation that was not 3 years, it was a forever kind of line. And the board decided that, accepted that, but there was additional money that got funded for the first 3 years. So our intent as these plans are being done is that we need these services for our folks, and it's going to continue. Now, the level might fluctuate a little bit, but what happens to whole person care, that is not a driver whether we're going to fund these programs or not. We know we need these programs for our folks out there. So that's the top process, at least from the executive side, working with UMA and with Sherry, is what we're going to look at it. As each year they do the plans, we'll have a better idea how much cash flow is going out, but we absolutely know that we got to provide these services.
And I'm very encouraged to hear that, and would just again like to thank everyone for getting us a very thorough roadmap, 3-year plan, and look forward to the continuing conversation in the months and years ahead about how we do exactly what the CEO just made reference to, which is keep that bar where it's set, if not go higher. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to join everyone in thanking you for this good work. It was a very confusing time, and you made sense of it. And I know that in my district, I already have a couple of these crisis centers for the homeless, and so far they fit in well. I did want to ask, just in the last 2 years, I've been following the foster youth situation more and more, and most recently yesterday, Bruce was in a meeting with me. This AB 114, maybe it's a question for Bruce. I don't know. Are you familiar with this legislation? Is this something that could help us with the programming of another center for foster youth? That's one. And two, is there any way for us to ramp up the need, explaining the need for foster families in this program? You know, going out to the public and saying, you know, if the state is going to ban group homes here, possibly in the next short time, then, you know, we really need to get on the stick and work even harder to explain to people how much we need these foster homes. And would that fit into this 114?
So, Supervisor, to the first question, I think we have to check that out to see if we really can use it for that purpose. But certainly, I think what you're suggesting is something that we ought to really be putting on the table with the Mental Health Board and our other stakeholders, is this growing need and how this funding might be able to be usable for that.
I'd like to investigate it for sure.
Supervisor Peters, I'd like to point some, in that work group that we had, there were very specific recommendations that came from both youth who were foster care youth who participated, and also providers and individuals with a lot of experience. And one of the things they were saying is that having the crisis response capability to have immediate phone response and face-to-face response within 45 minutes, which is one of the guidelines we have, having this crisis urgent response for this kind of a team that we're building will help people who foster families keep, not have that 7-day notice and lose a foster placement because you weren't able to respond and immediately stabilize the situation. So I think this project, while it may not build more foster homes, it will certainly be more a project which will help us have a mobile team that's very directly responsive to youth and youth who are in foster care, and also foster care families who have the children there and who need something in the moment to be able to stabilize situations. So we learned a lot.
It might make foster families that we currently have more amenable to handling the older children.
Right. So that was there was so much work that went into this project with so many people who sat at the table with very new ideas on how to get this to work. So having this project launch quickly and effectively will give us a certain intervention point with the foster care system that we don't have, but most importantly with the foster youth, because if they feel their needs are being responded to and they have a place to have a team respond to them, then we begin to turn the tide in this area. So this was a very exciting project. It was. I want to just take a moment. You have thanked me for my work, but I want to thank my team in behavioral health. They have worked tremendously hard, and our stakeholders, many of whom came in that December period and just spent a lot of time saying, to do this, we have to do it right, and these are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about. So tremendous appreciation for everyone in this community who came to the table.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we're going to go into comments from the audience, but before we, just a little explanation. One, I wanted you to know that we received letters in support of this program from Anthem Blue Cross Health Net, the City of Sacramento, the Hospital Council of Northern California, Metro Fire, Sierra Medical Society, and Dignity Health System. So they're all very much in favor of this, and I wanted you to know that. Next is that I have, it looks like if they're all still here, we've got close to 25 speakers. So, Uma, I think you can be seated if you like. And so I wanted to kind of go through we have a 2-minute limit. Every single one of you is in support of this program. So if you can think of something new or different to say, or if you just want to say ditto, I like the program, that would be great, and we'll have time to hear from everyone. So I'll call a couple names at a time, and you can be thinking about what you want to say so you can keep it to the point and concise, and that would be really great. So our first speaker is Michael Carpiel, then Katie McMore, and then Janelle Escow. And your time limit will appear on the screens to the side. It blinks red when you go over time.
Very good. Madam Chair, I'll keep my comments short. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time and good afternoon. My name is Dr. Michael Corpiel, and I am the president at Mercy San Juan Medical Center. I'm here today to express Dignity Health and Mercy San Juan's commitment and support of this project, specifically the Innovation 3 project for Behavioral Health Crisis Services Collaborative. As you know, as you just heard, a lot of work and a lot of planning has gone on for this effort with the county and with Dignity Health and numerous stakeholders. This project will not only fill a major gap in mental health services in a part of the community that is in great need, but we are going to do it in a new and innovative way. Working together, we will create a partnership with the county, a true public-private partnership. Working with the county, a first for the region. The innovative components of this project raise the standard for crisis stabilization here in Sacramento County, but also in the state. What are we going to do? We're going to co-locate services on our hospital campus that will allow integrated emergency medical and mental health crisis stabilization treatment. This will ensure timely access to specialty services designed for individual needs of the consumer at the point of entry, providing continuity of care and eliminating delays and barriers to care. It will provide an in-house resource of peer and family navigators and community-based services, including care coordinators, with the 2 largest Medicaid managed Medi-Cal health plans to ensure consumers have access to ongoing care. And most importantly, this project will place an emphasis on prevention. Last but not least, this project will serve as a direct access point for Sacramento County and Sacramento City whole person care. We are proud to be a part of this project. We want to thank the County Behavioral Health Services as well as all of you for support of this project, specifically Supervisor Kennedy for his support of the project. We are excited and ready to move forward with this project as quickly as possible.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you for taking your time to come down today. It's nice to hear from a hospital when they're not mad at us. Next is Katie McMore, then Janelle Esco, then Janata Shaw.
Hello, I'm here as a testimonial to Sutter Wellness Organization. A year ago, I was homeless and in and out of mental facilities, and Sahara Health really helped me get back my courage and my willing to live again and fight to live. And without these programs, I mean, there would be a lot of people lost. And I just want to give thanks that, I mean, they have these programs here to help us and to get us back on our feet.
Thank you very much. Janata Shah, Karen Avina, Blanche Shakir.
I'm sorry, did you say Janelle Esco?
Are you Janelle?
I am.
Whoever's Janelle is next.
I'm sorry, who?
I'm confused.
So I had a lot to say, but I'm not going to say much. My name is Janelle Escow. I'm the CEO of El Hogar Community Health Services, and I want to thank the county and the board and everybody for all of their efforts and acknowledgement towards what we need to do. El Hogar Community Health Services provides multiple programs within the proposed plan, and I'm just going to say I support it and the team supports it. So thank you for all of your hard work and the collective efforts.
Thank you. And you were Janelle?
Janelle.
Okay, thank you. Janata Shah, then Karen Avina, and Blanche Shakir.
Good evening. My name is John Ada Shaw, and I just want to say ditto for everything that I have heard here regarding this program and this plan. And this is my very first time being here and everything. And again, I just support all the hard work and all that they're doing. It's just so wonderful to know. And I'm a senior, and I'm in another part of the program that they provide, and that is the Senior Link program. And being a senior, I am standing just to say I appreciate the senior program that they have, Senior Link, that has helped me. I had a stroke in 2016 and wasn't able to continue where I was living. But when I got on this side of Sacramento, I was able to take advantage of the Senior Link program, and they helped me because I wanted to continue to be independent. They helped me to find my own place to live. They provide programs and outings and just things to pull the seniors out that would normally be stuck in their home and everything. And so I just appreciate everything that Senior Link, that particular part of the program, does for its seniors, with all the classes and all the outings and all the, I think, the wonderful advocates that they provide each senior with to help them to do the things and accomplish their goals. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Karen Avina. Then with Blanche Shakir and then Jerry Estes.
Good afternoon. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I do believe that it's important that you see the people that all these great programs have impacted. My life has been completely changed. I've had a lot of great support and met new friends through the Senior Link program. They do have a great system in place. They provide peer-to-peer on Thursday afternoons at the Eschaton off of Florin, and that allows a lot of people who don't generally have anyone to talk to or communicate with. It gives them a chance to be heard. And we all really appreciate everything that you are all doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zavina. Blanche Shakir, then Jerry Estes and Diana White.
My name is Blanche Shakir, and I'm a graduate from the Senior Links program.
Oh, great.
And I came on board when they first got started, And I love the fact they have not only helped us as seniors, but their advocates make a real effort in going in the whole entire county, finding people, like my friend said, that are maybe lonely. They have kind of been looking for an opportunity and didn't know quite where to go. I'd like to mention Stafford Senior Settlement, because that's where I landed first as a senior. And then Amisha, one of the directors of El Hogard, came out and talked to us. And I've been a recruiter of Senior Links ever since. I am now on their advisory board, and I look forward to have many years. I have a 55-year-old son who I plan on pulling into the group, and I just thank the whole mental health community for what they're doing, not only for us as seniors, but for our whole entire community. Thank you for your services.
Jerry Estes, Diana White, and then Sarah Collette.
Hi, my name is Jerry Estes, and I'm here for the TLCS Clubhouse. I'm client of Human Resource Consultants, lead peer mentor at TLCS Clubhouse. I was living on the street for 3 months, and I saw the sign on the clubhouse door. It said, welcome HRC clients. Sign on the sign. My life has changed because of this. Because of the TLCS Clubhouse. My service coordinator suggested I take room and boards for a year. While that, I've checked in every week or every month for a TLCS waiting list. I've been at Bell Street for 2 years in TLCS Bell Street for 2 years in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Diana White, then Sarah Collette. I have Michael Corpio again after that. No? Okay. All right. Diana White.
Hi, thank you. Diana White with Turning Point Community Programs. Because of the rising costs of housing in our community, this was the first time we had to start making choices in our programs about who we can house and who we may not be able to house, which is a horrible choice to make. The MHSA plan you're voting on today, among other things, will ensure that going forward, we won't have to make such terrible decisions. So I wanted to thank you for your effort to make a big dent in the homeless issue in our community. Thank the Department of Behavioral Health for their efforts to ensure that the community stakeholder process goes forward, and to heartily endorse the MHSA plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Sarah Collette, then Erin Johansson, and Ifad Hussein.
As a mental health professional working for a county contracted mental health provider, which I work for HRC and TCOR, I am here to voice my support for the proposal. I have observed firsthand the progressive toll the housing crisis in this county has had on our community. Daily, I encounter beneficiaries of the Sacramento County Mental Health Plan who are either homeless or on the verge of homelessness. As you can imagine, doing the hard work of recovering from mental illness is nearly impossible when your basic necessities of life are not provided for. The county contracted programs that treat the bulk of the adults in the county mental health plan currently do not have dollars allocated for flexible spending to help our clients as these needs arise. As such, it has been heartbreaking to be unable to assist our clients who have fallen into homelessness for the first time in their lives because their $850 a month fixed income prohibits them from affording yet another $50 increase in their rent. It has been devastating to see the discouragement on the faces of those clients who see no way out of homelessness as they cannot fathom getting the money together for a hefty deposit or a past due utility bill. It is beyond frustrating when, due to the competitive rental market, potential tenants must fill out multiple applications for multiple multiple units, which usually requires a credit check fee. Many times this alone is cost prohibitive for the people we serve. It has been heartrending to see people with no home to return to after a long stay in an inpatient hospital or jail due to their SSI benefits being cut off after 30 days. With an affirmative vote on this proposal, you will empower us as mental health providers to fill in some of these gaps, whether it be subsidizing a portion of someone's rent, covering a month of rent when a person's benefits lapse, helping someone to get into housing by paying for a deposit or moving expenses. We will be able to meet the tangible needs of our clients. County contracted mental providers cannot fix the housing crisis in our community completely, but we will do our part to make a dent in it. We serve thousands of Sacramento County residents. The providers welcome the opportunity to be a first-line safety net for our clients facing homelessness, and in so doing, we will be a contributing partner in combating our community's housing crisis.
Thank you, Ms. Collette. Aaron Johansson, Rifat Hussain, and Susan Gallagher.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I am Erin Johansson, and I'm the Executive Director at TLCS, and I want to heartily recommend that you support this plan. We are very, very grateful for your support as well as the hard work of the division. Uma and her team really listened to the stakeholders and the providers as we talked through during the fall and the winter about what was really needed. And TLCS does a lot of our housing through HUD dollars and matches that up with county behavioral health funds. It's a very efficient system, but it doesn't serve all the need that is out there. And those flexible housing funds are just the critical addition that has been needed to fill the gap. So we're very grateful for that, as well as the Triage Navigator program that we operate, which has created this wonderful partnership with the hospitals, the jail, the law enforcement teams, and Loaves and Fishes to connect people who need services with mental health services. And that was a very hard one grant that the division went for with SB 82 funding, and with their support we'll continue those services using these expansion dollars. So that we just are grateful. We support it all, and we thank you for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Hussain? Oh, sorry. Miss?
It's okay. Good afternoon, respected Board of Supervisors. I am Ifat Hussain from Turning Point Community Program, and I just wanted to support MHSA funding as it has been flexible. The Mental Health Urgent Care Clinic is one example, which is operated in partnership with Sacramento County Division of Behavioral Health, Turning Point, and University of California, Davis. It's a walk-in clinic. Our first day of clinic operation was November 29th, and today, April 10th, we have served 1,438 individuals. It is a walk-in clinic for anybody, regardless of age and inability to pay, whenever they are experiencing any type of mental health distress. So we all are, of course, in support of MHSA funding because it allows us flexibility. It allows us to provide safe space, peer support services to the individuals who are suffering with mental health crisis in Sacramento County.
Okay, thank you. Susan Gallagher, Andrea Crook, and Brent Malakote.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Susan Gallagher with NorCal MHA, and I know everybody's really excited about the plan, and I do think that the division has been doing a great job moving things forward, but from our advocacy perspective, it would have been nice not to have had to hoard $120 million that we then had to hurry up and spend. So I just want to be cognizant of that because I think it's extremely important that we do have a robust stakeholder process, and I think I have a little bit of a disagreement with my friend Uma on that one because I don't think you can call our stakeholder process robust when the majority of the stakeholders were unaware of the unspent funds issue. Nobody knew. We've been talking about this for years, but the stakeholders didn't know, the mental health board didn't know, the steering committee didn't know. So that's a really, really important thing for us as an advocacy community. We would really like to see the county investing in educating the community about these kind of issues so that they can be an educated populace, so that when they are involved, they know how to ask the right questions, they know how to bring the issues, and that the budget is discussed on a very regular basis, particularly in light of the state audit and what's happened in Sacramento County with these unspent funds. My other issue that I really wanted to bring up is the Office of Consumer Employment, and so I really was grateful that Uma did mention that. But this is a program that we fought for a very long time. It was born out of a community process, and it's been in every iteration of the 3-year plan since 2009. But the division decided not to fund it, and I understand that maybe other priorities came up or what have you, but we have a lot of unspent funds, and there was really no explanation given to the stakeholders until this year on page 79, where we got this little notice slipped in there. And we've been asking for years, so I just don't think that that's really fair to the stakeholders. I think it's important when things change or priorities change to go back to the stakeholders, that the stakeholders should be driving the process. The county should be serving the process, but certainly not steering and identifying where everything should happen. The stakeholders should be really driving that process. I think that's the way MHSA was written and intended. And then finally,
Could you wind up your comments?
Pardon me?
Could you wind up your comments,
Yes,
please?
I certainly can. There's some unspent funds that were part of a peer partner program that HWA pulled out of, and as of today, we have about $690,000 left of those funds that have never been earmarked. Well, they're earmarked, but they've never been used to fund peer support services again. So I'd like to maybe see that money go towards the Office of Consumer Employment, or really committed to something for peers in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Andrea Crook, Brent Malakote, and then Emily Halkin.
Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Crook. I'm with Access California. We're a statewide advocacy program funded through the MHS-OAC. I was back here. I was here last in November to talk about meaningful stakeholder process, and I'm back again to talk about that as well. I'm here to ask you for support with ensuring that the Consumer Employment Program remains a priority in the 3-year plan. The Office of Consumer and Family Employment Program was born from a true stakeholder community process and has been identified as a stakeholder priority since 2009. The action was designed to develop entry and supportive employment opportunities for consumers, family members, and individuals from Sacramento's culturally and linguistically diverse communities to address occupational shortages identified in the workforce needs assessment. Sacramento County states that the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development has rolled out numerous MHSA-funded projects that address the needs of consumer and family member employment, and DBHS goes on to state that they have thoughtfully included consumer and family member positions in all programs using creative partnerships between county and contract providers. But the stakeholders disagree. We believe that Sacramento County and the client stakeholders share a different vision, and in the spirit of the Welfare and Institution Code, each 3-year program and expenditure plan shall be developed with local stakeholders, including adults and seniors with severe mental illness. In addition, the Welfare and Institution Code goes on to state that counties shall demonstrate a partnership with constituents and stakeholders that include meaningful stakeholder involvement. We believe taking this action to strike the Consumer Employment Program from the 3-year plan violates the above statutes. In closing, I just want to say that the regulations say client-driven means that the client has the primary decision-making role, and client-driven programs and services use client input as the main factor for planning. So we please hope that you'll support keeping this in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Malakote, Emily Halkin, and Al Roulette.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Brent Malakote. I'm the Director of Prevention and Early Intervention at the Sacramento County Office of Education. Like many, we'd like to thank Uma, Jane Ann, and the team for the ongoing collaboration. We are definitely in support of this 3-year plan. We think there's important work happening for Sac County in the area of mental health for both youth and adults. we'd like to draw special attention to the partnership between the County Office of Education, districts, and schools for the bullying prevention project, as well as in the area of youth mental health first aid. We believe that school-based mental health and wellness supports are an excellent way to not only serve our youth, but also continue to look for innovative ways to support families, increasing access and reducing stigma. We are thrilled to be collaborating with county staff to seek additional opportunities for collaboration between the county and local education agencies as we look for a cohesive approach to prevention and early intervention. SCOE stands at the ready to continue to collaborate and innovate as we ensure our students with the greatest needs are supported. Access and equity for mental health and wellness really matter, and schools are a great place to offer support. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Halkin, Al Roulette, Lynn Keen, maybe?
Good afternoon, Chair Peters and members of the board. My name is Emily Halkin, and I'm the Homeless Services Coordinator with the City of Sacramento. I'm very pleased to be here with you today, and thank you for this thorough plan, and also ask your support of staff's recommendation. As you know, the City of Sacramento has been working with you and your staff over the past 6 months, probably even longer, to expand access to and availability of services for people experiencing homelessness with behavioral health needs. As I'm sure you have at your recently operated Winter Sanctuary program, we have seen in our winter triage shelter the fragility of the unsheltered homeless population and the complex service needs required to help stabilize them in ongoing services and to help find housing for them. The need is great, but there has never been as much community support and I believe political will to really make a difference, so I thank you for that. Today's action caps off months of work that we've been doing very collaboratively to ensure that those we are seeing at the front doors of our shelters, through our outreach programs, by city and county first responders, and in our clinical settings can access much needed behavioral health services. Coupled with the intensive case management offered at the city side through whole person care and on your side through the flexible supportive rehousing program, and with the housing resources that we collectively work together with SHRA to create, we believe we have a unique opportunity to make a marked impact on our community over the next few years. I'm especially pleased to see the urgency at which county staff has both worked to get this to you today, as well as to ensure there's money on the streets as soon as possible to serve those most in need. I really want to thank Uma and her staff for their true collaboration and for allowing us a seat at the table. Finally, because the whole person care was brought up, I did want to note that we have been operating on a minimal scale, but we're about to launch full services right about now, so it's perfect timing. And we look forward to working with the county staff on aligning the actual implementation processes on the ground and how that works. And I also want to echo what Uma pointed out, that the work that we're all doing is really setting our community up for the upcoming health homes programs, whether or not whole person care stays in our community. So I just want to thank you all for your continued collaboration and thank the staff for all of their hard work.
Thank you. Al Roulette. Then Lynn Keen.
Good afternoon. I am Al Roulette, Chief Executive Officer for Turning Point Community Programs. I've had the unique privilege of providing behavioral health services in this community with Turning Point for 36 years. Shall I say that I've seen the worst of times and the best of times. I want to enthusiastically endorse this plan because I think it reflects the best of the community of Sacramento. Uma Zajkowski and her staff have brought together many stakeholders in this community to endorse and participate in the development of this plan. And certainly, as she said, this plan is a living, breathing document and plan that can and should be looked at and adjusted when needed. I also want to acknowledge the work by the supervisors who are members of the Mental Health Advisory Board and their work and endorsement of the plan. Lastly, I want to comment on the mental health urgent care that's served over 1,400 individuals currently. It is, as I consider, one of those efforts that all of you and all of us should be very proud of. The leadership that has been provided by the behavioral health community, by Uma and her staff, and all of you has resulted in citizens in our community experiencing a change in the trajectory of their lives that is only for the positive. I enthusiastically support this plan. Thank you for your work and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Roulette. Lynn Keen. Then Sophia Martinez and Michael McDaniel.
Good afternoon, buenos dias. My name is Lynn Coiney, and I'm the clinical director at La Familia Counseling Center. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the last 6 years of helping us. We have a prevention and early intervention program for suicide prevention for Latinos. I wanted to show you a couple of statistics quickly. Almost 40% of supporting community connections clients are Latinos in the 16-17 fiscal year. Our report has 693 clients walk through looking for help over the last 12 months. We held 47 events, 2,518 contacts, averaging 54 people per event attended. Most Latinos that we have served over the last 6.5 years in our suicide prevention program have no insurance. They struggle with trauma, they struggle with depression and anxiety, and they are witnessing the current political climate of racism and hatred towards immigrants. As a safe haven site, we offer a small beacon of hope where Latinos navigate to in their time of need. Without this program, there wouldn't be anywhere for our Latino families to get help from that they need. And many choose suicide, which is so sad. Please do approve the 3-year plan, because we appreciate it. Even though we have a little bitty tiny piece of it, we work with our urgent care clinics, we work with the crisis team. We're partners in this with many. And our little bitty team goes out to Walnut Grove, goes out to Galt, many in Elk Grove, and we serve the whole county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Sophia Martinez, then Michael McDaniel, and then Jonathan McCarkin.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Sofía Martínez.
My name is Sofía Martínez.
Y vengo acá para pedirles que continúe el programa que ofrece la familia.
And I'm here to asking you to continue these programs that La Familia Counseling has.
Conexiones de apoyo a la comunidad.
Supporting community connection.
Porque ellos dan mucha ayuda a nosotros, especialmente tienen el programa de antisuicidio.
Because thank you for everything that they do in the La Familia, because they have that prevention for suicide prevention.
También tienen programas para nutrición, para diabéticos, clases que nos sugieren y ahí mismo las tenemos. Para diabéticos, ejercicios, clases de inglés, de todo eso, ellos nos sugieren pues ahí las familias.
Okay, also because they have a lot of programs like nutrition program, diabetes, exercise, meditation, so they also invited us to enjoy all the programs that they have.
También nos mandan para especialistas y tenemos también bueno, tenemos muchas cosas ahí. Y yo quiero agradecerles a todos por este programa porque nos ha ayudado mucho en la comunidad, a los niños con las terapias. Yo tengo mi bisnieto que asiste a unas terapias que dan para apoyo.
Okay, also they are inviting us for everything, and also they have the counseling for kids, and my godson is there. So always they invite us to do everything, and I want to say thank you to everybody for supporting that and continue to help us.
Thank you gracias por todo y por todas las ayudas. Sorry.
Thank you.
Gracias por todas las ayudas que nos están dando y espero que pues continúen esos programas.
Thank you for everything. Gracias por todo, all the programs that you have, and continue helping us to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael McDaniel.
Well, good afternoon, board. And I work with TLCS. My name is Michael McDaniel. I'm a personal services coordinator, and we help people that are mentally ill and homeless got dual diagnosis and then some. I am really thankful for these funds because the rising cost in housing is a bugger. We have some clients that, due to their mental health, drug addiction, trauma, don't know how to live civilized sometimes when they get a housing voucher. And I'm just giving one example of one of my clients that we got him out of one apartment before getting evicted, tried to work on the issues, finally got evicted in the second one, got into recovery, and the recovery process isn't like that. You know, it's up and down, and the person's making a lot of progress. Because of the eviction, 7 years is a long time, and this person has made so much progress in terms of insight, looking at why do they love meth and why do they want to get lit. This person's receiving counseling, attending classes, really becoming a human being again, and really would love to be able to live independently again. So I thank you for what you guys are doing. I don't even know the half of it, but in terms of being on the ground floor and serving people, I thank you because we need the funds and people need housing.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Jonathan McCorkin? What's that? McCorkin. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan McCorkle. I'm a client with TLCS. Learning about my disability and drug addiction and alcoholism to be able to get back into normal society and do things like pay bills and just be responsible and live a normal life that can be lived is through TLCS. I take advantage of the classes they give, the teachings they have, everything that goes in the best way possible. Even right now, I'm sorry for how, because I'm helping feed the homeless right now. And it's an honor to be able to come and say this, and I appreciate everything because TLCS has helped me gain back family and a knowledge of who I am and what I can do in my society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Bontrager and Captain Paul Solomon. That's the last speaker I have. These are the last speakers I have on this subject.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Sarah Bontrager, and this is Captain Paul Solomon. We are here from the city of Elk Grove. We have been working with the county staff on this plan, and we appreciate the county staff's devotion to addressing both the big picture mental health issues and also all the tiny details that are required to administer this funding source. As you know, mental health issues have no jurisdictional boundaries, and the solutions require a great deal of collaboration. And we feel like we've made a lot of progress with the county on that front. We do appreciate Supervisor Natoli's comments related to Elk Grove's access to a mobile crisis support team. We have been discussing that with the county staff, UMA in particular, and we look forward to the opportunity to partner directly with the county to implement that in Elk Grove. We feel that that will significantly enhance our police department's ability to respond effectively to people in crisis and follow through to make sure that they are getting the help that they need. We see this the mobile crisis support team as a great opportunity to kick off a closer partnership on mental health issues overall to the benefit of all of our residents. And we really appreciate staff's effort. UMA in particular has an email response time that I only aspire to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, yeah, thanks.
Okay. That was our last speaker on the subject, so back to the board. Any further discussion on this item?
I'd move the plan.
Patrick, did you want to make the
Move
motion?
approval. Second.
Well, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you all for being here today. take a minute to let the audience clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stand up if I can. Oh, I don't see. Okay, Madam Clerk, we can go on.
Item 63, appointments from your own ranks to the South Sacramento Conservation Agency. I do want to point out that in the recommendations, I've asked that you make 3 appointments, but you also need to make appointments for the alternate seats. So that would leave, that's up to you.
Are these for the alternate seats or are these for the primary seats?
You need 3 primary seats, and then you need alternate appointments as well. So at least 2 of you.
Does anyone know what the South Sacramento Conservation the agency is?
Yes.
I don't remember.
It's the Habitat Conservation Plan governing body that will make the determinations regarding
The South Sac Habitat Plan?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, it is,
all right. I wondered that, but it said conservation
Yeah.
instead of habitat.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I'd suggest Dawn should be 1, I guess, and Sue, you're got some of that territory, right? She's looking at me.
Yeah, you do. You do. And so,
Yeah, you
so does
do.
Patrick.
Yeah.
And
you
so does
do.
Patrick. So,
Yeah.
hearing no whining, I'd move forward with that.
Okay, and I guess the alternates would be from our own ranks. But if I could, Madam Chair, just for a second, that spent a lot of time talking with folks about this, and we're going to see the Habitat Conservation Plan proposal in the next few months. And I wanted to say, though, on the governance part of it, there's some pretty deep reservations and concerns been expressed by particularly family farmers and ranchers in this county, landowners. And we've had several meetings with planning staff, certainly with our consultant, Bill Zebron, and others at Farm Bureau offices have done some outreach with some of the community planning advisory councils in the respective area. And I think the governance is really key, because this body that we're concerning making appointments to today will be the ones who will ultimately decide, along with colleagues, 2 from Rancho Cordova and 1 from the city of Galt, to make determinations about easements, who will hold those easements, the particulars as it relates to that. And there's a lot of nervousness in the agricultural community about this. Some certainly see the prospects of doing some other things in addition to farming and ranching, but there's concern that the mitigation will curb for not just development, but certainly for public projects and other mitigatable types of proposals, largely within the urban-suburban area, and that could have impacts upon the ability for them to carry out certain farming practices. And so I want to just let it be noted that the last conversation we had with a group of about 15 members of the either Farm Bureau Board and or farmers and ranchers, both in the eastern and southern parts of the county, as well as in the western parts of the county in the Delta, expressed some, I think, a consensus around the representation, not only by this member board on that body, but seeking, I think, to have a assured voice for farming and ranching. This is a 50-year plan that will be brought before us as I said, the next couple of months. It felt important to point this out today because one of the things that they had proposed, and I talked with the county executive about this, was that the agricultural commissioner, who represents the entirety of the county, both incorporated cities but the unincorporated area, be an ex officio member of the body. NAV had some reservations about that just because of the 6 electeds, and then having someone who would be a departmental level staff at the county, even though they're county-wide in representation. And so I guess my point being here today, certainly we go forward with the appointments as led by the chair in her comments, but I think we need to spend some more time, and I'm going to say this to NAV and certainly to you as my colleagues, because this plan, as it comes before us, I can tell you that governance goes to the heart of a lot of the concern. I think long term that you'll have a body made up of certainly 3 city council people and 3 supervisors on this current construct. And I think they're concerned that certainly that there'll be an adequate and sufficient voice for farmers and ranchers as mitigation targets are looked to be met, as well as the conditions and the aspects of easements, which certainly are willing seller or willing buyer, but nonetheless there's thousands of acres that will have to be acquired over time to mitigate for contemplated development and projects in the, as I said, in the unincorporated portions of the county, but also in the cities of Rancho Cordova and the city of Galt. And so I don't know what the answer is here, but I can tell you that as we come closer to hearings, that this is a big issue as it relates to governance. And again, Nav, I don't know if anything you want to add. I've spent a couple of different occasions talking with you about this, but I think it's important. I mean, we get this thing up and going, but the long-term prospects of what happens with representation, particularly for the areas that are going to be the largely predominant areas where mitigation is going to occur over time in farming and ranching areas. So,
I think I do agree with your comments that this is a big issue for the farmers and the ranchers. As you had indicated, my advice was that we have a department head level person, and it's an elected body, and it kind of changes the scope of that person when they sit there. But one of the things I think we need to continue working on is explore maybe there's an ag advisory board to this JPA, so that the ag interests are expressed, and then we can do the work that needs to be done and then bring it to the elected body for them to make the decision. As we had discussed yesterday, we've not quite fully explored all of that, but I think in the near future we need to look into that and see if that a board like that or another variation would suffice with the ag interest that we need to represent.
Because, again, I think that for the concerns that are out there about an HCP and how it functions over time, that representation goes to at least a good heart of the matter. I want to thank Leanne certainly for her engagement in this as well. And there's going to be obviously concerns expressed about the plan itself, but part of it is long-term representation and making sure those voices are very clear and they're not buried somewhere down in the various elements of how the plan is actually, fulfilled over time. So I'm fine with the nominations as you outlined, Madam Chair, but I wanted to make sure that was clear because I guess in a few weeks or at least a month or two, we're going to see the iteration of this plan, and I trust we're going to have a lot of farmers and ranchers here talking about governance and a few other items. And there are there are a number who support this, but there are a lot who are very, very concerned about it. So.
Madam Chair, if I could just point out, in terms of the governance, this is a joint powers authority that has governance in the creative document, and so the governance is set forth in that document, and changes go to the full body of the JPA, so that unilateral change can't be made on the county side. It has to be made at the JPA level.
And Robin, you're correct. That is something that we did explore with the supervisor, that whatever changes we make, we need to get concurrence from Galt and from Rancho Cordova.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But local representation is very important on this. So.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that the alternates have to be elected officials as well. So that just leaves you.
Officials?
They have to be elected officials.
But we don't have enough on this board because I can't be on it. That would leave I guess then you go to the school board or the assessor and the sheriff?
Well, it actually states that it has to be an elected official of the governing body. So I guess that would leave Phil Cerna, Supervisor Phil Cerna.
Wait a second. Get up to stretch and look what happens.
Well, we don't need 3 alternates. I mean, not all 3 people are going to be absent on one night. We can't have 2 alternates.
Right. That's why I was saying it only leaves one person. You already have 3 that you recommended. Supervisors.
Well, you're confused. You guys are confusing us. We have 3 appointed members of the board, and we need, you're saying we need 2 alternates?
The way the bylaws are written is 3 members with 2 alternate. We can't get to 2, we can only get to 1.
Okay.
So I think
that's it.
that's what they're trying to get at.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Supervisor, and I think you just became the alternate on that.
Okay. He said enthusiastically.
Okay, next item, please.
Okay, so. We're on our vote sheets now for your nominations and appointments. Item 64. Okay. For your matters today, you are continuing to May 8th, the Fair Oaks Cemetery District, Human Services Coordinating Council, and the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. So for the Adult and Aging Commission, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to May 22nd.
Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please continue to April 24th.
Children's Coalition.
Please continue to May 8th.
County Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Please continue to May 8th.
Disability Advisory Commission.
Please continue to May 22nd.
Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
We recommend nominating Lawrence Wright to the citizen seat.
Okay. Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please nominate Leon Corcos to the Fair Oaks CPAC.
Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Nominating Dr. Runel Adams-Jacob for the non-specified health professional seat, and please waive the process. Please vote. And continue the remainder to May 22nd.
Unanimous vote. Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to May 8th.
North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to May 22nd.
Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to May 22nd.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to May 8th.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to May 8th.
Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Supervisor Cerna.
Please continue to May 22nd.
And Supervisor Kennedy.
I thought I had nominated last time Mary McCune.
I can check that.
Okay.
And we'll correct that if needed.
Okay.
And for the record, if we didn't, you're nominating this person.
Yes.
Okay, got that. South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Kennedy.
Please continue to May 8th.
Veterans Advisory Commission, Supervisor Cerna.
Continue to May 22nd, please.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Please continue to May 8th.
Supervisor Peters.
Could you go to District 4, please?
Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to May 22.
And Supervisor Natoli.
Likewise, continue May 22nd.
Okay. I would continue to May 22nd also, but I would like to open the possibility. We're having trouble finding people with the qualifications, and I'd like to suggest that we open it to people who have not been in the military, but who have an interest in it. I have people who are interested in being on the commission, but they didn't serve in it, and I know that was part of our qualifications. I don't know if anyone else is. I mean, it seems like we're having trouble filling.
I think the military might be a little offended by that. Can we give it a little more time?
Sure, it just means we're not meeting and not doing anything, but I can wait another month. I just want people to think about that.
Okay.
Okay, and that concludes your appointments and your nominations.
Okay, I do have some off-agenda speakers. Oops. In case the off-agenda speakers weren't here earlier, we have a 2-minute limit on this. We have Pablo Reyes Morales. Flo, run the clock.
The clock.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I currently do not have anything to thank you for. I am a senior organizer for SAE 2015. And actually, I'm one of your constituents, Supervisor Peters.
Nice to see you.
Earlier today, we had one of our members. Her name is Paula, and her client is Maria. Maria has a disability. She has a speech. She cannot stop talking unless Paula calms her down. She was right here. Supervisor Peters, you paused the meeting and said, be quiet. Putting on the side that I think you owe her an apology. I think that 2 years of negotiating a contract for IHSS providers does not only requires you all an apology, but also an explanation. We have provided you with all of the research, with all of the data, with everything possibly that you have asked us for to settle a contract, to settle higher wages for our membership, and nothing has happened. SEIU 2015 is the largest labor union in the state of California, the second largest in the country, the fifth largest in the world. The members that are here right now in purple represent a small segment because in Sacramento County, we represent more than 24,000 IHSS providers. I guess I'm saying these numbers to tell you that there is a wave coming, that I am tired of being here, really. I don't speak. This is the first time speaking. But they give me the energy to come and come again until they have the dignity, respect, the acknowledgement, and not the continued and repetitive way of ignoring their needs. 24,000 constituents and their families and their clients triple by size. The wave is coming, and I'm here to make sure that the wave comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes-Morales. Sean Dillon.
So, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sean Dillon, and today I'm here standing in solidarity with in-home care providers. Day in and day out, these caregivers diligently care for our loved ones, and for the past 2 years have done so without a contract. Quite simply, it's time to take care of those who selflessly care for others. It's time for a fair contract with wages that reflect the true value of care provided by our in-home care providers. Thank you.
Mr. Dillon, you filled out 2 cards, but I assume that was just...
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Delita Barrow, and then Joyce Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Delita Barrow. I've been a worker for IHSS for 27 years. I've been working with paraplegic patients, mentally ill patients, Alzheimer's patients, all sorts of patients you could think about. And so far, I'm right at $11 an hour. And I think that that's very sad to be working so long for just reaching $11 an hour. And I think that each and every one of us, you guys, should have compassion on us because we do this with compassion for those people. And I ask you all to please consider us and show us a little bit of compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barrow. Joyce Thomas. And then Terry Holmes.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for giving me the moment to speak. I think it is very important that all of us actually come together and think. If we had a loved one that we had to take care of and could not provide things that they need. I'm only here because I care about this union and I see this union care about people. I'm taking care of a veteran right now and have been for the 17 years. This particular veteran has dementia and Parkinson. He needs a lot of care and he needs a lot of love. I take care of him like if he was my father, and I love my father. Not only just because that, but he's a person, a human being. They told me that I could not get any more pay for doing him any more than what I'm getting now, and I've been taking care of him for 17 years. But now I didn't start getting paid for him through the veterans until just 3 years ago. I did not know that veterans could pay caregivers to take care of a veteran until just recently. Now, if the economy is going to keep going up and up, and I can't get any more, I don't know what's going to happen. His medication, his diapers, whatever he needs me to provide for him, I won't be able to do that. So I'm looking to you guys to just have a heart and think about, actually, if it was your child or your daughter that I had to take care of. I really, really don't think anything comes from anger or not understanding each other. We all need to really communicate, and we need to have trust and faith in each other. And I have trust and faith in you guys that you'll make the right decision. And I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Terry Holmes. And then Regina Engelbretson.
Hi, Terry Holmes. I am an IHSS provider. Excuse me, I've got something in my chest. I have a couple of recipients that I take care of. I'm a retired vet, and this program has really been a blessing to many people. And when I first was looking at the IHSS, it was the kind of work that I could do. Actually, I'm a retired and on Social Security, so I was looking to supplement my income with a job. And I had to fill out an application, be vetted, and go through the normal channels of any company hiring someone. And I wasn't sure how much the job was going to pay or anything about it. I knew I had to do something, so I took this work on. And then over time, I realized that I started out at 10 something an hour, and it's still at that, and inflation's just running away. Where it's beginning of, what am I going to do? I can't continue on. I've got to get another client and so forth. You can see the stress that this caused, and I have people that really depend on me for important services so that they can sustain and live. And I guess I'm just asking for the board to really look at this differently than, from what I understand, is considered charity work. I was startled at that. But anyway, ask for your mercy and looking at this much needed service and to compensate it accordingly and encourage steps to make it even a better program, whatever that might mean. And so I appreciate your ear on this, your understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Regina Engelbretson, and then Lucia Little.
Yes, ma'am. I never thought I'd be in front of you, but I am today. I'm Regina Engelbretson. I work for IHSS. I take care of my husband. I demand a higher wage and a contract. I thought this was land of the free, land of the brave. Well, what makes it so free is us taking care of our clients. Equal right for all. I don't see it. We demand an equal pay and equal contract. If we didn't have this job, the state would go broke. And you could could go, owing more money, the state would go broke, need to get more money from the government. You guys are elected office. You guys could be replaced. Now, we fit in the, what I'm asking you is that my husband needs things, and I'm the one that's being the person that has to solely to pay for my husband's, equipment, diapers, different things. Where am I getting help? I'm on SSI. My husband's on SSI. We are getting cut from SSI because we have to tell them that we work. When we work, we don't even get the right hours. I am working all the time taking care of my husband. He has genetic spastic paraplegia. He would have never been on that program if I had never helped get him on it. He would have never been on Alta Regional Center if I would have never put him on it. He would have never had any equipment unless I pushed for it. He would have never had anything if it wasn't for me. So I am everything to him. I bathe him, I clothe him, I do everything for him. I demand an equal contract and a fair wage. It's something that I can tell SSI, hey, I'm working. I tell them, they cut me in half. I tell them that I'm worth more. I only get about 3.5 hours a day taking care of my husband, doing 24 hours, 7 days a job. And I don't understand how are we going to live? How are we going to eat? My husband's money for SSI only pays for half the rent. I have to pay for the rent. I have to pay for the bills. I have to pay for everything. It all comes out of my pay that I have to be like, okay, honey, yeah, I'm your sugar mama because I have to pay for him. It's not right. Would you work for free?
Thank you, Ms. Ingebretson.
Thank you.
Lucia Little.
Hello, my name's Lucia Little. I'm also disabled, and I take care of my mother. I live here in Sacramento. I've taken care of my mother for 3 years. I've had a hard time keeping people taking care of my mother because of the wage, for one thing. And 15 years ago, I was making $15 an hour just cleaning people's houses on the side, and when I worked in a hospital. Now I clean my mother's house, and I have to change her diapers, help her take a bath, cook her meals, clean her house, and a lot more things. I have to do all her shopping. Now, when she's in Eschaton, she has 2 people doing everything for her. She's been in the hospital quite a few times, and I know they're making double what I'm making, $11. If I stayed in the hospital, I'd be making $30 now. But I got hurt working in the hospital. Anyway, she said she'll never go back to the hospital again. She said she'll die first because she's was born in, she's a Depression-era child. And even a little string means something to her. She doesn't want to give up her things. So anyway, she won't go there. So everybody here needs to be paid more. If you guys had to put your family in a rest home, you all have money now. But if you were poor and you had to put your family in a rest home, it would be thousands of dollars a month, $2,000 to $5,000 a month. And think how easy you're getting off, or the government's getting off by paying us this little bit that they're paying us now. Right now I have my daughters helping me take care of my mother because I've been volunteering a lot with the union. So we really do need an increase in pay. Everybody here needs an increase in pay because my mother gets sick. I stay with my mother 24 hours a day. And no one else will stay with my mother for 24 hours a day. So.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That concludes all the speakers for today. On to our next item, which will be county executive comments.
None this evening.
Okay. Supervisor comments. If we could hold on to that for a minute, please. Don? Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank everyone that patiently waited through a very long agenda today and who just concluded their testimony before this board. I appreciate you sticking around and letting us know your opinion and your position. So what I'd like to do at this point, maybe some of my colleagues have noticed that we also have members of our probation department, including our chief, that have also been very patient this afternoon, and I'm glad they have been patient. I know that we had at the beginning of today a very welcome tradition here in these chambers to acknowledge the many volunteers. These are non-county employee volunteers that assist with the mission of various county departments. But I wanted to take a few moments at the end of today's meeting to acknowledge about the I think it was about 55 probation department men and women and their families that 2 Saturdays ago, or I guess 2 Fridays ago, for our 3rd annual Cesar Chavez Day of Service, turned out en masse. Very enthusiastic at the Washington Neighborhood Center here at 16th and D Streets in Alkali Flat to do everything from committing themselves to painting parts of the building, to cleaning up parts of the yard space, even getting on the roof at times to clean gutters. And it was really emotional, quite frankly, to see the kind of investment of time that not just our probation personnel, whether they be POs or working actively at our youth detention facility, but their families. We had kids out there as well that were actively assisting that morning, and it was really something to witness. And I was there as well, doing what I could to assist with our intent to kind of spruce up the center. So I just wanted to spend a few minutes at the end of the meeting acknowledging our probation staff, our personnel, our leadership. Certainly the Sacramento County Probation Association, Greg Stuber, was instrumental in helping organize this with my staff. And this is not the first year, by the way. The first 2 years, probation personnel have been very engaged in years past with the food bank and assembling food packages and sorting and whatnot, and it's really just something to witness an army of folks that are willing to give part of their holiday as a day of service, and it really does mean a lot to me. It means a lot to this organization. I know it really meant a lot to and means a lot to Joey Ramirez, the executive director of the Washington Neighborhood Center, and all the people that center serves. So just wanted to end by saying thank you. And that is the AV folks in the back. That's their cue to tee up a video, a very brief video of the day. We have sound with us or not. I'm not sure. That made me a little nervous. And we had no problem filling that sucker up real quick. So, Chief, I don't know, you're here. I don't know if you want to say a few words, or Greg, if you'd like to say a few words, now would be an opportunity to.
Well, I'll just keep it brief. Thank you, Supervisor. Only to really give credit to the line staff who drive this event. Nicole De La Riva is here. Maybe she could just stand up for a second. She has done incredible work inside our juvenile hall for years. She's spearheaded a number of things. This week, I think, is Library Week, and she's National Library Week. She's in charge of that as well, so we'll probably see some more of her efforts. We all know Greg's leadership with SCAPA, and we appreciate SCAPA's role in driving this, but I wanted to make sure that both of them receive credit for helping drive this event. And your leadership, you personally and your family's legacy is really meaningful for so many officers in our organization, as part of what really had an emotional impact in bringing them out. So thank you, and to all the board members.
And please extend our thanks to everyone that participated. Appreciate it.
A pleasure.
And Ms. Frost?
This evening, I would like to request that we close our meeting in memory of Harold Hilgard Yackey. Harold, or Mr. Yackey, as I referred to him when I was a little girl growing up, he was the neighbor across the court, and I grew up with his children. We played together. Mr. Yackey was born, or Harold Yackey was born in Hollywood, California on March 23rd, 1929, and passed away on February 16, 2018. Growing up years were in Burbank, California, Monterey Park, San Luis Obispo. He rode horses. He had an appreciation for beauty, and he loved rabbit hunting. He took a provisional driver's license at the age of 15, graduated from Berkeley as a mechanical engineer in 1955, where he met his wife, Sue, who still lives across the court. He was married for 60 years and survived by 3 children, Doug, Carol, and Julie. He was a U.S. Army National Guard veteran, and he retired in 1978. He was quite quiet, and he liked listening. He was a thinker. He would tell his children, if you have a question, try to think hard about what the answer might be, and if you still have a question, then ask. He designed the heat and air system for the Arco Arena and was a 32-degree Mason, a scoutmaster, and deacon at his Fair Oaks Presbyterian Church. He was a volunteer for Habitat for Humanity. He enjoyed country western dancing and worked on the Dixieland Jubilee. He enjoyed years of travel with his wife in that RV. He was highly admired by his colleagues and peers and loved by his friends, family, and neighbors. God bless you, Harold Yackey, and may you rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there any further business, Madam Clerk?
That we're concluded with our business.
Okay. Meeting's adjourned.